Hello everyone, Assalamu alaikum. So here I'm going to introduce our long-awaited Flutter Riverpod course. Now previously we have seen this e-learning app based on Flutter block, and this time we are going to introduce this course using Flutter Riverpod. So let's go ahead what it covers. So let's take a look at it very quickly. So of course over here I have these two simulators, and on this simulator this app refers to user app and this app actually refers to teacher side. Well, so user app, actually user would be able to see this onboarding screen, and then after that definitely we'll have login and the sign up section. Now over here anyone can go ahead and sign up. Well, actually I have signed up already, so I'm not going to use it from here anymore. But if we sign up, actually that would help us sign up through Google email login, and of course there are Facebook and Apple login as well. Now since I have already signed up, so over here I'm going to log in. So how do I log in? So let's hit login, and we'll see that over here we are logged in, and so this is our user and app. Now over here we do have another app for teachers, so that the teachers or anyone related to this would be able to chat with the users from here. Now over here our teacher can log in as using their account, but this account actually would be coming from their backend, because for these two apps we also have dedicated backend. Actually we have two apps over here and we'll have two backend. One is super admin panel, another is the teachers panel. Anyway, so let's take a look at our user and app over here. Now over here at the top we do see that we have search section, and then we have this sliders, and over here we have this 4 images. Each of the images actually refers to virtual products or courses in our case. Well, we do also have this search bar over here, so you'd be able to search items, and then over here you'd be able to see all the courses you have bought, and then over here you'd be able to see if you have any chatting or not. And after that over here you will see, okay, you have your profile section, and here we do have settings and some other related information. Now when it comes to settings over here, of course we have this page, and over here you can eventually log out. Now let's go ahead and see our front end. Now front end over here, for example, this is a course, and this course is uploaded by someone or one of the teachers. The teachers are available in the backend. Now over here we would be able to see course related info, a course that has been updated. Now all this information over here is coming from actually backend. Now at the top, of course, we also see author page. Now author page is author related information, and from here actually you can go ahead and start chatting, and these are the courses that's been uploaded by author. Definitely, of course, you have to buy the course first. To be able to buy the course, you need to go ahead and click on the go buy button, and over here it would pop up with a payment page. Now over here we can use our dummy email address to log in and make the payment. Now this payment has been done using Stripe, so you'd learn how to go ahead and use Stripe for payment. And in this case actually we are using Stripe web view payment, which would be integrated using backend REST API. So once you are done, you can see there it says that payment successful. Now if you try to buy it again, it will say you already purchased this course. So yeah, this is the checking we also do. And after that, if you come over here, actually you'd be able to see the course detail, like the related information. And inside this, and the awesome thing that we have covered is this video player, because if you are a course author, you are uploading course using video, and in the app itself we'd be able to play the videos, as you can see. And of course you could do left and right, but of course in our case we just use pretty much the same image. And over here, sorry, not image, video. Now of course over here we do see that there is a different video. so you'd be able to play videos, and which is very cool. So everything over here has been done using Riverpod. So eventually when you take this course, actually you'd master Riverpod. Now anyway, let's go to this author page over here, and inside this author page definitely you can view authors all the courses if you want. And then at the same time you'd be able to start chatting. Say for example, from here you can send messages, hello, how are you? All right, now over here we do see that we have this message that popped up immediately. Now of course this is the teacher. This teacher has uploaded the course over here, so that's why we are able to send message from here to the teacher. And as you can see, we also have over here this dot. That dot means that we have messages. Well, right now we see there is one messages, and good morning. So you can send more messages, and we'll able to see that the dot that changes immediately over here, it's 2. Now from here you can reply to your student or anyone if you want. So over here would say good morning. You'll see the messages popped up immediately, and of course we have a beautiful UI. So far so good. So that's how actually a teacher can answer or reply all the users or the students from their side. Of course, it looks like we have to go deep inside for buying the course, but so we have to go deep inside for doing the chat. But actually someone can also chat from here, like as you can see. So if I'm going to send messages from here, it'll pop up here as well. Questions to ask. So we'll see that it pops up over here, and then once we open it, we'll see the message over here, and then you close it, the red dot's gone. So this is the beautiful thing about this section. Now over here, let's take a look at this search section. Now you can search something like visual, and we'll see that if we have courses related to that, that would show up. Here actually we could do a search. Not only that, we can go to a page from there. So that's how the search works. Now of course in our profile section we have these few sections. Basically we have covered over here the settings and the logout section. Now everything over here has been done using Riverpod. Now that was our user end, and this was our teacher's end. Now teacher's end over here actually is simple, not much thing to do. If the teacher wants, they can come over here and they would be able to change their profile information from this section. And not only that, teacher would be also able to change their images. So let's go ahead and access our gallery, and let's take a look. Now I'm going to select this image, and over here we do see that teacher images has been changed, and then you can definitely go ahead and save. Not only that, over here if you want, you can also actually go ahead and save this information as well. Over here we are Flutter coach. All right, so just let's go ahead and save it, and we'll see that it takes place immediately, the actions, and it's over here. Now of course this thing definitely is coming from backend, and how we know that, you can go ahead and simply sign out, and you'll see, and sign in now. And now let's come over here. We do see that whatever we have done before actually is pretty much saved over here. So all this information actually goes to the backend. Now backend actually we have covered using Laravel REST API. So step by step you learn how to build your own API, actually powerful API. Now let's go ahead and take a look at our backend. So this is our backend, and let's go ahead and log in. We just have logged in our backend. Now in the backend itself, we see that there is a menu, and well, this section is pretty much responsive. Now over here, we would be able to see all the orders that have been placed by our users from the front end, and we'll see the number of people in a sense that they have logged in our app. Now definitely this comes from over here as well. So if someone has logged in, so you'd be able to see the people they have logged in. Okay. All right. And then you'd be able to see your course category. Course category, actually you can create a new category from here. And once you create the new category, and then you'd be able to upload or create a course from here. Now course you can also set as recommended or not recommended. If you course is recommended, then it will pop up in the front end on the user side automatically on a special place where it says the course is recommended. And after that, you'd see over here that, and over here you'd be able to actually create a lesson for this course. So these are all connected. The idea is first you'll create a course category, then course, and then lesson. Each course will have many lessons. All right. Not only that, actually from here you'd be able to separate your users. So as you can see, you can log in as admin. So this is actually super admin. And then if you want, you can also create separate teachers account. So this is from where you create teachers account, and pretty much everything we do on this backend, that would be, for example, if you want to create a new course type, you have to click over here, go ahead and create a new course and submit the button. And after that, you'll create a, so if you want, you can go ahead and create a new course category. You have to click on this new button and submit the form. And after that, you have to go ahead and create a new course related to the category if you want, just like this from here. And well, this form submission is a bit complex, and we have covered step by step everything over here. And then you'd be not only able to do that, you'd be able to create lessons, and each of the lessons that you'd create over here, actually you'd be able to upload the lesson name, thumbnail, and URL. Now of course the URL itself over here refers to a video, so you'd be able to upload local videos, and you'd be able to upload actually many of them at the same time. So that means that one course will have many videos or lessons, and then just go ahead and submit it. So it's the same for creating teachers. So if you want to create a new teacher, all you have to do, come over here and create a new role, and that's it. Now let's go ahead and look at the teachers panel. Now one of the teacher over here is the best tech, and we are going to log in as the best tech. So this is very different from our super admin panel, because as a teacher, all you'd be able to do, create a new course from here. You can do that, and after that you'd be able to create new course related information from here, because if you created a course, you need to upload the lesson. Now all this thing actually applies to the virtual products. So if you want to show or sell virtual products, or develop an app and backend that sells virtual products more like an e-commerce app, then this is the perfect course for you. So go ahead and check that out, and if you have any questions, you can leave a comment below. Thank you. All right, so our sign up page should look like this, and this is what something we want, and actually we are ready for that. So all we need to do, just pretty much copy paste the sign in page, and we should be good to go. All right, so here I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call it sign up. And then from here, I'm going to copy this one, and I'm going to put it here. All right. Okay, well, sure, no problem. And then here we're gonna call it sign up and sign up. All right. Of course, with this, now we'll have some issues which we should be addressing. So this is the sign up page. Well, here we do see that there is widgets, right? Now what to do with this? Well, first thing, this app bar, actually we can move it to global widget. Okay, because this one is used by both this section and the other section. So I'm going to, it'll be used here as well as in our widgets over here. Okay, so here we could do here app bar dot dart. Okay, and here I'm gonna put it, and let's import everything, preferred size, and this one as well, and this one as well. All right, and after that, if we come over here, this is something actually we can remove from here. We don't need this, and I think I can move this comment up at the top. All right, okay, cool. So this time inside this we need to import the library, and we should be good to go. And looks like in sign in we still have issues. Look at that. Okay, common widgets app bar, that should be gone from there, and the same over here. All right, okay, so that's the first section. And here we do see that in widgets we do have, well, third-party login and login button, but these are the things that just belongs to sign-in widgets and sign-in page. So I don't think we need that, so I'm going to close that. Now let's come over here. We'll see this one, app text field. I believe that this is okay, right? This is also over here. Now this thing we can also actually take it out from here. Okay, we don't need to put it here. So I'm going to cut this one. We don't need this. And widgets over here, we're gonna call it as app text fields dot dart. I'm gonna add it to my git. All right, okay, cool. Let's import everything and we should be good to go. And let's import this one. So this is pretty much a refactoring so that we could be able to use it soon. What else? Okay, looks like we also need to import from here. And what else? And app image, right? Okay, cool. So here we don't have any issues. Now sign in page, definitely it's gonna throw error, so we're going to import the top one, and just like this. Okay, right. And as well as here, let's import all of them. Okay, right, now it's working so far so good. And so let's close this. These things are not needed now. App bar is also not needed. Sign in widgets is also not needed. All we need is this one, right? Okay, now we also want to refactor the name of this because we don't want to call it sign in. We want to call it sign up. So let's go ahead and do that. Sign up. Okay, right. Okay, cool, and cool. Okay, that's fine. So this is what we have, and is in our sign up page. Make sure you are on the right page. Okay, so this is what we want, and let's see what we have so far. And it looks like the app was not running, so yeah, this is something we have. Okay, anyway, so Well, it looks like it is still there. Now let me restart this app so that actually it takes effect. Okay, now what do we see from here? Well, we don't need those icons, but we need this one. Enter your details below and free sign up. We need this one. So let's find this here. Enter your details below and free sign up, like this. Okay, so that part is fine. And over here, so well, we can just copy this one. Actually, well, this is email. Email should be here. At the top, we need username. So let's go ahead and have it like this. Okay, and here we'll say username. Okay, and enter your username. So this is the one that we want. Username. So username text box. Okay, so we have added this. Then we'll have email address. That's fine. And after that, we'll have password. Now, password itself, we can just copy it and put it here. And here we'd say confirm your password. Confirm your password. So here, confirm your password. And with this, we should be good, actually. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, like this. And if you go to sign up page, well, of course, nothing is there. And why the reason? Okay. Now, the reason for this one, we need to find our sign in page. This one. Now, over here, I think one of the app fields we had early app button, like this one. If you do come over here, you'll see that here we are pushing navigator.push context material page, and we're directly pushing scaffold. Of course, this is something that I'm not going to do, keep it for there for a long time. We're just doing some test. So we're gonna actually change it very soon. Now let's come over here. Let's see if it works or not. Yeah, it's there and beautiful. So the first thing you want to do from here is removing this third-party login. They're not important over here. Let's save it. Okay, right. And let's have a look at this one. So there should be a minimum space there between these two. So here we could just do sized box height 30.h, and let's push it there. Okay, right. And over here we should have this register button, but we should not have this login button. So we can get rid of this section. All right. Okay. And of course here the color matters. Let me see what color we are using. So it has to be sign up like that. Okay. But looks like this app button over here, it checks that whether it's login or not, and based on that it tries to reattach the color. That's what we have seen. Now over here, even though it's this button is for register, but we are going to pass a true to it. This is a trick that we are playing with this button. So now let's save it, and you will see that it changes, and this is awesome. that's what you want. I mean, you don't want to write another button. You just change the condition and everything changes automatically. And beautiful. Okay, right. And what else? And it looks like we also need to have this terms and condition. By creating an account, you have to agree with our terms and condition. Okay, now here, this one, text underline, definitely we don't want. So it could be any of the text that we are using early, like for example text 14 normal. So let's go ahead and have it. Most probably this is text 14 normal. So here, text 14 normal. So all we need to do, by creating an account, you agree with our terms and condition. So by creating an account, you are agreeing with our terms and conditions. Let's save it. Okay, right. Now that's the problem. Here it should be from here, but it looks like it is not. Okay, and margin left, we do have a bit of extra margin over here. Let's see. Okay, no, we don't want to work with this. Now let's come over here. Here it did say the text align center. Now here, text align start. Okay, if we do change it like this, looks like our app doesn't have any effect on this, but we still need to confirm in other places that whether it affects or not. So looks like nothing actually causing issues over here. All right, look at us, we just built a beautiful form with onboarding screen, and it's working. Username, email, enter your password, confirm your password, just like this. But of course this register page doesn't work yet. All right, now okay, so if you come over here, you'll see that we are actually passing a on tap event over here, or a callback function actually, but this is hard coded, so we need to change it, and it has to be dynamic. So our next section would focus how to make this one dynamic and understand various concepts of function call and how it becomes dynamic. All right, so now so far so good, and we are able to navigate between the screens. And of course, if we come over here, the app crashes because there is no navigation route, and over here we have this hard-coded thing. So this is the problem, and as I said in earlier sections, that we have to actually work on this making dynamic, right? Okay, so one of the ways to do this is actually to pass this one. And where do you pass it from? We're gonna pass it from over here, actually, inside this as a parameter. Now this could be tricky a little bit, so I'm going to cover some of the ideas before we go ahead and pass this thing. All right, now let's go back to our main.dart. Now if you don't have the code for this section, you can check the link below, because some of you might have deleted this thing. Anyway, so currently from here, our routes, we do see that here we have this welcome page, but actually we want to go to my home page, like this one. Okay, now let's restart our app, and we know that in my home page we have these situations where actually you can go ahead and increase the value, go to a new page, and you see the value and go back. So this is what we have seen so far. Now over here, interestingly, inside this floating action button, many interesting thing happens. And okay, I'm going to start it small over here, like this one. Okay, so here, well, I wrote it like this, but actually I can also write it differently. So over here, let me remove this thing first. Okay, let me do it like this. Let me comment this out first. Okay, so now it's commented out, but of course we'll have error, and over here we'll have onPressed event, and then over here we're gonna have it like this, and then here we're gonna print and we'll say hello. So that we know what's happening. It's good for visualization. And let's restart, and then okay, so every time we click on this we'll say hello. All right, so first thing, remember, very first thing, so this is an anonymous function. Okay, so inside anonymous function actually we are calling print, and print is actually also a function. A lot of time you might not understand it, but print is a function. All you do is just pass a string to it. Like if you click on this, it'll take you there, and this is a function that also actually returns void type, and this is exactly matching over here as well. And if you see, hover on this, onPressed, this one, in this function, in this class or widget, this one, floating action button, the property is onPressed, and it expects something. What it expects? It expects well, function, as you can see. All right, and the type has to be void. So that's what it's expecting, and it's also said here explicitly. So over here, this is something actually a function, anonymous function, and actually we are not returning anything. So that's what it says, and that's exactly we were doing over here. All right, and so this is good, no problem, and it's easy to understand. Okay, so inside this function we are just executing a line, and that line is also another function. But of course one can go ahead and execute anything, like int x equals 0. They can write any kind of syntax and expressions, and that's still okay, valid. But this is useless. This is not what we want. Anyway, so this is a function actually, and this function is anonymous because in general before function we actually write like this. So if you have a function, you might write like this, void my func. Well, let me remove t. Okay, so this is a function, and this function has a name. Now we call it anonymous function, and we often use it actually in Flutter. A lot of people might not realize that. So the reason because we call it anonymous function, that's because there is no name over here. You just cannot put a name. Okay, but here is the thing we could do over here. So I can cut this one, and I can actually put it over here. And then I can, one thing I could do like this, now I can call my func from here, and it'll still work. So let's go ahead and try this. Okay, now hit on this. Okay, you see hello. So what's happening over here? So just like earlier, we are calling a function inside anonymous function. So this is our anonymous function, the one that comes with this curly braces, and we are calling another function inside of this. Okay, so that's the idea you should know, remember, and you should try to understand as well, because this kind of onPressed or onTap event is used throughout Flutter everywhere. And of course, this is actually pure Dart concept rather than Flutter concept, because Flutter is a framework based on Dart. Anyway, yeah, so that's beautiful. So that's what we learned over here. So anonymous function can call another function inside it. Okay, now just like once again the way we are doing print, nice. All right, so they would both get executed one by another. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, let's do this. So nice hello. So we can see that. Well, so we can write this, or if you want, actually you can write it another way, like this one. Okay, my func. And let's go ahead and save it. And if hot restart doesn't work, do like this. You see, and it still works. But of course, this is valid if you just have one line. If you have multiple lines, of course, you cannot really write like this. Okay, because here, okay, we are actually just one line, this function itself, and it just returns this. Okay, so that's why we can write it like this. So just now we saw like this kind of expression with curly braces. If you want to call a function, because after this you can just write one line. That's what we did over here, just one line. Okay, but if you have this curly braces, actually you can write many lines inside that. So that's another thing you need to remember. So yes, you can write like this. So this is still an anonymous function. So this is an anonymous function calling another function. Of course, this anonymous function is also our callback function. What is callback? When something's happened, when you trigger event, call things back. That's why it's called callback function. So we are calling this one back. When you hit on this, so we calling something's back. So that's why it's called a callback function. So this is something as one way to go. All right. And there is another way. Actually, you can write this. So in that case, you have to remove everything. All right. Okay. And let's go ahead and execute. And okay, we restarted it. And over here, you can actually add a const modifier so that it looks beautiful. Okay, now you hit it and we'll see it still works. Okay, now this is called actually function assignment. You assigned a function to a property. Okay, so if you do that, in general you should not put any curly braces. This should not work and it will throw an error. In general, when you have things like this, okay, when you have things like this, just this kind of expressions, or which it means like this, it means that, okay, call a function immediately. That's what it means actually. This means call a function immediately when you run your project or when you run your program. But here actually you can't run immediately because this property doesn't support calling something immediately. Okay, so this is another thing that you have to understand. So when you remove that away, now it fits its property because it needs something that should be called on a button press. Okay, it's not made for running immediately, this property. But the same function, like myfunc, you can put it at the top actually, right over here. Call it myfunc. Okay, save it like this. And now you see it got called immediately. So when you have an expression like this and right before it you don't have anything, that's called run it immediately as soon as possible when you run your app. Okay, so run it immediately. But of course, this is not what we want, but this is a very important concept you should know if you want to be good at Flutter programming and then how most of the things work. Okay, all right. Now, so over here, this property doesn't support something that should be called immediately. Okay, so that's why it doesn't work. So it works pretty much two ways. One is like if you have anonymous function, you can go ahead and do that, and that would work. Or if you assign a function to it and that it still work. Okay, so in this case, it's just going to work. Otherwise, it's not going to work. So you can call you can assign a function without any parentheses, or you can just assign as anonymous function using this something called arrow function. Okay, this is called arrow function, myfunc. So you may think like, okay, so is this something that, okay, you need to remove the const modifier. Is this something that calling again immediately? No, you have to remember over here, because we have this special sign, that means this is inside this one, which means just like this. Okay, so hopefully it should make sense that why it works and why it doesn't work. Okay, as it could be a little bit convoluted, confusing for new programmers, or if you're new to programming or any kind of concept like that. Anyway, so I'm going to over here do like this, and I'm going to uncomment this. All right, okay, so here, well, so this is something happening inside this. That's fine. If you want to take it out, and that would work as well. So just let me go ahead and remove that, and then over here you could do like this. Okay, and then it should work as well. Okay, let's go ahead and run it, and we'll see that if you click on this, the value increases. You go to a new page, and the provider or Riverpod still maintains the value. Okay, so as long as actually it has a function like so this is also a function inside this function. Okay, but it also does some extra thing, and that's why it works. Okay, so as long as you are calling a function with this, and there's a function you are calling inside this fat arrow or arrow, and it should be working. All right, so we know that. Now let's come over here. So we did understand pretty well so far that, okay, well, so this refers to an anonymous function. Inside this, you can do anything. Inside this, you can also call another function. So here, navigator.push, actually push is a function. You're calling a function, and how you are calling it? You are calling it using navigator object inside this anonymous function. Okay, that's as simple as that one. So since we could do like this, we can also do it the same over here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this. All right, and then over here, I'm just going to use this arrow function and call it, and we'll see it works beautifully. All right, so let's increase our value, and then go to new page. The value persists, and it works. Awesome. So you just solidified your understanding how function call works, how callback function works, how anonymous function works, and how function assignment work, and as well as this fat arrow or arrow over here actually. Right. Now what if this function, well, so this is the logic that we applied from here, exactly this one. This one is same as this. The only thing is that it looks a little complicated because this push function is coming from navigator object, but over here we are just directly calling one of our function from an anonymous function, I mean inside an anonymous function, but here we are calling from navigator.push, and at the same time we are assigning a lot of stuff inside, but this is unrelated. Okay, this is just unrelated. All right. Okay, but what if you just take it out? You don't want to have it like this. You don't want to keep it here. You want to keep it clean, and you want to define it outside. Actually, you can do that. So here, say, go ahead and create a new function and call it my nav route. Okay, it doesn't really matter. You can call it actually anything, and you define it here. But of course, this is the problem. It needs a context, so we can pass the context. Build context. So we pass the context. Now here, error gone. Now how to call this one from here? Exactly the same. So here you do it should be nav route, and all you need to do, pass the context. That's what we did over here. Now let's go ahead and run it. Okay, and well, let's do our older thing. You see, it's beautiful. It just works because the same principle is being applied again and again. Well, you can also do the other way if you want. If you don't like this arrow, you could do like this. Also like this. Okay, so you're calling this function because right now it exactly looks like an anonymous function, because a lot of people might get confused. It doesn't really look like an anonymous function, but this is just a shorter version of this thing. Anyway, so let's go ahead and restart it. All right. Okay, cool. Now go to the new page, and it works. All right. So yeah, so we definitely have solidified our understanding that how all these things work. Okay. Now based on our current knowledge, now we can go back to our welcome on board page. Now let's go ahead and run it. All right. So right now, actually, you want to take care of this one. So we click on this, and we want to go to the register page, but right now it's hard coded. All right. So we want to make it dynamic. Well, the first thing over here, this register button, we want to pass a function. Now to pass a function, actually, you can just simply go ahead and call it as like this. So just like we have seen earlier, you can just pass it like this, and that's all. But of course, right now we'll have an error. And why we'll have this error? That's because over here, this widget app button doesn't take any kind of function. So that's why actually it's causing error. All right. So here, let's go ahead and pass it. Okay. Now here you could talk like this, and here we'll create a special type of function, and the type is void, and we have to have this special keyword where it says function, and then you can give it a name. We can call it func. All right, now let's come over here, and where was it? Was it here though? I think not here, not here. Okay, here. Actually, it was here, but inside this text widget. Let me check that. Okay, a button func. All right, now let's come over here. So here you could do func, and you will see the error is gone. So what's happening here? So we know that this is a function. Actually, you are passing. What are you passing? Actually, you are passing it to this one. So you are passing it to this app button over here. Now, this is our function. Now, if this is the function, actually, the whole anonymous function, actually, we can assign it over here, func, and then we are good to go. So we are assigning a function to this one. All right. Now you see it takes void function, which is void function type, which is return type is void, and function itself is a function. And over here, exactly the same thing, void function. So our function signature type is matching. So there is no problem over here. But of course, right now, if we go and check, it's empty. Nothing is happening over here, right? And what you could do here, you could pass like this. Okay, register. Let's go ahead and do that. All right, so we are basically passing this one, and let's hot reload. Yes, we could do that, and click on this, and we'll see that. Okay, I think let's do it now. Let's come over here. Okay, let's click on this. Okay, so what we have seen over here, that if we click on this, it doesn't work. Now the reason is because actually we are on a wrong place. I'm sorry about that. We shouldn't be here. So I'm going to copy this one, and then I'm going to go to sign in page. So I was in sign up page. So let's go to sign in page, and over here, let's put it. Now let's save it. And now let's go ahead and click on this. You'll see it says register. So what does it mean? It means that we can actually pass our callback function. Okay, func right now takes a callback function. So this is exactly same as the one that we had over here inside this floating action button. Exactly the same thing. So this is our app button, and this is our func property, and that's what we see over here. And this is beautiful. So we have just simulated successfully how to pass a function, void function or function, to another function or another method. All right, now we're going to be more elegant about it. So we know that we can also pass it like this. Say, for example, we can pass it like this. So here we can just print register, and it would still work. Okay, all right. Oh, sorry, not that one. Register, right? So it works. And even if you have this function definition, say somewhere outside in your class, not there, say for example here, say let's go ahead and try it. Void my app just try it here, print register. All right, so now this is the function name, and this is something that we can pass from here. In that case, we could be more precise. So we can just say my app res. Okay, but of course, what I would try to do, I will just put it like this, or I'm going to assign it as a function over here. Assigning a function, okay, or reference. So this is the reference that I'm giving to it. Now let's save it. Okay, and we'll see that it should work, and it works. So they work across the same everywhere. Okay, so that's how actually it works, and beautiful. So what you could do, so keep things simple over here. You can also declare this for now at the top. So I'm going to give it a new name, or create a new one. Here we can say handle register. we could do it like this. But now if we're going to do it like this, it may actually, I need to keep passing this context, which I also don't want, because we need a context anyway, so I don't want to pass it there. This is something that personally I don't like, keep passing context. So we can just take care of it here. So first I'm going to write it like this, and then I'm going to pass the navigator function, navigator dot. Over here we want to pass, actually we don't have push named, but we could do push named. Let's see, we could do push named, and here we can, well, we need a context, we have the context, and here route name. So let's go ahead and do that, and register. All right, and I think we also need a slash before that, otherwise it's not gonna work. And then we have to have this semicolon. All right, and this just gonna work. So let's go ahead and save it. Now of course I'm in register. Well, yes, so click on this, go to register button, and it looks like here I need to restart it. All right, let's go ahead and do that, and we'll see what's going on. Route settings. Oh, right, this is expected. Couldn't find a generator for route settings. All right, now why it couldn't find? Because actually we didn't define it in our routes, so we need to define that. So this is where actually we define our routes, remember. But very soon we're going to replace this as well, because in long term this is not maintainable. So but first it has to find the routes, and that's why actually we are going to do that. Register. All right, okay, and after that we need to import it. And if we do import, well, we don't have a class called register or file dot class. We have something called sign up, so we're going to use that one. Make sure it's imported, and now make sure it's saved. Or after that, how to restart doesn't work, then just to restart it. Now here we are, and it should work. Beautiful. So now it's taking us there. All right, okay. Now speaking of that one over here, and we can be concise from now on. Actually we can use a lot of arrow function, because with that it becomes cleaner. Actually that is true, but the idea itself could be a little difficult for a lot of people. Even when I first started, it was difficult for me. Okay, now with this, you see it's very simple. Okay, all right, cool. So now over here we can go ahead and register like this. And this part, well, for now we don't have any event. So that should be our app button login. Now login doesn't have any event, we are not passing anything, so it is null. If it is null, you'll see that over here, well, actually nothing happens, because it is, I said that it could be null. All right, but if you want, you can actually even check on this. So let's go ahead and check on this here. Just do if func null, you can print it, this handler is null. So let's go ahead and print that this handler is null. All right, so let's save it. Let's print. Okay, but if we click on register, it takes us to a register page. It should, looks like something went wrong. This handler is null. Ah, right. We need to do else func. All right. If that's not the case, then we need to execute whatever is there. Okay, but I think we can also call it like this time. Okay, because otherwise we need to execute this, right? Yes, so it works. If you click on this handler is null. This handler takes you to the other page. Okay, so this is beautiful.
All right. So here you could do a lot of other things, but in general, because of course, if you don't need to pass anything, just keep it as null and it doesn't matter. Func, okay. And if it has value, it would automatically execute. So this is nothing to worry about. And all right, so this is with this we just covered some beautiful ideas about Dart, a callback function, handler, assignment function parameters, a nullable function, because here actually this is a nullable function, and most importantly also over here on pressed event, why it works and how it works. Beautiful. So after this, actually we'd be able to do more complex ideas and make our knowledge better. All right.
Okay, so our routing is working, and the way we understood these things, they're working. Everything is working over here. Now we need to go ahead and do registration. Now this is from where things get more interesting, because once we click on this registration button or register button, I have to grab all these objects over here. I have to grab all of them, and then we need to submit this form somewhere. Okay, so that's what we want to do. Okay, all right. Now once we have a controller, then at the same time we will be also able to actually work on this, like this button over here which I was talking earlier. All right. Okay, so anyway, so our next step should be actually go ahead and grab this information that would be used over here. Okay, all right. So and then save them, and then actually we need to submit it to the backend. Well, what is the first thing? The first thing is that every time when we type in, we need to find a way to send this, first save this and then send. So first we need to work on saving this information, because if you just click on this and after writing this, definitely it's not going to submit any information. And what I'm meaning by that, the thing I'm trying to say over here is that well, once I click on this, I have to store this information in local memory. All right, that's what I have to do. But now, because at the same time we also don't want to process all the information over here, we don't want to process all the information in this file. We want to separate them. Okay, we want to do it in a different file or different class. Actually, I wouldn't say file, I would say different class. Otherwise everything would be over here convoluted. If someone wants to do it, processing all this information, grabbing them, holding them, and then submitting to the backend, it is completely doable. But with this, your code would be messy. It would look like a complete mess. So this is not what we want. We want to separate the logic. We want to separate the business logic. What is business logic? In general, processing data. Okay, so data logic, where we process data and do a lot of conditional check, you want to do that in a different place. So this is what we want to do. Okay, so the first idea is we have to grab this information. And how to grab this information? Well, actually we want to create an object and insert all this information into the object, and this object will send to a different class, and in that class actually we are going to examine these objects, check this object and their values, and if they pass our validation, then we'll pass to the backend. Okay, so there's a lot of things going on. So first we have to understand how to go ahead and create a class, so that that class could be used to hold all these 4 fields and then send it back to the backend. Okay, now this is where actually also Riverpod comes in a little later. But first we need to go ahead and create a class. But now if you're new to Flutter and Dart, this creating class could be a little unknown or even a little complex. But of course we have been creating class from the beginning, but this class may look like a little different, but actually theoretically they are all the same. On the surface they're kind of different the way it looks like, because here when I create a class, looks like there is a build method.
Well, because that's we are extending a stateless class. Now regarding this, actually we'll get back later more into this. This is very important. But now let's start from the very basic, actually, how classes work, how constructor works. Okay, now how constructor works, that's a very important concept before we actually start to go ahead and create our own class, okay, for this app. But actually what I'm going to do right now, this part, the code I'm going to write over here, this would be reusable. Okay, so whatever the code is there, it would be reusable. All right, well, nothing is over here. So first let's go ahead and open up dartpad.dev, and because over here it's a little clear, I don't want to use my editor, so print dart class. Let's go ahead and run it, and definitely we'll see that we are able to run it. Looks like we're missing comma over here, and all right, okay, let's go ahead and do that. Okay, cool. Now over here at the top, actually we want to create a class, and the class name, actually I'm gonna call it register state. You can call it anything. I'm calling it register state because a little later we'll be using this class directly in our Flutter app, so I don't have to rename anything or write again anything. Okay, all right, so yeah, this is a class, and over here in the class I want to have something like this. Now this is something that we are going to simulate based on this, so we'll have username, email, password, and repassword. So these are the few fields that we'll have over here. So definitely I could go ahead and write like this, so you can do string, and then over here you could say username, and then string email, string password, string repassword, like this. So these are the few fields that we want to save our information for each of this. So what I'm trying to say, when I start clicking on this, eventually somehow each of these fields will have the related information from the text box. Of course right now we see tons of errors, and it's okay, but of course if you see and hover over on this, it says that non-nullable fields a repassword must be initialized. It's trying to say that, okay, go ahead and initialize. Okay, that's what it's trying to say. It's not really asking you to go ahead and create a constructor, but over here if you want, you could actually go ahead and initialize all these fields, and we'll see how it works. Okay, all right, so this is how one can go ahead and initialize all of this, and it should work. But actually this is not something that we are looking for. Okay, now if you're coming from Java or PHP background, creating class like this might be very similar. Okay, now here one of the other things that now here we want to go ahead and create a constructor. Constructor is a special type of function or method in Dart which doesn't have any return statement. Okay, now what I'm going to do over here, I'm going to take the approach how Java does it, because they're very similar actually. Now over here in general, so what I did over here, I created a method, but method name is same as the class method. This is very special, and it doesn't have any return statement. It can't have any return statement. That's one thing that we have to know. Anyway, so inside this here I could do string name, string email, and over here I could do string password, string, well, it looks like I have a typo, string repassword. All right, like this. Okay, now, well, even after that we do see that we have error. Now if you come over here, let's see, it's a, well, it says that nullable instances must be initialized. The same thing it's telling you over here. So the way this works is like this. This dot email and email, this dot password, this dot repassword equal repassword. All right, now after this, hopefully our error should be gone. Oh, looks like it should be username. Well, I can also put it here as username so that everything looks similar. All right, and what else? Let's see. username must be initialized, but actually I think I did that. And username, email, password. Let's save it and let's see how it goes. Compiling error, username. Okay, so here it says that, okay, this is something, username, you have to initialize. You somehow have to give it a value. All right, so now over here, say for example, if you give a value to this, now if you hover over on this, you'll see that it's saying that now repassword must be initialized. Now you give it a value again, and then it'll keep complaining about other fields. Okay, so it means that, well, whenever you call this constructor, it wants you to have value already. Okay, so this is one thing. Then how do we get rid of this problem? Of course, first thing, you can actually go ahead and initialize values, but this is not what we want. The other way we want to do it is called late. So here you are saying that, okay, before I use this, any of these objects like username, email, and password, things like that, definitely I'm going to go ahead and initialize them. Okay, now after this, hopefully the error should be gone. You see there is no pop-up error over here, and it's fine. Okay, so this is the way to go. Over here you are just saying that this object's username, email, and repassword, I'm going to initialize them before I go ahead and use this, and that's it. Now if you go ahead and run it, of course there is no compile time error, and we can hide this one. Right, so with this we are saying that, okay, whenever I call this method, which is a constructor, and I'll pass value. Okay, so that's what is happening, but I'll pass the value later when I call it. Okay, so that's how it works. Now over here, what we could do, we can just go ahead and create an object, and we will create the object of register type, register state, and we'll call it reds. You could call it anything, register state, and here we go. Now of course go ahead and do it like this. Now here we do see something interesting. If we hover over on this, here is a 4 positional arguments expected. Now over here, previously we have seen that this is something called parameters, but positional parameters, or you need to pass arguments. From here, when you pass, this is called arguments, and over here these are called parameters, but the idea is same. So if you hover over on this, you'll see it says the same thing, that 4 positional arguments are expected but 0 given. Why it's positional? That's because that's how it works by default. I mean, this is the design. So you have to pass them one by one. Okay, and for example here, say you need to pass the best tech as a name, and say then I want to pass a.debesttech.com. all right, and then here password, say 123, and the last one we also have to pass, otherwise we'll get error. So with this, it is solved, right? And the error is gone. And of course we can go ahead and, so we'll, after this the object would be created and we can print the object itself. But now if we go ahead and print the object here, we'll just see that, okay, it will say instance of register state, which is an object, which means that object of this class. So what you created over here, this is called creating an object using this constructor, and as you create the constructor, you pass the value. Okay, now of course if you want, over here you can also access certain field over here and print them, and we have seen pretty much like this before. So right now we'll be able to print the email. While I'm using the notepad, it could be sometimes slow, so it got printed and it took a bit of time. All right, okay, so this is what we have. And another thing to notice, that which we also have seen before, so here you could also change the value reg email. Okay, so here we can assign a new value, db.debesttech.com. all right, now this time you'll see that whatever the value I was passing at the beginning, that value has changed. Okay, this time db. So with this approach, first when we call a constructor,
you have to pass the value, and then of course later on we can change the value, and we need to make sure that this is defined as late. And now over here, this thing's actually what we could do. We can actually move out of this. We don't have to put it here. And well, we can also do something like this. Just over here, say print. This is constructor body. This is constructor body. So this is called constructor body. Okay. And now let's go ahead and run and see what happens. This constructor body. So it does look like the internal part is not necessary actually whenever you go ahead and create, and because you're passing the value. But one thing you could do, if you still want this, you can put it like this over here using this semicolon. And let me format the code. Well, over here we need to use this comma. And the same over here, I guess. So we need to use commas everywhere, and most probably the last comma is not needed. Okay. So with this, it's the same thing. Okay. Now, one thing we learned that, so you can actually initialize the value. This is called initializing the value. If you don't do it, you have seen that Dart does it internally, even if you don't do it like this. But this is skippable, and at the same time, your constructor body itself could be empty. You don't need to do anything at all, okay? But if you want, you could do something. Now, this is something we have seen over here, right? So there is a simpler way of doing this thing, everything. Okay, so the other way we could do over here is actually just removing everything from here. That's the first thing. As well as also remove the body. We don't need any of this. So whatever we have done early, the simplest way of doing this is called like this, and the easiest way. So over here, each of them, you change the variable type. So here, this dot email and this dot password. Repassword, okay? And over here, let's put a semicolon, and it's still gonna work. So let's go ahead and run it. And exactly the same thing we have seen over here, okay? So now with this, this is the simplest form of earlier we have seen, but they do the same thing. And this one internally does the earlier thing, earlier way of writing we have seen. And if you write it like this, in fact, you can also remove this late over here. You don't need that anymore. Okay, and this is the cleanest way of doing this. So over here, we are calling a constructor, and then we are assigning the value, they get initialized. And then if we want, we can also assign a new value to any of the fields, and we can print that. Okay, so one of the things we have learned over here, how constructor works. So the earlier part was more like Java. In Java or in other languages, you actually create the constructor will have constructor body, and you could do tons of things. But over here, you could have a simpler version if you don't need the constructor body. Okay, all right. Well, so over here we have seen that we can actually go ahead and have this as it is. But if you do want, actually, you can also assign default value to each of them. Now over here, you can have default value over here. It doesn't matter. a.com, and your password, you can have anything you want, and repassword. All right. So, well, of course, even if you assign the default value, and if you call it like this, you will get error. Okay. So it is still expecting, okay, even if you have default value. So with this, you always need to pass value whenever you call your constructor. So that's the problem. Now, to assign default value inside over here, there are two ways to do that. And one of the ways we'll take approach as this one. using these curly braces, which we have seen before. You can still put them there. And inside this, if you have it right now, okay, parameter cannot have a value of null of this type, but implicit default value is null. With this, it is asking you, okay, you must have a default value assigned to me, otherwise I'll be null. And if I'm null, which means I'll throw an error and crash the app. So with this, you can have a default value over here. Now with this, what's going to happen if you actually try to remove this, because you already have a default value. So if you try to remove that, and we'll see that the error is gone. So let's go ahead and run it. And well, of course, in this case, we'll expect the same thing, but what if I move it up? Okay, now let's go ahead and try this. Okay, right. So, well, actually over here, it's null. So that's why nothing is there. So it's all empty actually. But if you remove this, I wouldn't say null, actually it's empty. Now, if you go ahead and try to print it, you'll see that it goes up a little bit, okay? Because just now there is empty line over here, okay? All right, so what do we learn over here? Well, first we learned that we can create a constructor, and then as we create object using this constructor, we have to pass a value. And now we learn that we can also create a constructor with default value. Now, well, in that case, if we want the default value to actually take actions or like to be useful, then we have to put it inside this curly braces over here. The other way to do that is having default value from there, but that is not very useful in terms of programming and optimization, because now with this, what's happening over here, even if I don't pass anything, I'm just going to call this constructor over here like an empty constructor without any value, and it still works because there is default value and it doesn't crash, okay? Also, that's the first thing that we have, that's the other thing we have learned, and this concept is very useful. So in general, you should be building your constructor like this, okay? You could go ahead and do like this one. Sometimes we do that if our object is simple. For simple object creation, you can do like this, okay? This works for simple object creation, but if your class is too complicated and it has many values, it is recommended you should go ahead with this curly braces and create a constructor. Now with this way of creating constructor, the constructor itself is called optional named parameter. Why it's optional? The reason is because, say for example, email itself, you can just pass one of the values. Say I just want to pass email from here, and well, you can also assign a value to it, okay? If you pass email to it, like for example, say b@b.com. Now let's go ahead and run it. Well, it's being slow. Let's try it again. So b@b.com. So even though you have default value, but when I created the constructor, because I have assigned a certain value for this, that value takes effect, and we see it over here, okay? So understanding this thing and how it works, it's very important for great Flutter app development and app development skills, okay? The constructor could be very annoying, but anyway, so now it's taking the other default values, but of course in our case these are all pretty empty. If you want, you can go ahead and print that. For example, over here, username. Let's go ahead and run it, and we'll see that there is nothing printed for username because there is no value. It's all empty over here, right? Okay, beautiful. So that's how it works. So in our case, in our app, throughout our app, we'd be using this one, the constructor that has optional, this is called optional parameter, named optional parameter, which takes a default value, and this is useful, and this is what something we'd be using throughout our application. But not only that, we'd be also actually using the other type over here. What is that? So over here, actually, we're gonna use something called final. So we're gonna assign the type as final. This is a modifier. And why we do that? You can ask a question. Because in our app, in general, if you
create objects, you want the object most of the time to be immutable, which means not changeable. Now one can say, no, I really want to change my object, and that's okay, you can do that, no problem. But the recommended suggestion is, if you make your object immutable, and that becomes bug free. It means that once you create, you should not change. I mean, you cannot change it. That becomes bug free. Now, since right now over here, I said these are final. What is final? Final means that you can only assign value to this once, which means that when you create an object, first time when you create an object, for that one, you just assign value. And once you assign value, you cannot reassign. You see that over here, we already have assigned value for email over here, or during object creation over here. But now over here, you're trying to create the object, you're trying to change the email again. And that's why it's causing error. Okay, once you put final, after creating object, you can't reassign value. So with final, the variables, objects, only once could be assigned, and that's all. Now, of course, what if you want to change the value? Well, in that case, you have to recreate a new object. Okay. Now, for example, say at this time, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create another object, and I want to use this email address. Okay. So here, simply, of course, you could do register state reg2 or 1, doesn't matter, and register state email, this one. All right, and you'll see it'll still work in this case. Okay, and over here we'll have reg and email address. Okay, email. Now let's go ahead and run it, and we'll see that actually there would be two different objects and two different email addresses. So with this, when you create object, this is object reg and reg1, and they are completely different objects, and they point to different location in memory. Okay, so they have different memory address, so they are not going to interact with each other. So, well, why we still want this kind of, and this is recommended, and this is the most recommended way of creating objects, because this is immutable. It means once you create, you are not going to change it. But if you need to modify something, the only way you can modify, go ahead and recreate one. With this becomes bug free. Okay, now what will happen to this object if you recreate a new one? Then this, in general, most likely, if you don't use it for a long time, this would be managed by a garbage collection of Dart, and they will process it and remove it from the memory. Okay, but do remember that, well, each of this time, for like username, password, and repassword, it's taking the default value. Default value could be anything. So this one, when it created object, it just got the email from here, but for other values, it took from here. So that's the other thing you have to know. And in general, if you have situation like this, you also want to put a const modifier right before the constructor, and which also reconfirms, okay, this object that I'm creating using this modifier, using this constructor over here, this is immutable, and I will never ever change it, and I'll also not allow someone else to change it. Okay, so this becomes hacking free and more safe, and it's also thread safe. And now thread is something how CPU executes codes and arrange everything. But now if your object is immutable, even thread cannot change them, even if it's necessary to change. Okay, so this way this application becomes bug free, because you know what you created, so you can always check it. You know that nobody else changed it after this creation. Okay, all right, now this is beautiful. Why it's beautiful? In a sense that, because sometimes whatever the value is already there, you just want to use those values and attach a new one. Like for example, for name itself over here, I just want to use the default value, whatever the name is there. Okay, I just want to use the default one, and I want to have my custom email address. Okay, so that's why this is very useful. Now there is another interesting thing over here. Now that's called copy with method, and in this section later now we'll actually explore what is called copy with method. Now why I'm doing all these things over here, because soon actually I'm going to copy all of this and put it in our Flutter application, so I don't have to recreate them, and at the same time we are also covering the ideas, the concept that how everything works.
Now let's go ahead and do something more interesting this time. And as I was talking about copy with method and how does it work? And what is this? Now, copy with method is a fancy name. Actually, you can call it anything, but the convention, they call it copy with method. And in general, copy with method actually returns a type of the class. So what is our class? Our class is register state, the class name itself. So over here, first I'll have this one, and then I'll have copy with method, and then I'll have the body. Okay. All right, and over here, actually, you need to return this class itself, register state. I mean, you need to invoke the constructor and return it. All right. Now, of course, over here, you do see that the error is gone. Now, this copied method becomes part of this class, which means actually part of the instance. So what is this? This is our instance, right? Now, over here, of course, if you want, you can go ahead and call like this, reg.copy with. All right, you can call this one. And of course, even if you call it, nothing will happen because actually it's not doing anything right now. Okay, yeah. But here we do see that if you want, here you can create a variable and you can var, okay, the copy object and put it here, because as you see over here, it returns us an object, right? So this is our object. This object itself is over here like this, copy object dot. You can access other properties like email. Go ahead and do that. Okay, now let's go ahead and print it over here. Definitely we'll see that email. Okay, now here, what is happening over here? Of course, we didn't see that. There is a reason. I mean, this is the first email actually, which is being printed from here. And over here, okay, we called this copy method and we returned an object. And in this case, we are passing the constructor, but constructor doesn't have any value. We didn't apply any value to it. And if we did not apply any value to it, it's going to use this constructor over here and their default values. And what's the default value for email, which is empty? That's why it's nothing over here when we have it, right? So what copy with method does in general, you can, once again, you can call it anything. And the most important thing is that whatever the method you name it, it should return the class type itself, or it return an object of that class. Okay, that's how you should understand it. Now, copy with method in general works with the constructor like this, where the constructor, the parameter it takes, they are optional named parameter. In general, that's how it should work. Okay, because if the type is not like this, if you remove the curly braces, and then you'll see that it will require you to pass arguments over here, some values, otherwise it not work. So remember, copy with method works with constructor that is named optional parameter. Why? Because it is default values. If you don't pass anything, it still works, app doesn't crash. But only in that case, what happens, the value is empty, there is nothing there, but not null, it's empty. Null and empty, they are different idea in Dart. Anyway, so this is the first basic thing we understand, that copy with method actually returns an object of that class, and over here we can pass empty constructor to it. And this is very useful. Why? Well, why it is useful? So sometimes you want to create an object, but you want to reuse the earlier objects. You want to reuse the value in that object, the earlier object. And what do I mean by that? For example, say, actually, I created this object using register state constructor, and here I'm passing a new email, and that email value is being saved over here inside this object in the email property, and I can print that, right? But what if next time, say somehow I want to create another object, and I'll still call this one, but I don't want to pass this email because I already passed it, I already created once, but all I want to just grab it. It should be there in the memory, but when I create the object, it automatically becomes a part of my object. This is something what we want. And in that case, actually, we use copy with method, but not in this form. We have to change the form. Over here, I'll change it like this. You have to have this curly braces. Once again, in Dart, whenever you see this curly braces, most of the time as a function parameter, that means that these are all optional. Okay, so here you could do like this. Say, for example, string.
I know what I'm talking didn't make a lot of sense, but it would make a lot of sense very soon, because I'm going to give you with examples. So over here, I'll have string email, string password, string repassword. You can name them actually anything, it doesn't matter in this case. All right, let me format the code, whether it is, well, the formatter is like this. All right, so I'll enlarge it actually, so that we know what's happening over here. Right. So now you see that whenever I'm calling this copy of the method, I can actually pass some of this with value, or I may not pass it. That's why the question mark is there. It is telling you that, okay, you may pass something, you may not pass something, and then how it works. But of course, even after now, if you go ahead and run it, we'll see that it's empty over here, because it's still doing nothing, because whenever it's returning an object, what it does, it takes whatever is there, right? This is what we confirm. So if you pass nothing, it takes whatever the value is there, okay, as a default one. But actually it doesn't take this one. That's the problem. So what do we want? That, well, I'm calling this copy with method, I'm trying to recreate an object, but I want the previously given value to be used, not this one. Okay, with this current situation, what happens every time I call this one, this default value get used, even though this was assigned. Why? Because this get erased whenever it comes over here. So we need to find a mechanism. We should tell it, okay, don't erase, find this value and use that. Okay, and this is where inside this constructor parameter section we could do it. And how to do that? Well, first you have to find find the field which you want to assign value, which is username. And then over here you'd use like this, something like this. You can call it username, double question mark, and then this dot username. All right. Okay, now this could be a whole lot confusing. Let me explain to you. This username actually refers to the field over here, this one. Okay. All right, so this is this one, and the value would be assigned to this. Whatever comes from here would be assigned to this one, and this one refers to this. Okay. Second, well, what is this? No, this one is actually this one. Once again, you can have a different name for this, but in general, the convention keeping the same name. So this is same as this one. All right. Okay. Now, what is this double question mark, which is different than this question mark? This question mark tells you this value could be nullable. But double question mark in Dart, they mean that, well, if it has value, use that one. If it doesn't have value, use the value from here. Okay, so that's what it tells double question mark. One more time. If you have value, which means this one, if this has any value given when we call, then use that one. If the caller doesn't give any value to this, use this one. Now, what is this? Actually, this dot username refers to the value that's reserved, that's given in the memory for this one. It could be default, it could be any given value. Now, which one exactly? Well, okay, so it would always take the latest value, last time the value assigned to it. Okay, that's the value it would actually look for. Well, of course, in our case, the last time was any kind of value assigned to it. This is empty. So over here, it still returned empty. Okay, and I know that it still didn't make a lot of sense. So let's continue. And this time it would make more sense. This dot email. Now this becomes interesting. Once again, this email actually refers to this field over here, and this one refers to this one, whatever is coming from there. If it has value, use that one. Otherwise, use the value if you had any earlier value. Now, let's come over here with this copy with method. We know that we created an object and we assigned a value as we created. So this Raj has this email address, right? Now we are calling copy with method again. And what will happen this time? Let's see. Yes, you see, this time we are printing this value. What is this? Where is this one coming from? Because you see, earlier we created an object,
we pass the value, and it's stored in the memory. And this time we are calling copy with method again. And now when it looks for this email section, it sees, this guy, when it called me, like you see, I'm not passing any value. So this email is, it's null, actually completely null. So then it says, okay, let me use the earlier value. Earlier value was given as this. Beautiful. So that's how it works. Okay. Now, of course, it may be still a little bit abstract. So let me put it like this over here, b@b.com or ba.com. Now here, let me assign something completely different and new so that it makes more sense. So over here, what's happening is that, well, first it will have a value, okay, all right, and then that value would get overridden whenever we create an object for this as a reg object over here. And then when it comes over here, it will say, well, you didn't pass any value to me, so I'm going to take whatever was early, whatever was the last time. Exactly last time was this one. This is last time, but this is the exactly last time, the latest value. So copied method would take the latest email value and use that. Let's go ahead and run it. Beautiful. So over here you see that, okay, well, first time, even though this value is there, we don't see that it's being printed, and it's normal because by the time we start to print this value over here, this one actually get overridden or erased by this one. All right, okay, and then when we call this copy with method, it prints this one. It takes from this constructor. Okay, actually I don't say this constructor, it's the earlier value it takes. But now here's another interesting thing. So here actually you can assign a new email value, okay, u@thebesttag.com. Now let's see what happens. So here you see is it u@thebesttag, because this time the email has given a value, so it doesn't use the last value, it uses the given value, and that's the beauty. So why it's useful? Because a lot of time you just want to use the earlier value, okay, what was there, use that one and create a new object. Remember, when you call copy with the method, actually it's not modifying any object, it's still creating a new one, but based on the older value from the memory. So that's why copy with method is useful, and it shines. It's still immutable. Each copy with method, the object it creates, they're all immutable. But the beautiful thing is it gets information, old information from somewhere else. It's also not changing the old information, but it's taking the old information and building. So that's what we have seen over here. Okay, if you don't give any value, it tries to find any value from the memory for that field, take that one, use it. Okay, but of course, even now here, if you try to do copy object and email and say a.bbc.com or whatever it is, it doesn't matter, and you will see there is an error because you can't assign. It's just impossible. It's immutable, okay, because it's final. Because it says it's final, of course it will not say it's immutable. It just final. You cannot change it once you assign. So we have assigned value over here, okay. If you don't assign value over here, it gets assigned from here. Hopefully it makes sense, and this idea is extremely useful, okay. All right, so whenever it creates an object, it takes the old one if new one is not given, and uses the old one. So let me complete this, because after this we can just go ahead and copy this section and put it in our Flutter code, and then repassword. Hopefully it made sense. If it didn't, just rewatch the video or ask me more questions and I'll be able to help. Now this copy with method, this kind of copy with method we'd be using throughout our app all the time, because this is the best way to go ahead and create objects, and it's safe. All right, so hopefully it made a lot of sense. Now we'll go back to our Flutter application, and all we need to do, we need to copy these sections and go back to Flutter. All right, beautiful. Now over here, actually whatever we have done so far, this would be used as a state with the Riverpod together. That's why we called it states. All right. So over here we'll have, okay, we have this sign up, and then here we'll create a new directory. And here we'll call it notifiers, or notifier, the directory name. And inside this, we're gonna create a new object, and we will call it register state.dart. And okay, let me add this back to my Git repo, and then I added it, and beautiful, no error. And with this, we are ready to directly use this. And after have this basic understanding how the state, the objects, the copy with method, immutability, and final everything works, it would be much easier to work with this. So since we are done with this, our next step should be actually create actual notifier object using this state variables over here and this class. So this becomes our state variable. So next section actually would be looking at how to use state notifier and create a shared state for this variable so that our app can use them throughout our app when it's necessary, and then we'll pass down them to our server. All right, here we go. So now this is what we have over here, and we want to make this actually a stateful. Now there are two ways to do that. We could use the classic Riverpod way or the latest way. Now throughout our app we'd be using both of them. Now in this case I'm going to use the very latest way, in which we already have learned over here. Now to do that, first we know that we have to create a file. Okay, so here we would create it like this. Register notifier .dart. All right, now inside this, first we are going to create a class, but even before that we have to use this annotation. Okay, so here we would say Riverpod, because we want to generate Riverpod code, and we're gonna call it as a class. And here we'll say register notifier, just like this. And here we know that we could do extends, and this one $register notifier. All right, okay. And after that, of course, this is a class, and we have to have it like this. And inside this we'll have a build method. Okay, let's see, I think I have a typo, notifier. Okay, notifier, that's fine. And over here at the top, most probably, okay, Riverpod annotation is not recognized. And actually previously we have worked with this. So over here I'm going to have it like, I'm going to copy it from the top. So let's come over here and put it there, and hopefully this error is gone. Now with this we are pretty good. All right, so register notifier. So what do you want? Now let's take a look at our this one over here. So we need a build method, so we're going to copy this one, and now we're gonna come over here. Fine, but in this case actually we don't want to have an int class to be, or int type to be actually as stateful. Okay, we want to have something like register state, this one. And we also want it to return something called register state, this one. All right, okay. Now of course we know that it's not gonna throw error, because register state itself over here a lot of default values. Okay, so it's not going to throw error. And let's see over here, remove Riverpod annotation, override annotation. Actually we don't need to do that, we know that we are good to go. Now the last thing we want to do over here is here like this part. Now here we're gonna call it register, well, I think we're gonna call it register notifier.g.dart. Okay, so this is the only thing we want. So with this, it's gonna create a class inside this file's same directory, and the class would be the file name would be notifier.g.dart, just like this we have seen over here. Okay, so nothing fancy. Now after this, all we need to do, we need to come to the terminal and make sure that over here you run something. Now if you forget the command, come to this website and copy the command from here, because it's been a while that we didn't use this. So I'm going to run it over here, and hopefully it's going to generate us something useful that we want. All right, now let's see. It looks like it generated, and but we don't see it here though. It didn't get updated. Let's see. Yes, so this is the one that we have seen, and this is the one that's been generated. Now we see it in red because once again I'm connected with Git actually, so that's why. You might not have, because all the file that I create over here and everything, the code in general, after recording I always upload it to the Git, so that's why it's red. All right, so yes, that's it. So now this is the very first thing that's been actually being used over here, and now this class itself becomes stateful. Okay, so whatever it returns us, and from there actually we'd be able to access the stateful memory. Now one of the things we could go ahead and check right away over here, the very first thing we need to do, that we want to make it actually consumer widget type instead of stateless widget type. So let's go ahead and do that. So here we'd say consumer widget, this one. And for that one, I think we need to import Flutter Riverpod, and after that over here we also have to have this widget ref, and we're gonna call it as ref object. Okay, now with this the error is gone. Now one of the things that we want to do inside this is actually have this provider. What provider we are talking about right now? Remember, this one created a provider which is called register notifier provider, and we want to access that one. And previously we have seen that how we can access this. Now let's come over here. Now to be able to do that, okay, here you can create a variable final and reg provider, you can call it anything you want, and then here we could do ref.watch over here and register notifier provider. That's it. Okay, well, we have this one, but of course we also have access to ref. All right, now after this over here you could do like this reg provider, and then here you could actually access all of this, or you just access this copy with method. Okay, it's up to you. You see that now we have access to everything that's in that register state class which we have seen already. Okay, all right, so for now I'm gonna comment this out. So now interesting thing should be happening over here. So let's calm down, and we need to actually grab this information once I click on this register button. And where is this? So over here we have this button where it says that register. So once we click on this, we should be able to catch all this information from here.
Well, actually we shouldn't change it here though. It's not changing about here, it's about changing somewhere here, app text field, because this is a button. We don't need to change it here, we need to change it here. Well, previously we just have this one, so we have this text field and we already set up a function. So what does that mean? Well, we are passing this function, and this function should be actually given to somewhere, right? And we're going to give it to this place over here on change value. Okay, so this is where actually you want to replace this. But here you do see that onChange also takes a function. As you see, onChange takes a function, just like earlier we have seen that it takes an anonymous function, but in the function itself you should pass a parameter. Okay, so this is what we need to do, and as you can see, actually it takes a parameter over here. It already gave you that you should have a parameter, otherwise it's not going to work. So we need to pass something that it will have a value, okay, or string, and this is the reason actually why we are passing the string value. Otherwise it's just not gonna work. You can't assign it to this. Now let me move it up over here inside this text field over here, so that we get a better visual, so that we know how it works from the top. All right, okay, so yeah, Now from here we need to find a way to send exactly the same thing. Now since we are using this named parameter, and as you can see that this one, well, not really from here, I think we should do it from here, right? App text field. So here we need to pass a function. So here you can pass func just like this, and function will have a parameter like value over here, and you pass it like this. Now inside this you can pass anything you want. So what do you want to pass over here? You want to pass, say for example, my name. All right, that's the first thing you want to pass. So whatever you're passing, actually that would be directly applied to this one over here. Okay, now, well, of course we are not using the one that we are supposed to use, like this func. All right, so we need to use that one. Now over here we can use it like this. Actually we can directly go ahead and use it like this. Func and value. Okay, and let's see, the void cannot be assigned to, oh right, so we still need to have this value over here, otherwise it's gonna throw an error because it's asking where is this coming from. It has to come from like this. Okay, the function is being passed, but it still has to have this one, and this is the, well, protocol that they set up like this. So anyway, the function is coming from here, right? We know that. Now let's go ahead and check it. Let's save it, and then over here actually you can type anything and you see it says my name. You type again, it says my name, but in fact this is not what we want. Okay, so we don't want to pass things like that. So what do you want to pass? You want to pass this value, whatever is inside our text field, whatever we are typing, we want to pass that one. Okay, all right. So now let's come over here and let's save this. I think looks like we have a typo. Somehow we have a typo. Okay, right, I think I just erased that. Well, let's save that and let's come over here. Right, so hello, you can type hello and you will see all the letters that get printed over here. Right, that's beautiful. So the way it works, so we need to pass a function to our app text field. So we are passing the function and we are assigning the function over here. The app text field, what it does, well, when there is a function over here, and then what it does, it grabs all the value, and that's what the text field on change does. So if you have something and you change it, it takes the changes and give it to you in this value. Okay, all right. Now from here we're already passing value like that in a sense, because it has to confirm with this anonymous function. Remember, it here also takes an anonymous function, but this anonymous function, the signature type is that it has to have a value. Okay, now where and how this value is gotten, it's up to Flutter and Flutter widget. Now in our case we are using text field, so text field can always assign value, something for this value object. This one, text field always can grab something and assign it to that one, and that one actually we are printing over here, even though it looks like why the print function is here, right? It looks like the print function is here. It does look like the print function is here, but in fact it's being directly applied over here. So even before the print function gets called, this value is being applied because of the text field. You have to understand. Now for a lot of beginners this could be convoluted, that how it works. Once again, this works because first, whenever you hit a text field, even before everything, while on change gets triggered and it sees that, well, if there is a function or not. Yes, we already assigned a function, and inside the function it has this print function. Now this print function is actually given a lot before to this one, even before we start this app. During the compile time, everything is compiled. This function over here is already given to it, so that's why whenever you try to type, the function is already here. It can get it and it gets the value. All right, yeah, that's how it works, and beautiful. But of course, if you want to be smart, You can also do it like this and it would still work, because it's something that we have already seen, that how it works and how it becomes concise. All right. Okay. So here you could say hello, my name. All right. So we see that it's printed over here. Beautiful. Now, of course, this is about over here. Now for our password, all we need to do, we can just copy this one. All right. And let's put it here. Okay. Now you'll see that over here, pass. I think we need to save it. We didn't save the code. Now here you pass, so this should be our password. Oh, sorry, it should be our email address. So a@a.com, just like this. You see, so it is reflected there automatically. So each function is independent over here. But if you want to go back over here, you'll see that it's still there. Hello, my name Dylan. All right, so here you see my name Dylan, or the best tech, whatever. So yeah, that's how it works. So that's with our app text field. Now we can also do the same for password. Okay, so just grab the function and put it over here. All right, and we can actually put it here as well. Okay, so with this, our code looks more readable, and but of course the concept here could be difficult for some people to understand. All right. Okay, so you see that how it works. All right. Okay, now while the values are here, all right, no problem. And well, but now these values, we want to access them in a different field or in different place actually. Okay, so this value, right now we are in the current directory or in the current file, or we are passing like this one place to another, and this is not very maintainable. So this is where the shared state comes. So what do you want to do? Once it's here, once it's over here, we want to save the value in shared store so that we can access that value, whatever that value is there, so that we can access that from somewhere else. Okay, so this is what we want to do. Okay, all right, so from now on, even though we can pass the value from this one to app text field, but now we'll have a controller. Now we want to access this value in our controller, this one. Okay, all right. Now how to do that? Of course, one of the ways you could create more function and ask that function and connect that function with your controller and then access the value. But this becomes very complex and cumbersome, because you see we already have, well, a bit of change over here, and then it comes over here, right? And from here it also comes to this section down here. Now we want to do something more maintainable. This is where the text, the Riverpod comes in. But of course we have already done a bit of work over here, right? Okay, now we want to create some mechanism over here that once you assign value from here, it can store it. And the first thing we have to do right now, okay, we have to pass this value, whatever the value is inside this func over here, inside this value variable, inside this value of that, we have to grab that one and store in shared memory. But remember, we already created shared memory over here. This mechanism helps us to create shared memories, but how to save, it didn't give us anything yet. So this is something we have to create on our own. So here we could do void on username change. All right, and then we want to pass a string, and here we can just this name. All right, so how are you gonna work with this? So over here we'll have this state object which would be available. So here state.copy with method, and then over here username, I think username and name. Okay, so whatever we have in that text field over here, so we need to save it. We pass it down to copy with the method using this method. Okay, but if someone wants, someone can call it directly like this, but I think that's not good. So we are separating the business logic from random code where everything is spaghetti noodles. So over here, all we do just call this one, and then we pass down to over here as a parameter, and then we make a change and get that object, an object value. The whole object actually, we create a new object, but in that object we'll just have username. Everything else is empty, and then we save it over here. Okay, so that's how it's gonna work. Okay, well, so far so good, and it sounded good whatever we have done over here. Now, how to actually do that? Now, to be able to do that, here we need to come over here actually. So here we have this username. Now, of course, so far we are passing a print function, but of course we don't want to pass a print function. So what do you want to pass over here? So here you can access ref.read. Now, what is our provider? Our provider is register notifier, register notifier provider. This one, register notifier provider, and then we call notifier object. And based on that, whatever is available in our file over here in this one, okay, this object is being returned. Okay, now this object holds some property. Now, what is one of our property? One of our property in this class, the object that creates, that object has a property called copy with method. So we can just go ahead and call copy with method, but we decided that we are not going to directly call the copy with method. We'll just keep within our notifier over here, or provider. You can actually also call it provider. I think it doesn't really matter. Provider would actually work. Anyway, so we want to call this on username change. Okay, all right, so let's come over here and call this one. And what does it want? All it wants a value as a string, and we pass this one. And we know that this is a string. As you can see, that it has to be a string, because eventually from here we don't know what it is, but eventually it is matching with text field, the onChange function, and that function only takes string. Okay, so that's why we have to have this one. Now let's reorganize our code, and it looks a little better. So with this, we'd be able to pass down our object to our shared store. Now what's going to happen with this, you see, so the first thing is that, well, this function over here, this one actually would be attached to eventually to this one, okay, over here. Okay, all right, but now, well, let me cut this out. Let me cut this out so that I know, because things may be a little bit of convoluted right now, because it's a lot of things are happening over here. But let me do it like this, but we'll have an error, but don't worry, it would work for explanation. Register notifier provider dot notifier dot what is it? We were calling on user change, on user name change. All right, in value. Okay, write this. But you see that over here our ref object is not available, so we can't really call this one. But what we are doing over here, actually we are passing it. So when it arrives over here, by this time it would be of this form, it would be of this format, but we are writing it just like this, okay, using one line. Okay, otherwise it's the same thing, but only thing we are doing here different is we are passing everything. Anyway, so when it comes over here, like let me go back. When it comes over here, say for example it's over here, so what's going to happen over here? So you pass down the value, the string value, and on username change get called, which is eventually this one, and then it takes it, and then eventually it creates an object, and that object is assigned to the state variable, which means that whatever the string we are passing, that's available in this object so that we can use it later. Okay, so hopefully it makes sense. But anyway, we can't write it over here. The only thing we could do over here is because we are passing this one from there, and it should work. All right, okay, now this is so far so good. And well, this is the username. Now the same thing we would do over here, so I'm going to copy this one. The only thing you need to do, copy and put it here. Okay, all right, but here we need to change it. So on user name change, on user email change. Okay, right, but well, this doesn't exist over here. So what we could do right now, let's go ahead and copy this one and put it here, and instead of on user name change, we're gonna call it on user email change. So we're gonna pass user, whatever the user types in, we're gonna pass that one, and in this case, well, we're gonna call it email, and I'm gonna copy this so that it works. All right, that's it. Okay, so that's for our email and username. Now, so far so good. And after that, actually, we're gonna come over here, and inside this sign up page over here, we are going to create a file, and we're gonna call it sign up controller dart. All right, so I'm gonna say yes. Over here we're going to create a class, and the class name would be sign up controller, and that's it. Now inside this, we are going to pass actually something called widget ref and ref, because this is something that actually we need to pass. Our controller should have access to the ref object so that we can do a lot of process of data. Okay, and we'll call this controller, and we'll pass this, so don't worry about that one. Okay, and then how it should work actually. Well, one of the other things we could do right away here, we could have const and then sign up controller, and then over here we'll have this dot ref. Okay, so what we'll do actually, let's see over here, it says required. Okay, we could do it required, no problem. And what else? Let's remove that, and it should work. All right. Okay, so now we have to find a way to call this sign up controller, and if we could do that, we can access the ref object, and if we can access the ref object, eventually we'd also be able to access the state object. So that's our goal, to do that. Instead of late, I think we can use a final, and whenever we create this one, actually we can go ahead and just pass this ref object to it. Now how to pass this ref object, that's another thing. Now over here you do see that we have this consumer object right over here, consumer widget. Okay, first let me remove this. Over here I want to have a stateless widget, stateless widget, this one. Now if I have a stateless widget, I can easily convert it to stateful widget, and let me see, not this one, there should be a shortcut, not this one. Let me do that. Okay, well, looks like it works over here. And most probably we have an error. Let me remove this first. I'm not sure what's causing this. The shortcut should work. Yes. So build method had this issue, so that's why. So what I'm trying to do now, I'm trying to convert it to stateful widget, and now I can put back something called whatever the ref was there. Let me put it back because we need this. But since we are in Riverpod, we can't really use this one. So over here, actually, we need to use consumer stateful widget. Consumer stateful widget, this one. Okay, so consumer stateful widget. Now I converted it to stateful widget so that I can get this one for free and things like that. Otherwise, it would have been difficult. Now over here, consumer state, which you want to use this one. State, we have two states, and consumer state, where else, and over here as well. And now the error should be gone. And what else? Let me see. Isn't a valid override of state.build method. So we do, it looks like we're still missing something. Oh, right. Actually, if you have consumer stateful widget, you don't need it like this. The error is gone. Now, actually, just now a lot of things happened. And why did this thing happen? You should know that. All right. The first thing is that we converted it to stateless widget. The reason is because I wanted to find a shortcut so that I can convert it to stateful widget. And if I can convert it to stateful widget, then it's easy for me to convert it to consumer stateful widget. Because if I directly write here consumer widget, I can't convert it to something like this, because this is something a lot of code. I mean, yeah, this is something not regular, unusual. I didn't want to write it on my own. I wanted to use the shortcut. So what I did over here, so first I removed this widget ref so that my editor recognizes the stateless class. And if it recognizes stateless class, because I'm on Mac, so I could hit Option Enter, and then I get the options to change it. Okay. Now it may be a little bit something that you guys didn't understand. Let me do it one more time so that actually what's going on. So over here, my target is to convert it to a consumer stateful widget. Okay. Now this was this default state. Currently everything was a consumer widget. Okay. But I wanted it to convert it to consumer stateful widget. Because if I do that, there would be a lot of other things, but right now I don't know, I didn't remember, I didn't memorize them, so I want it to happen automatically. Well, so what I did first, I removed it as a stateless widget, this one. Okay, now if I have stateless widget, I can convert it to stateful widget, and then I would be able to convert it to consumer stateful widget. You understand? Now, but if I have an error over here, I don't see the shortcut. So first I removed this one actually, or just remove this. Now the error is gone. But even though we have error over here, but now on Mac I can hit Option Enter. But on VS Code or on Windows, I think that should be something like Alter Enters. On Windows, if you're using Android Studio, that should be Alter Enter. So hit it like this and you get the option consumers or stateful widget. But now I want to convert it to consumer stateful widget, and it's very easy. And at the same time, I have gotten everything over here. And now I can also copy this one, consumer, because they have to match. They have to be consumer state and consumer state over here. And it worked like magic. Okay, that's one thing. And the second other thing, that why did I do it? This is another question that someone can ask, that why did I convert it to something like this? Why did I do that? Because I want to have this ref object available. And where? Over here. Because over here I have this init state method actually. So init state, this one. So inside this, I can actually access this ref object, because right now my consumer, this class extends the consumer stateful widget. So ref object would be automatically available. You see, it's always there, even though right now I didn't write inside this build method. Okay, so it is there. Now since it is there, I can access that. And what's the benefit of that? Let me show you. So let me write here first something like this. Light sign up controller, this one, and I'm creating an object called controller. And now over here, what I could do, I can have controller and I can initialize it. So I can call sign up controller, this one. Remember, sign up controller in its constructor take ref object, and this is the reason why I converted it to consumer stateful widget, because this is also coming from Riverpod. You have to understand it. Okay, but eventually internally it uses stateful widget, but since the subclass itself, which is consumer stateful widget, since this is a subclass, over here actually there is something called ref object. So
ref object, I can access it, because if I only use it or convert it to consumer stateful widget. And what is ref object? Ref object is our context. In general, previously we have seen that we can use context to maintain state. We pass context. Or if you worked with block, you know that you can use a ref to if you worked with block, you have seen that you can use context to maintain your state. But if we are using Riverpod, it is not context anymore, it is the ref object. But you do see that they use context as widget ref over here. Okay, so eventually internally this is still the context, but they just gave it a name and I don't see the point of it. Anyway, so yeah, so now I have this context. Since I can, so ref is like our context, so since I have the context over here, now what I could do, let me close this. Now what I could do, I could come over here and access this. So over here our controller gets initialized because our controller needs this ref object. Now one can ask, why do my controller needs a ref object? There is a thing. All right, so over here I'm going to create a method and I'm going to call it handle sign up. All right, now inside this over here I want to create a variable and I'm going to call it var state. You can call it anything. Now over here, since I have this ref object, I can use that one and I could do read. And if I could do read, ref.read over here, I can always access my provider. And what is our provider? Our provider is register notifier provider. That's it. So that means that I can access the whole context and I can access the whole shared memory. And what's the beauty of this thing? There is a beautiful thing about it. String name. So here state.username. Beautiful. So when you click on this button, somehow we'll invoke this method over here, handle sign up. That means that whatever you have written over here up to now, these things, they all get stored in shared memory. Then when I hit this, I call this method and I look up everything from shared memory, and one by one I can process my data over here. Now, for example, I could also do like this string email, and then here I would do state.email. Beautiful. Now, after that, what you could do, you could come over here and save it. Your name is name. This is the variable that we declared. Print. Your email is email. Right. Okay, beautiful. So now this handle sign up would get called when we hit this one. Okay, so we confirm that. All right, so a lot of thing has happened over here so far. Okay, and anyway, now this controller is also initialized. Now, since the controller is also initialized, what does it mean? This sign up class is also a class, right? So since this is a class, this method belongs to the instance of this class. What is the instance? This is the instance. Now this instance can access that method. What method? This one. Okay, all right, so let me come over here and let me find our button. So this is the button, and over here we can pass this or we can call this. And how do you call this? Well, definitely we have this func over here, and after that over here we can call like this controller dot handle sign up. Beautiful. So that's how you call it. So you called this one. Now our app button is over here and this function gets passed, and if the function gets passed over here and on gesture detector, this is being passed. All right, now for now this function is, so this function is almost like that you wrote everything here. Let me show you. Not this one. Let me close this. We don't need this. And let me close let me close this one. We don't need this one. All right, let me close this main. All right, everything else, let's keep it there. Button, we also don't need this. All right, so it's almost like this whole function actually you wrote over here. Okay, where is it? Let me go there from app button, right? Okay, so yeah, the whole function is pretty much like assigned over here. Now we can simulate. So let's go ahead and save it. Well, to be able to work, most probably we also need to sign up is not a consumer widget. So let's go ahead and restart it, because I think we have made a lot of changes from here. So that's why hot reload wouldn't work. You have to restart everything. Hopefully it should work. Now let's come over here and I can type in my name, the best tag. Say for example, an email should be dylan@thebesttag.com. Now over here, let's see what happens. Let's hit this register button, and beautiful, you see, we just passed our information from one file to another file, and this time we are not passing the way that we are passing over here. You see, earlier over here we are passing the values at the top actually using brute force method. What is the brute force method? We are calling method after method to pass information, because over here from sign up to button widget we are passing, or app text field we are passing using method. But this time, why is it passing with the method? Because you see inside the method we are directly passing whatever the value we are using. But this time we didn't do anything like that. All we did, we just called this method. You see, we are not passing anything over here, and this method already has this information, already can access. Our method can already access this thing over here, and as it accessed over here, we can grab all this value. And that's the beautiful thing about it. Not only that one, right now we can also go ahead and pass everything else. What else you want to pass over here? So well, let's come over here. First, come to our register notifier, and then let's copy this, and I'm going to put it twice. All right, so this one, on user email change, on user password change, and then over here we can call it password. And let me go ahead and copy this. Let me put it here and here. What I could do, I can just go ahead and copy this one, or let's put it here, and on user repass. Okay, now over here the only thing we want to do, repass. All right, and other can stays the same, it doesn't really matter, this is just a variable. Okay, all right, so now with this we are ready. Now let's come to this one over here. Now inside this text field over here, password, this text field, where is it? It is over here. So all we need to do, let's go ahead and grab that, and then we'll copy this. All right, okay, let's go ahead and put it over here. Now instead of on user email change, this time we can do password change. Okay, now at the same time you do see that we are doing everything without a text controller. In fact, you don't need a text controller to do that. Yes, you could, but that might increase the complexity. In our case, our simple this text field can do everything for us. And as well as, since we have this access to this controller object of this sign up class, we can also access everything. Now let's come over here. So whatever we pass, we know that this is accessible. Remember, we are totally accessing this information throughout any kind of passing method. We are not passing anything like these values from one method to another. We are directly accessing from shared state. This is what something you have to know. Now let's go ahead and do a little more over here. Password and state.password and string repassword, and here we do state.repassword. Right. Now, of course, one can go ahead and copy this, or rather than copying, I would say over here, your password is pass. All right, and print over here your repassword is repassword. All right, just like this. Beautiful. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it. Most probably, I'm not sure we need to print it. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Just put it there and let's hit it. You see your password is there. All right, now let's hit it with another password. Okay, well, you see. Okay, now this is the problem, that it looks like our email and name got lost. So let's go ahead and restart it. Okay, all right, now let's come over here, and over here, Dylan email 8a.com. All right, let's hit it, and we see, okay, we have this Dylan, and we also have this one over here. Okay, but we didn't pass anything over here for our password. Okay, now let's go ahead and do that. 1 2 3 let's hit it. Okay, so we do see that our name is still preserved and our email is still preserved in the shared state, because this over here, everything is coming from shared state. All right, so it's in the memory. And then over here you could do 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. All right, so let's go ahead and save it. All right, we see our name and things, they're all there. Now here we could also do one thing. We could do state.password if state.password not equal to state.repassword. If they are not same, over here say print your password does not match. We could do this one. All right, so let's go ahead and save it and let's hit it. And here it did say that your password doesn't match. Okay, all right, and let's hit it. So everything is still there. Remember, everything is in our shared state right now. Everything is in shared state over here. Now let's go ahead and put Ahmed. All right, so yeah, everything is there, and of course this text field value is still there, so that's why it can grab that. But other information, they are still in shared state. Even if they're not here, it would work. Okay, all right, so that's how now we do see that we can save our information. 4 5 6 7. Let's hit it. All right, so this time we don't see that it say the password doesn't match, because this time password really matches. Awesome. So actually we made a big progress by this time, and we understood a lot of things. So the first difficult thing we understood that, well, we learned how to grab the value from text object, text field. We first learned that one, how to grab the value and assign it in our shared state. So how we did that? Well, we did that just like this over here. So all we did, we passed the value to this register notifier, and then we saved the value using copy with method in our state object. And there's another beautiful thing about copy with method is that you see, well, this register state class itself has many fields, right? But each time we are just using one of the fields, right? And we are just passing one. Remember, if you just used it using ordinary constructor, you have to pass all these fields, but this is something that you don't want. You don't want to pass all the fields out there, because it's time consuming. So whatever you need, you pass it, and everything else stays as before. Well, anyway, so that's the first thing we learned, and it's just easy to manipulate. So go ahead and copy that, and it works. And later on, we converted our class, this one, consumer widget class, which is equivalent to stateless class. We converted it to consumer stateful widget. And why we did that? That's because we want to have access to the ref object, and that ref object we want to pass to our controller. And because our controller needs to be initialized, and the correct way, if we want to initialize only, it should happen inside this init state. So that's why we converted it to consumer stateful widget. And then we pass this one, and our ref object get initialized inside this controller. And why we need the ref object over here? That's because we want to access to the shared state. And what will happen if we access to the shared state? We can access all the values that's being passed before to shared state using this method over here, using this func method over here. Okay, beautiful. And after that, we found that yes, it is really accessible, and the state is preserved throughout your app.
All right, so let's go ahead and do the rest of the thing. So far we have covered this one over here where we have this. Now, of course, what we did over here, we are actually printing it console, but this is not what we want. We want to actually show it at the top when it pops up. And for this reason, actually, I'm going to go ahead and install a plugin. Okay, so this is very important. So let's go ahead and do that. Flutter pub add Flutter toast. There's a plugin that you could use for popping up messages. All right, and okay, I hope it's working. All right, and right now I'm on our Android Studio. Android emulator, and this is the first time actually I'm running it over here, and it looks like everything is as we expected and beautiful. Okay, this is fine. All right, and one of the things that we do see here, it says that login. So this is something that I want to change. Now to be able to change that, we need to come to the sign up page. And over here, we do see that there is build app bar, and build app bar has this login. Now here, let me change this thing. So over here, we could actually have named optional parameter and string name, well, a title, I would say that. There's this default value, and then here we can actually use as title. Okay, now let's save it. If you don't give anything, so it uses as over here as empty, nothing. But now if you come over here, so you can do it like this, title, and then here I'm say sign up. Let's save it. Okay, right. And if you go back over here, there's nothing. We also can change that one. Now to be able to do that, I need to go ahead and find sign in class over here and just give it the name, so title here, and give it as login. All right, and we'll see that it pops up, shows up immediately. Cool. I mean, we are doing an amazing job. And so far, what you have mastered and learned, if you can use them, you'd be a very good one in terms of developing Flutter application. Because I know I have covered a lot, actually, and a lot of them is years of experience. But anyway, let's continue. Now here, the thing you'll see that even if here you hit, and then if you come to the terminal, let's hit it. Okay, and it's all printing messages. This is not this is something not what we want. Okay, this behavior is not expected. So how to work with this? Well, over here we need to check each of them and send a message at the top. Now to be able to do that, over here inside this utils folder, I'm going to have well, not inside this utils. Over here I'm going to have a new file, and I'm gonna call it pop up messages dart. Okay, I'm gonna add it to my git, and then over here I'm gonna create a class, and I'm gonna call it toast info. And over here I'm going to return something, and I'm going to return something called flutter toast dot show toast, but looks like it didn't recognize. And one of the reason is because we didn't import it. Let's go ahead and import it, and this is something that we actually have installed just now, and it has some default properties. And one of the things that over here, the message itself, so you always need to send a message. Okay, now this time here we do string msg. All right, and we'll see that this is here. You can also give it a default value, and let me check with this. Well, looks like this doesn't recognize over here as a default value, and it wants us to try surrounding names in curly braces, which could be an optional value. So if it is so, we'll go ahead, and I think we should do that. But actually this is not what I was trying to achieve. It did say that, okay, you need to go ahead and do it like this, say by curly braces, which actually we have seen before. But now if you do it with the curly braces, the thing is that you always have to assign a name over here. Okay, so I don't want to assign any name, but yet I want to set a default value. Now if you want to do that over here, you could do it like this. You could have this kind of braces over here. Okay, now with this, you see the arrow is gone. Okay, you can still apply message over here, msg. Okay, so when you call this one, you just pass the string. Now over here, this is called positional optional parameter, positional optional parameter. Optional, I guess I have a typo. Well, optional PI. Okay, all right. So which is different than having the other curly braces. Okay, so with this, what's going to happen? It still has a default value, but when you want to give it a custom value, you don't really need to pass any name like MSG. You can just pass a string directly. Now we're going to go ahead and actually use it and see that how it works. Okay, so now over here we created a message. We created a method, global method, which is called toast info. So I'm going to call it toast info, and here you see that you say your password didn't match. Okay, let's go ahead and try this. All right, and because I just installed the plugin, so I think I need to go ahead and restart everything. So everything has been restarted. Now over here, let's go ahead and try this. Okay, so we're going to go to this register page, and here I'm going to type in the password 1 2 3 4 5 6, and then I'm going to come up over here, and then here I do 1 2 3. All right, and then here let's hit this, and it does look like, okay, we have an error over here, unhandled exception, missing plugin exception, and no implementation found for this one. Now here's another thing. Whenever you see this kind of missing plugin exception, any error like this right after installing your plugin, that means that even though you have installed the plugin, but that didn't take effect. Now to do that, well, you have to stop your application and restart it. So I'm going to stop and restart again. Now why you have to do that? Because a lot of time when we reload our application, some of the things that might not take effect at all, like for example installing plugin, because it's a heavy thing, so you have to stop and restart, or in that case everything takes effects from the beginning. Otherwise, when you just keep restarting by hitting this button, actually it doesn't restart from the initial point, but plugin installation should be taking place from the very initial app start place. So this only works when you go ahead, stop it and restart. So that's why we needed to do that. And this is a very common problem. A lot of people face it, but they don't know how to solve this. Okay, so it started. Let's go ahead and try it. And come over here. I'm going to try this. 1 2 3 4 5 6, and then 1 2 3. Hit this, and here it's a password didn't match. Okay, and this is what we wanted, and it just worked. So with this, we also see that, well, you have positional named parameter, which is different than optional named parameter. Positional named parameter, or positional optional parameter, which is different than optional named parameter, and which is sometimes I would say even more efficient, because you are not typing this message like MSG, which you would have done with MSG, which you would have done with optional named parameter. This time you don't need that, and this is beautiful. All right, okay. But here we can actually optimize it more. And how you do that? Over here, you could do it like this. There are some other properties that you could set, like toast length, this one. And here is a toast dot short, I think length short, this one, as well as gravity. Over here, you could say toast gravity dot top, so which means that it would pop up, show up from the top, and as well as time 2 seconds, and background color over here. Now we could do background color colors dot white, it doesn't matter, but if you want we can also give it optimized colors. Okay, colors dot black for now, say, and then font size. Now here we're gonna use a 16.sp. Now here, these are the things that we need to import. and let's go ahead and do that, and we'll see that or is gone. And we also need to import this one, and these are coming from our other packages. Let's go ahead and try it, and let's do hot reload, and let's try now.
All right, so let's continue. And after having this, of course, we learned something new over here, that how it works, right? So this is something new for us, that position or optional parameter. You can use this one, but do remember, if you want to use named optional parameter, you can't use them like this. You have to use a different approach to do that. And how it should work, let me tell you. So far we have this positional optional parameter, right? But if you want to have name optional parameter, which goes ahead with curly braces, which we have seen before, and you'll see there is an error. You cannot do it like this. So of course, in that case, you have to get rid of this one. Okay, you just have to get rid of this, and it still work. But in that case, yeah, it still would work, even if you don't assign any name. Like for example, here you see here we don't have any error yet. And over here inside this, you could do like this: string color or background color. Sorry, it's not string. Here we can have color and background color. Okay, so in general, you can assign a default value over there. So here you could do colors dot say blue. All right, so this is something that you could apply. And over here you can also apply text color, which is also color. You call it color.text color and colors.white. Okay, so that's how you should go. Now this is something new over here. Well, if you want to apply, these are called optional named parameter. If you want to apply named parameter, you can't have positional optional parameter. Okay, you have to get rid of that one. So this is what you need to remember, and it still works over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and check it. And over here, if you hit it, so right now it's taking this color, which is default is blue, and text color is, I'm not sure whether text color is being applied or not. Well, the text color is not taking effect or anything, because over here, instead of blue, you can use just background color, the one it defined at the top, and over here you can also use text color, and it should work as well. Now let's go ahead and save it, and now let's take a look at this. Now you see your password didn't match. So it's good to have this optional parameters. You can change it somewhere as you want. Okay, so this is beautiful. All right, so now this becomes reusable as well. Good. And then now let's come over here. So a few things that we need to check one by one. So we don't really need any of this. So here I would say if state dot username or any of this, if name is empty, or over here whatever the condition is, if any condition matches, so whatever the condition, so you can just you can always say like this: test info here, your name is empty. All right, and you could also do the other thing, like over here you can also check the length. Okay, if you want to, you could do that. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that here: state.username dot length less than, say, 6. Okay, you could say this one, or name is length less than 6, any of this condition which matches, you can say toast info, your name is too short, your name is too short. So you get the idea, right? So we have to do it like this. And then over here, if says state.email email is empty, or, so this is or condition, and email dot is empty, email dot is empty, any of this condition. If any of this condition matches, so we'll say your email is empty, toast info, and your email is empty. All right, so you get the idea. Okay, now in each of this case, actually we have to do other thing. Over here we can just have to return. We don't want to continue, so you have to have return statement, just to return, do nothing. You can stay in this page over here. All right, return, otherwise it will submit the form, but this is something that we don't want. So now let's go ahead and try it. And here your name is empty, as you can see, so you can have your name like A. Your name is too short. Okay, so this condition is working, so you can put more of them, A. So your email is empty like A, but of course right now it says the password doesn't match, so I just put random password. Now in this case no message at all because all the condition is met. Okay, all right, so this is the basic validation, and which is good to have. So you should do validation before you submit a form. Now here is this, where is our external API coming from? Because once everything matches, every condition, once we hit over here, which means that well, we have gotten all the information from the user, so we need to submit. But here we are talking about doing actually Google login, so we'll use email address to log in. So how to do that? Well, first thing, we have to come to our terminal over here, and over here we're going to add Flutter pub add, and here Firebase auth. So we have to install this plugin, Firebase auth. Okay, so let's go ahead and install it. So once we install this one, it will give us some API, which means it will give us some methods, and we can use those methods, or we'll be able to use those methods to actually go ahead and call them. Now here in general, you need to use a try catch clause to work with this. Okay, try catch. For now, let's just keep it like this, as simple as that one. Okay, well, in general it does need something. Okay, it does need something inside. Okay, so here we're gonna call it E. E means well, we're gonna catch error. And here actually, okay, do it step by step, because this is something you might not have done at all, so it could be a little bit different. Okay, credential. So here we say credential, final credential, which means that this is your information, and here we have to do await and Firebase auth this on. So this is a class, and this class itself has an object which is called instance. We are getting over there. Okay, now instance, here we can use, there is a method called create user with email and password, because after all this is what we want to assign to our this is what we want to give, and that's why we are doing validation and form submission. And now it looks like we have await. Now we need to add this async modifier. Await means you need to wait until this is done, but if you put await, your method, the one that it uses, it should also have async, which means the asynchronous operation, which means that it doesn't actually it doesn't really go ahead and run immediately or execute immediately. Okay, so like for example over here, until this is done, it won't execute the rest thing. What does it mean? It means that until this is done, until this is talked done with Google server, because remember now everything would be coming from our Firebase. Now until this operation execution is done, wait there. So that's why it says await, and you have to use async over here. All right. Now there are a lot more goes on, just not like this. And inside this, we want to pass our email object and password object. So it is our email and password. Okay, all right. So yeah, now here it does look like this one. So I'm going to do another conditional check over here. So over here, or here, password doesn't match equal repassword. So in any of this condition, go ahead and say it didn't match. But another thing I should do over here, actually we should do that. So let me take this one. Let me copy and put it here. This is another conditional check. If is empty, or if state dot empty, like this, or whatever, even its string over here is empty, whatever you're using. If all of them is empty, so if any of these things are empty, then we'll say your password is empty. Okay, your password is empty, like that. Okay, so this is even greater solution. Now let's come over here. So hope after this we'd be able to talk with the Google server, and Google server will take our email and password and try to check internally. It will check, well, this is a valid email address or not. So it will do a lot of things, which is actually very good, because you don't need to worry about invalidate those things on your own. All right, okay, now over here, one thing we could do, we can print actually credentials. Whatever would be coming from this server, Google server, the response, we'd be able to actually go ahead and print them. All right, so looks like we need to import this. This is better. We're going to put it over here. So in debug mode, it is available. In production mode, it is not available. And after that, over here, we need to check like this, if credential dot user. Well, we want to see if there is user or not. If user is not null, which means that actually we can find a user for this email, which means that actually email address is correct. Okay, and valid. Not only correct, it's valid. If this is the condition, then okay, here is the thing we could do. Here we could await credential dot user. Okay, well, user could be nullable, and then here send a verification email to the user. So with this, because of this one, it will send verification email to the user. Okay, all right. And we could also do the other one, credentials dot user, like this, and then here actually update display name, this one, update display name, show the username. Actually, it's not showing username, it's a setting username. Remember, we have username, string display username, this one, or actually I think it was just name at the top. So whatever the username is given from here, go ahead and use that one. So for example, we have this username from the state variable. Okay, so go ahead and use that one. And now that's actually settings that we are doing. Now over here in future, we'll set up get server photo URL and set user photo URL. In future, we need to take care of this thing. Right now, we don't need to do that. Okay. All right. So with after this, actually, we'd be able to send a verification name, a verification email, and then over here we'd also be able to go ahead and change the username based on this, because when you're giving email and password, there is no username there. So whatever the name is given from this form, so that would be available to our user over here. Okay. All right. And we can set it, and it be actually set in the Google server as well, and which is actually a very good one. Okay. All right. Now here actually we can show a message to the user. What message you want to send? Here you could say that an email has been sent to verify your account. Please open that email and confirm your identity. That's all we want. All right. Okay. Yeah, this is the only thing we want. And after that, here we could just go ahead and return. So if we are able to hit up to here, anyway, what we should do? You should go ahead and actually return from here. Return to previous page. And what is our previous page? Well, our previous page is this login page. Okay, so we should be able to go to that login page, and that's what we want to do. Now that means that from here we need to automatically go back. Now in general, from one page to go back another page, we can simply go ahead and call something like this: navigator.off.pop. Okay, pop is a method, which means that whatever was in the route, the last one, pop that, remove that. So this is the last one, so it will remove this last one and go back to the last one and go back to the earlier one. Okay. All right, but now here we have this error because context is not available. How to get this context? But here our ref object is available, as you can see, and ref object actually has context object, so we can just simply go ahead, do ref.context and pop. All right, but here it also said don't use build context across async gaps. So there are many different ways to get rid of this one. So it is trying to say this is a context and you're trying to use across async gaps. What does that mean? Well, that means, well, over here you have await. So after await, don't go ahead and call this one. Okay, so this is what it's saying, and it's causing problem. So it tells you after calling await, don't call context. So how to work on this one? So here you could go ahead and call context, create a variable, and you can call it context or anything you want, and ref.context, this one. So all we did over here, actually we created, let me see, well, are there any other await? Looks like there is other await as well over here, right? Okay, so what I could do, I can just put it here. So because there is another await, so we need to put it at the top. And now over here we could just simply do context.pop. Okay, all right, now you see there is no error. So what it does, navigator.off actually returns something to us. Previously we have used a navigator.off or navigator.push, but we never really cared what it returns. But it does return something. Okay, it returns an navigator state object, and that navigator state object has a method called pop. And as I said earlier, with pop you just go back to earlier pages. All right, if things work here successfully, you go back to earlier pages. So that's how it works. All right, okay, so this is something that you have to know. And actually, well, here we are inside this condition. But what if we don't fall inside the condition? If you don't fall inside the condition, you still have to be in this page. So that's why we have this one. Okay, so when we are successful, we'll automatically go back. We are not successful, we stay in this page. But if you want to go back, you can click on this and go back manually. Okay, all right. Like for example, if you click over here, it won't go back right now. All these conditions are met and the information is submitted to the backend, then it will automatically go back, and that's how it should work. All right, so well, so far so good. And over here, how does this thing should work? Well, we have this and we also have this. So this one should communicate with the Google server, but are we really communicating? Now, of course, if someone tries to go ahead and submit a form, let's go ahead and see that. I want to restart because make sure that everything is as expected. All right. And I'm going to say register. And for now, I'm going to use some, say, dummy email username. And okay. And a at. Okay, it looks like we are missing something from here. a.com. And make sure the password. All right, let's head this. But of course, definitely nothing happens over here. Nothing really happens. Okay, all right. So over here, we need to really talk to the Google server right now, because the thing is that, well, of course, if we want right now, we can go ahead and print error over here. Okay, all right, that we have error. So let's go ahead and print this. So here we do print a dot to string. Let's see if we have any error or not. All right, and even before that, let me wrap it around the kdebug mode so that it looks good as well. Let's save it, and after that, let's hit it. Yes, so over here we do see that, okay, no Firebase well, default has been created. So what it's telling you that, okay, well, this app over here, this needs to be connected with Firebase, but you are not connecting yourself. So that's why I'm throwing an error over here. Okay, so that's what it's saying. So that tells us that we should connect to Firebase, right? But here is one interesting thing I want to do even before we connect to Firebase, and this is something that we'll be using throughout our app later, everywhere. It's called global loader. So we want to have a loading icon once you hit this button. Okay, all right, so let's go ahead and work on this. So the first thing I want to do over here is actually over here we do have this utils over here. Now, well, inside this actually I can create another file or folder over here, and I'm gonna call it global loader. Okay, all right, and well, that's fine inside this. And then over here I can create global loader dot dart. Now this time, once again, we'll solidify our understanding about Riverpod. So over here I want to create a boolean object. So once I hit over here, the boolean would either true or false, and based on that actually we would load and reload and show our UI. That's what we want to do. But once again, over here we're going to use a Riverpod code generator tool, and this time actually for our state would be working with boolean. Anyway, so let's go ahead and create a class over here, and over here we'd say app loader. Okay, and then here it'll extend underscore app loader, just like this. That's it. And because we are going to use Riverpod code generator, so make sure that we have over here at the top we have this package imported. Now previously we have this one over here, so not really this one, this one. So I'm just going to copy this one, and then I'm going to put it here, and we'll see that the first error is gone. Now this error would be gone only when we are able to generate code for ourselves. So over here, let's go ahead and do that. Now first we need to override the build method, okay, and then inside this here we want to return a boolean, or we want our boolean, the bool variable, whatever the bool state it is, we want it to be stateful, okay. And then inside this, first the default state is false, so we are going to return false. So that's how actually it should work. Now this is something, remove this one, but once again we have like the code is generated, it would be gone, okay, so don't worry about that one. Okay, so far so good, and that's pretty much it. So, and the rest thing we need to do over here is we need to do part derivative, and then we're gonna call it global loader.g.dart. All right, okay, cool. Now we're gonna go to our terminal, and I'm gonna come over here, and hopefully my command is still there. Looks like no, so let me go ahead and find the command, the one that I was using. Yeah, this one. So make sure you go ahead and run this one. Okay, so it's running. We need to wait a few seconds, and okay, succeed, and everything is great. Looks like we also, the error is gone, and we don't see the file yet because Android Studio may take a bit of time to update the directory. Let me open it again. Let me close it and open it. Yes, it's there. Now if you do see that over here, we do see there something that's called app loader provider, and over here it has a bool type, and our class name is app loader. So anyway, so we are going to actually go ahead and close that, and okay, cool. Okay, and what else we could do? No, since this is ready, and that's pretty much good. And do remember, our provider name would be app loader provider, and this is the provider that we are going to use to access in our UI. Okay, all right, and how to go ahead and access that? Remember, this is the sign up page, right? So what do you want? Once I hit this button, I want this form at least to disappear, or it has a loading icon on it. Okay, so things like that. So this is something that we are going to do over here. Now if we are going to do that over here, so what do you want to hide? Well, I actually want to hide this body over here. Okay, this is the only this body section I want to hide. Okay, so well, over here first I can get our loader. Okay, final loader, and the loader is coming from ref.watch. Now the variable name is loader, but you can call it anything, and here we can say app loader provider. Okay, all right. So now this value is actually boolean. Okay, this is the provider, whatever inside that shared state, the variable or object that is being returned with a value, and this is actually a boolean. Okay, now if you don't know what I'm talking over here, you can print loader. Okay, all right, just for printing. And now let's come over here, and you see it already printed over here, false is the value that's being printed. So the boolean, this ref.watch is already giving us the shared state and its object itself, whatever the value it has. Anyway, so over here we are going to check like this. So if loader, if it is false, if the default value is false, then we're gonna show the single child scroll view. Otherwise we are going to show something called circular progress indicator. This is something for now we are going to show. So over here we'll say circular progress indicator, this one, and looks like we need this. And inside this we might have something that we can go ahead and reorganize. Let me reformat the code over here, and let's see what it takes over here. So well, it did say take const, so put const there, and there is like background color, value color, things like that. So let's go ahead and set up background color. So
we do background color and colors dot blue, like that. And color itself over here would say colors dot well, we can go ahead and do app colors dot primary element, this one. Okay, so let's go ahead and save it now. So what's going to happen over here, if the default value is false, we're going to see the single child scroll view. And single child scroll view actually holds pretty much everything inside this. Okay, so this is something that we're going to see by default value, but we also know that the default value for this one is false. So in general, that means that single child scroll view is something that we'll see over here by default. But if somehow we can turn this value to true, then it would show us the circular progress indicator over here. And then what do we need to do? We need to toggle the value, whatever the value is, this one, whatever was there, we need to toggle it, which means that we need to change it to true. Once we are done submitting, once we are done requesting, we need to set this value to true. Okay, right? So this is what we want to do. And so this is something we learned right now, that we said we need to set the value to true, which also means that we need to set the value to false, true or false, so toggling. So we want to do that. And now to be able to do that over here, actually we can create a new method. We can call it void, and we can say set loader value. Okay, and then over here we're going to pass something. It would be bool type, and then we're going to call it value. And then over here we know that our state object is always there, so we're gonna, whatever the value you pass will assign to state object. Now since this build method returns bool type, so the state itself is a bool type. You have to remember that one. Whatever is this type, the state is this type. If this is a custom object, state would be a custom object. So essentially what we are doing over here, we are assigning a value to our bool. So whatever the state is there, true or false, and whatever we are passing there, we are changing. So originally this was false, then we call this method and set this pass true, then it would set the state to true. Okay, so that's how it works. You should know that. Anyway, so now we can do an experiment over here. So we can do it from here. So once we pass the validation, we can actually do like this. We could do ref.read, and we can call our provider app loader provider, and it's available. And then okay, then here notifier, and then we can call whatever is there available. So set loader value. So over here we set it to true, which means that once we hit this line, show the icon. Okay, so show the loading icon. Show the loading icon. All right, cool. Okay, and after this, whatever goes on there, we're gonna call it one more time, ref.watch and app load provider, and then we have to get the notifier object, and then we set loader to false. So this is how actually we are toggling the value. At the top we have this value, and once we are done, either you can contact with Google or whatever it is, and after that we just toggle it to false, which means that show me this page one more time. Okay, or whatever is there. So here show the register page. So this is something will happen over here. Now this is a big change, so let's go ahead and restart our app, and let's go ahead and try to get started. I'm gonna click on this, and then over here do bastic, and then I'm going to say info@debastic.com. Alright, so for now I'm just going to pass, first I'm going to pass a different password. So this time password is different, and it says that password didn't match, which means that actually we were able to continue up to here, right? Okay, cool. So now I'm going to have the same password. Let me see. Okay, right. Now let's hit it over here. So, okay, we still have this one. So here it says that no, nothing has been created. But if you hit this, looks like we don't see anything, right? Yes, it does look like that we didn't see anything. Well, since we are going to simulate this, we need to do like this. We're going to introduce feature delayed. Now, feature delayed is great for simulating network requests, because once we click over here right now, that it does feel like that actually nothing happens. Sorry, not this one. Okay, so we can also use this one. If we click on this, it feels like that, well, nothing really happens, right? So for this reason, we can simulate our call, even though we are not connected with Google yet, but we can simulate and understand the problem and then go ahead and connect with Google. How do you simulate? To simulate, actually, we are going to introduce future delayed function. And to do that, actually, it's better that I move it somewhere here inside this catch clause. Okay, so we'll have this one inside the whole thing. Actually, you could do it like this. You can keep it the way as it is, no problem, and then cut all of it, but don't take this one. Okay, and then inside this over here we could call feature delay, feature dot delayed. Now this one, feature object is a special object. It provides a lot of convenient function. One of them is delayed function, and it takes duration and whatever you want to compute, that one. Okay, so two things that we can pass over here. So the first one, you see that inside this it takes duration object, and duration object or duration class actually, and internally it takes time. So you're going to pass 2 seconds, and after that over here we are going to pass this one. Now we're gonna, whatever the code we had, we're gonna paste it inside. And it looks like we also need to have this await and async modifier. So let's go ahead and do that, because inside this over here it becomes a new function call, just like previously we have seen. So over here it takes a function actually. Okay, so this function call is anonymous function call. So this is also a function that we are calling, right? Over here looks like it hides everything, but anyway, so let me put a const so that it makes it looks good. So over here, while we do see this async modifier, that's because this is a function call. We are calling an anonymous function, so this is a function as well. So this is the reason that we put async over here, because it's a function. Anyway, so another thing we do see that here it says that computation. Well, so what happens over here, whatever you put right after this, I mean a function you put, that function gets called 2 seconds later. You can, if you put 1, that would get 1 second later, that would get called 1 second later. So what's happening over here? So, well, we have this one, good, and then we call this feature delayed function, and inside this we pass our code as a function, and 2 seconds later this get executed. But as we call and set this one first, so it would set the value to true, and if it does, then if we come over here, we'll see that, okay, well, loader is not false, it is a true. If it is true, it falls to this condition. We are using ternary operator to do this conditional check. So we'll see kind of circular indicator on the page. That's a good one. And after that, let's come back over here, and well, when everything gets executed 2 seconds later, because we are still trying to work on this, so eventually we'll hit this one. Okay, so it would set the value to false again, and if it does, then at that moment we'll see that this indicator is gone, and then we'll see, okay, over here we have this single child scroll view get executed.
So let me go ahead and do that one. Most probably is this one, hot reload. All right, and then let me hit enter, and you see, okay, it's loading and it's done 2 seconds later. And this is beautiful. But of course, there are other problems as well with this. It looks like we lose the state, but we'll take care of this kind of things probably later. Now here, let's go ahead and try it, Dylan Ahmed, and let's try it one more time so we know that what happened just now. All right, you see? Okay, cool. So with this, we know that if we have network request and we do something, then, well, we can at least know that something is going on. Okay, now if we know that one, after that, well, first thing, let's come over here. Well, we just simulated it, but actually we don't need anything like that. Okay, we'll keep as it is just now. Okay, just keep it as it is, because soon we are going to connect with Google. That would definitely take some times, and once that's done, then we're gonna be over here. Okay, all right, and it'll hit that, so we need that moment. Okay, so what is our next section? Our next section should be actually really connecting with Google, which means that we need to create a Firebase project, and then we're gonna create apps in there.
Hello everyone, Assalamu alaikum. Well, so this time we'll see how to connect our app with Firebase so that we are able to go ahead and log in and save our data. Now there are 2 ways to do that. First, using CLI. Now I'm going to use CLI in the first step, and second step I'll also show you briefly that how to do it manually. Okay, all right. Now to be able to use the CLI, you make sure that you have Firebase CLI installed. Now I'm not going to cover that one, how to install that, but I'll put a link for that one. Okay, so that you can go ahead and follow according to the link how to install CLI. Okay, all right. Now that's pretty straightforward, especially for Mac users. So anyway, I'll put the link below both for Mac users as well as for Windows users how to install CLI. So in the first part, I would assume that you have installed CLI successfully, and if you did that, go ahead and follow me. Well, first we need to do something. So come to this console firebase google.com. Make sure that you log in using your Gmail account, and of course first you need to log in and then type in, you need to log into Google using your Gmail account and then type in this one, console.firebase.google.com, and it should take you a page like this. And over here we're going to add a new project, and our project name we're going to call it You Learning App, just like this. And over here I would be careful to remember the last 2 digits, 32, because I might have a lot of projects and a lot of the projects might be using same name, so that's why it's helpful to remember the ID. So 32, the last one. And then over here I'm not going to create any project, and I'm gonna say yes. Let's go ahead and create it. So it may take a bit of time. Okay, and then I'll say continue, and once that is done, in general you'd be showed up with something like this. Now from here you can go ahead and add them manually, but as I said that I'm going to use CLI to do that. Now over here I'm going to open up my terminal, and I'm going to clean or clear, and after that over here one of the things I would do first, I'll make sure that I log in. Okay, so here I would do okay, the most important thing, it is much better Firebase log out. Okay, all right. Well, for a lot of you, maybe you guys have never logged in, so you don't respond. And after that I would do Firebase login, which you should do as well. So it would ask me to log in, and I'll say yes, no. Well, definitely yes, and then it'll take you to a browser and where it needs you to authorize it if you are logging in for the first time. Okay, and then allow, and it says that it is successfully logged in. Now we're gonna go back over here, and we also see that some URL that confirms that we have logged in. Okay, all right. Anyway, so I'm gonna do clear one more time, and then over here I'm gonna do Flutter fire configure
So run this command, flutter fire configure, make sure that you spell it correctly. Okay, now over here it's saying that it's bringing all the available projects from there. Now the project that I have created just now is this one. So I'm going to choose this. So you can use your keyboard arrow, point it up and down. Okay, so select this and hit enter, and hit enter again. Now over here it would ask me to do a few of the options. Now I'm going to wait for this. So it's creating projects both for Android and iOS. All right, and then after that most probably is doing some other configuration. Okay, now here locally I have done it already, so it's asking me, well, there is this file, it exists, do you want to override it? I'm gonna say yes, but in your case, if you haven't done it already, you'll not say this kind of thing. Okay, so because I have already done it to make sure that we have a very good going on during the video tutorial, so I'm gonna say yes, override it. And then there is the other one, I'm gonna say yes, override it. And then do you want to replace it with the Firebase project ID? I'm gonna say yes, but in your case you might not see this thing at all. In your case, most probably the first time yes, and hit enter and you're good to go. But anyway, so once you're done with this, you'll see it over here. You'll see there are a few files over here. So one of the file is inside this app directory. You'll see for Google users, Android users, you'll see something like this. Okay, and over here you'll see that if this is your project, this is your package name and things like that. So that's the first one. And for iOS users, you would also see related files over here, like inside this runner directory we do see google services.info and Firebase app ID JSON file, this one. And apart from this, so these are some configuration files that we have seen. Now apart from that, you'll also see files inside the lib folder, and which are very important inside this lib over here. So here these are also configuration file, and which is quite important. Okay, all right, so yeah, so we have to have this one, and we already have this. Okay, now there's one more step to go ahead and run it first. So let me go ahead and run it, and then I will cover how to do it manually. So well, over here we need to make sure that our Firebase is imported correctly. Now over here we are going to run this command over here, and it's not a command, it's a syntax, right? Okay, now here there is this problem that this Firebase is not recognized. So in general you need to add a package for that. So let's go ahead and do that. Over here we would do like this, Flutter pub add Firebase core. So let's go ahead and hit enter, and it would install download this one Firebase. Okay, so I have a typo over here, sorry, it should be Firebase. Let's go ahead and spell it correctly. All right, so hopefully it downloaded it, because we can see that, and it did indexing. And after that, let's see if we can recognize it. Yes, it recognized. All right, and while over here default Firebase options, it should be recognized as well. This refers to this file, I mean the one that you have seen over here. Now okay, even before we start, over here we'll see there is another quite important thing. This is called binding. So over here we need to do that, ensure initialized. So with this, if you have third-party dependencies like Firebase or anything like that, and if your app depends on that, once you say this one, it means that okay, you have to make sure that third-party dependencies are initialized and well set up. Okay, things like that. Okay, cool. So with this we are almost ready. Okay, all right, so now let's go ahead and hit it and see whether we can really work with this or not. Now over here we're gonna say okay, run these sections. Okay, so it looks like it is going to run over here, and now we are over here. Now we are going to use actually Firebase email login, right? So I mean we are going to register with email, so we need to make sure another thing. So let's go to our console over here, and inside this build and authentication, let's go ahead and enable this one. And over here, most probably you need to click get started authentication, and we need to select one of the ways to log into Firebase, which is email and password. Okay, so you need to enable this one and save. I think that's it. So this is the provider that where it says that how a certain user is going to go ahead and log in. Okay, so that's why you need that one, otherwise it will get error. Okay, I think over here that's pretty much it. No other issues that we have to have. Let's come to project settings, and here I think make sure that you have a supportive email, otherwise some of you might get error. Okay, yeah, that's it. And I'm going to reload actually, and over here I do see that already we have Android apps, e-learning app, this one, and this is for iOS, and both of them are already here. Beautiful. Okay, right. Now let's come over here, and I want to restart it one more time. Okay, so here we are. So let's go ahead and hit this, and I'm going to go ahead and register over here. So if I'm going to do registration, well, I'm going to select my name, say Debastak, and email. I'm going to choose something called info@debastak.com. Now this email, now it cannot be a dummy email. The reason is because they will send a verification email to you, so it has to be the correct one, valid one. And I'm going to choose password for now, very simple password, and let's go ahead and see how it works. So let's hit enter, and we'll see how it works. Okay, it's loading, looks like, and here, okay, an email has been sent to you to verify. Now this is something that I think is coming from controller. An email has been, well, it should be sent to you, to verify your account. So which means that we are able to hit here, and as well as pop the context, which means that go to earlier page, and over here we don't see any error, but on the other hand we do see some cool information like who I am, like my bit of my information. My profile is not there, password, username looks like null, and yes, email is there, email is verified, false, and some other metadata. Well, this is a good response from Google. Now if you have followed so far with me, now what is going to happen, you should be able to get an email. So go ahead and check your email box, and actually which I have checked it, and I think I found it. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and verify this. So yes, I'm almost I think done over here. Yeah, so I have verified it on my mobile, and now if we go over here in our authentication, we see that okay, it's there. So a new user has logged in. Awesome. So well, this is a big milestone for us. Okay, now if you haven't got it successfully, make sure that you have done the steps right. And in general, if you've done it with CLI so far, if your CLI setup is correct, it should be working. All right. Okay, anyway, so now if you want to redo a test, you can delete this and try again. Okay, now what's gonna happen, well, if we already verified it, right? Because for example, I already verified it, so I can go ahead and try to register again, and we'll see how it works. But okay, now I know there are other part of the user who might not be able to set up it with CLI. Okay, and for them I'm going to go ahead and do it using manual setup, and then I'm going to come back to this.
Okay, so in this section we'll see how to do it manually, and we'll have a very quick look how to do it. Now over here for this one, I'm going to create a new project, and I'm going to call it project name U Learning
and app, this one. It doesn't really matter even if you have the same name, but they will attach an ID to it, which is very unique. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and do this, and then I'm going to create the project. All right, so this is for a manual approach of doing it, but so far up to this section it looks like exactly same as the earlier section. Looks like there is no change at all, but all of the settings we have to do manually. Well, anyway, it's taking a bit longer time, so we need to be a little bit patient, so it'll be done. Now if you guys haven't done it using CLI, I would suggest go ahead and do that. It's much better, much accurate, and it's just okay. So this is the app that we have created, so I'm gonna go ahead and click on this, and it looks like my internet is a bit slow, so just need to wait. All right, so it's over here. Now the first thing we have to do over here is, say for example, we want to create an Android app over here. So this is the project that we created. Its name is uLearning, and over here we're going to have this an app for our Android project or Android section, I would say. So let's go ahead and click on this. It would show up with something like this. Now over here we need to assign our app package name. So let's go ahead and find our app package name. All right, to be able to find our app package name in general, you should come inside this Android folder, which is this one, inside this app, inside source, and inside this one. So in general, your app name package name should be here, where somewhere said that package name, but looks like I don't say it over here. And if we did not, then it's okay, we can find it from other places as well, like for example this one. Let me check whether this is the right one or not. Yes, this one. So here if you click on this here, this is actually your package name as well. So you can just go ahead and copy this, and then say for example you put it here. Okay, and then you can give it a name, uLearning. Now this section, if you guys have done with CLI, you can just go ahead and skip this. You guys don't have to do this. So we are going to register our app over here. Okay, so once again it may take a bit of time, and here it says that go ahead and download this file. So let's go ahead and download it. If you click on this, it would be downloaded. So let's wait for it. Once again, my internet is slow. All right, so looks like it got downloaded at the top, and over here it also says that put it inside app folder. Okay, so now I'm going to come over here and open it. Now this is the one that I'm looking. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to drag and drop over here. Let me close this. So in general I should drag and drop inside this app folder, and it would be here, but I already have one because I have done it using CLI, so I'm not going to drag and drop. But in your case, just drag and drop it here inside this folder, and if you do that, remember it should show up here. Okay, all right, but I'm not going to do that. All right, and then if you did that, you come over here, click next, and then we're gonna choose this one and copy this. Okay, and it says is go ahead and file project build Gradle. So in our case, this is the project, Android project, and build Gradle, this is the file. And over here, even though it said that you should go ahead and find plugins, and then you should update this plugin section, but because we are in Flutter project, it's a little different. We don't have anything called plugin. So what we could do, we can put it here actually. Now one of the things that you do see that, well, I'm going to copy this one and put it here like this. Well, now here you see this one and this one, they look same. Now this is over here because we also did earlier using Flutter Fire Configure. But if you guys didn't do it through Flutter Fire Configure, actually it's not there. So the idea is it's just one of them. Okay, so I'm going to remove this one once again. But if you didn't do it using Flutter Fire Configure, if you're doing it manually, you should do it the way that I did over here, and you will not see this one over here. Okay, anyway, since I have already one, so I'm not going to use the top one. I'm just still going to use this one. Okay, so remember to check that and understand. And then over here it says project app module build Gradle, so we need to have this. Now once again, the documentation is a bit different than how it looks in Firebase Flutter project. Okay, anyway, so it says go ahead and find plugins inside project app module build Gradle. So this is project app module build Gradle, and inside this file over here, just like just now, we need to copy this. I'm gonna copy this and I'm gonna put it here, but it's a little different, so I'm going to copy this and replace this ID thing. But the thing is that, once again, these are the things, this too already is here because of Flutter Fire, the way we did. But you guys are doing manually, most probably you don't have, so copy that, put it here, and just change ID to apply plugin. Okay, and do this one the same, copy that, come here, paste it, and put apply plugin. But since I did it manually, it's already there, so I'm not going to put it anymore. Anyways, I'm going to remove this because you don't need to put two of this at the same time. So yeah, and then the last one over here, you need to copy this and you need to come over here, dependencies, this one, you just simply need to put it here. Okay, now I'm going to put this one anywhere because I feel like Flutter Fire Configure didn't really do a good job with this. Okay, so it didn't really have it over here. It should have done it over here, but I see it didn't do that. So anyway, so make sure that you have it. And one thing you should know correctly, that your package name is quite important. And over here I do see that our package name is this one, and it says specify your own unique package name, right? The idea is you had to copy this one. I got a little lost over here though. Anyway, so make sure that you copied this one. This should be the package name. Everything else should stay the same. And anyway, so after that you would go ahead and click next and continue. But I'm gonna do the same, but after that I'm gonna come over here, open this, and I'm going to delete this. Why I'm going to do that? Because I already have one. But if you guys are doing it for the first time using manual approach, so you should not delete that. Okay, and at the same time, if you are really using manual approach to build this, you should also come over here and get started. Click on this, and you need to select this one and enable this, and then let's put it here, save it, and then that's it. Okay, all right, so if you now go ahead and try your app, try to log in, you'll see there is your email address. Okay, all right, but you have to make sure that you do the verification. In a sense, you have to go and find your email address, click on that, and verify. All right, anyway, so I'm going to select this now, and I'm going to come in the project settings, and I'm going to remove this. Why? Because I already have one project using CLI. you cannot have two projects. It will create problem. So hopefully it made sense that what we did. So anyway, earlier I think this was our project, so I'm going to open it. Right, because over here the only thing I think I have changed over here is this one, and it's fine. Flutter Fire didn't do that, so I did it manually. That's fine. So I'm going to close this, go ahead and running. And in this process, if things go wrong with you, the only place most probably you did wrong is maybe you did a wrong copy of this application or package name, which you needed to do at the very beginning. When you create a project, you need to put your application or package ID. But anyway, if you still have problems, just let me know and I'll try my best to help you. All right. Okay, so this is where we are after doing the settings over here. Anyway, so if you guys have any questions regarding settings, just leave a comment below, and I'll try to help you as much as possible. Okay. All right. Now, anyway, let's go ahead and work on this. Well, there's another problem that I need to take care of over here, like when we try to go ahead and do validation or sign up validation. Well, actually we don't have validation after network request. So this over here, basic validation, is we have before network request. But once again, you can add more stuff over here, a lot of condition. That's fine. Like you can also limit the length of password, at least 6. It has to be 6 characters, like that. Now we should also do a little bit of validation during the network request as it happens. Okay. All right. Now for that reason, actually over here we wanna, right after this, remember within right after this section, the curly braces over here, we want to add syntax over here, which is coming from actually Firebase itself. Here it's called Firebase auth. I think I need to make it capital. Firebase auth exception, this one. Okay, yeah. So this is especially coming from Firebase, and then we catch it over here. But this is the Firebase one, but you can still get to keep the other one if you want. Catch E. All right. So this is the default try catch block exception if we want to get. So all I could remove it here, move it here. Right. So here we need to catch the exception that's coming from Firebase. Now this exception that we catch, that's something native inside this try catch block. So we have this try catch block over here. All right. Okay. Anyway, so we need to know that one. And exception means catching error. If you don't know, or if you're completely new to programming, when you say exception, which means catching error. Anyway, so over here we're gonna catch everything in this variable e, and then we're going to check e.code. E.code equal weak password. Now this is something that coming from Firebase. And how it's coming from Firebase, well, let's see if we can hover over on this or this. Yes, you do see that here there is a string, and we call it code. Okay. All right. And what else? Where else we could see Firebase auth exception? It is supposed to give us a lot of information, though. Looks like it's not giving to us. Let me hover over on this. No, it's all empty. Let's see. Well, we have this auth exception, which happens for email, credential, and phone number. And where else we could go ahead and check with this? Let's see. So here we do see that string code. All right. So the code has a lot of types over here. This code itself. Now,
we are using this class Firebase auth exception, eventually it extends exception class Firebase exception, which implements exception, and inside this we have this code, and this is the code that we are using. Okay, now code will have many type. One of the type is weak password, so over here we can say toast info, and then here we can say the password is too weak. The password is too weak. All right, like that. So that's one of the exceptions that we are catching. You can also catch other exceptions like, okay, let's do else if e.code. Now over here, exceptions are coming as in this object as string. So that's one thing that you have to know. Now email already in use. So you might be trying to register this one second time. So Firebase would tell you that, okay, this is something that someone already is using or you used it before. Okay, this email address has already been registered. Okay, all right, so yeah, so there could be a lot more that goes on. Looking for where to get this. I used to remember that where the bunch of code that shows up, and you can find that the number of exceptions you are catching, and it's good to know that number of exceptions you're catching. I think they have removed it from their documentation, and I don't see why. Previously, if you just hover over on this, it would show all the exception that you can catch as possible, but looks like they don't have this time. These are lost. All right, so let's forget this. Now most probably we can also get this from Firebase official site. Let's go ahead and check that. So I'm gonna copy this code just like this, and let's see, yeah, this one, whether they have it or not. Exception codes, number of string. Oh, looks like they don't do it much over here. Auth email exceptions. Let's see. No, well, it's all in vain. And where else we could look at it? Okay, this is a good one over here. Okay, so here you see that someone has responded this one over here. Looks like it's in pub/dev email. Let me go ahead and yes, so this is in their pub/dev website. So yeah, so these are a number of things that you could check. A lot more, like invalid email, user disabled, user not found, wrong password, things like that. Okay, so this is good to know, while documentation always works better. So yeah, and go ahead and use them as many as if you want. Okay, all right, so one of the things that I want to do is using this one. Okay, so I'm gonna add one more, else if e.code. Okay, so there could be a lot more. Just go ahead and use that. Toast info. Yeah. User not found. Like that. Anything. Oh, it may not suit here, but anyway, so you get the idea. So you get to enjoy this. All right. So let's go ahead and save it. All right. So I'm going to try it one more time. Say info. Well, I'm going to say the same name, but this time I'm going to use info@dbesttech.com, and I'll check it with the password 12, just 2 digits of password, and we'll see how it goes. All right, the password is too weak. Beautiful. So we are catching the exception, and user also knows that what's happening over here, right? And here it worked beautifully because you see we are not popping back because this section is not being executed. If it executed, it goes back to earlier page, but this is not because we are here catching context and error. So this is a good place. So you can put as many conditions as there are possible. Put all of them if you want to have a very good validation. All right, okay, so this is good. After that, actually we're going to focus on our login section. All right, yeah, we're going to focus on this login, because as we did registration, we should go ahead and do login.
Okay, so this is the time we go ahead and work with this sign-in section. Now the sign-in section, this one should be, some ideas should be same as our sign-up section. The very first thing we want to do about this sign-in section, we also need to create a class over here, actually a folder, and I'm gonna call it notifier. Okay, all right. Then inside this we'll have a class for sign-in state. Okay, sign in state .dart, like this. Okay, once again I'm connected with Git. Now inside this, some of the properties that we had early from sign up page, we can just go ahead and copy that. Let's go ahead and copy this, and we're gonna put it here, and then over here I'm going to say sign in state, just like this. Okay, so I'm just going to replace this over here, and it should be good. All right, fine. Okay, now what are the things that we need for this sign-in page? Well, definitely we want to sign up with our email and password, so we can remove this one as well as this one. So these are the two fields that we don't need. We are not using username. We also don't need this repassword. Okay, right. And the same over here. Let's remove that, and let's remove this. Okay, and the same over here. So with this, our job becomes very convenient. All right, so I'm on Mac. I'm gonna hit Option Command L to reformat the code. With this, it looks beautiful. Okay, now this idea is same as before. Nothing changes at all. Okay, so this is the class that would be reactive. Just like earlier we have seen, we created for register state. We need a reactive class, and each of the fields are reactive. And sometimes if we want to just create an object, use one of the fields, we're gonna call this copy with method. And in fact, you can also put here const. Okay, all right. Now with this, it becomes completely immutable. Immutable is something that we don't change once we create, so we want to be able to edit it, which is good. At first, once again, it doesn't sound like it is a good thing, but it is a good thing. Less bugs and less error. So once you have final and const, and then you create a constructor, that constructor, whenever the constructor creates object, that object becomes immutable. This is the most basic thing about immutable and a constructor, or immutability and a constructor. All right, okay, cool. Now this time we also need a notifier over here, but how do you do that? So this time I'm not going to use code generation tool to do that. We can also do it our way without code generation tool, and I'm going to take a different approach this time. So here I'm going to call it sign in notifier dart, this one. All right, okay, and I'm going to use the classic way, the older way of creating providers, because remember, so over here we created provider using code generation tool, and we also had this class, we called it register notifier, and it extended a class. Then we had this build method, right? And everything was here. So what we are going to do, they would be almost similar, this section, but here at the top it would be a little bit different, especially this section. And the reason why I'm going to do it like this, because the first thing, there are a few reasons, because this is the new way of doing. but it also has some drawbacks. It hides a lot of things that previously you used to see. Now, this has been done to make programmers' life easy, but it hides a lot of ideas that you need to know to be a good programmer or problem solver. Okay, like for example, we do see that here we don't have the idea of constructor. Actually, one class is extending another class. We don't see that we have a constructor over here. In general, there should be, but it's not compulsory. There should be something there. Okay, constructor, class, and something called extend, which we haven't really seen up to now. So I'm going to explore these ideas a little bit. But with the new way of writing code, it doesn't really let you do that. No, there is a good reason. The good reason is with this it becomes less error prone. But less error prone also comes with a cost, which means that it hides away a lot of other ideas. Typically, you should know anyway, because you are learning programming. You are not learning a certain package or library. This is not what you want to do. You want to learn the art of programming rather than just learning how to use some tools. These are useful, but as a programmer, good problem solver, you should have very good understanding of class, object-oriented programming, interface, and those are the things. So that's why this time I'm going to do it a little different way, not using code generation tool. So this is the first reason that why I'm not going to use this approach. I'm going to take another approach, the older way of doing. Now, another reason is, the second reason is a lot of the code, if you get a job, a lot of the code most probably already written in an older way. So you might have to maintain those code. So it's really useful if you know the older way of doing. Okay, so that's why we're going to do that. All right, now we're going to actually compare these two. So over here, we are going to have a class once again, and it'll extend another class. We'll see that. So let's come over here and let's create a new class, and we're gonna call it sign in notifier. Okay, notifier, and it extends. Now here's something called state notifier. Now this is coming directly from Riverpod. Okay, all right, and over here we would see that there are a few things that, okay, first thing it says that create constructor to call super constructor. And this is very interesting. So as soon as you write something like this, it's telling you, okay, you need to have a constructor to call the super constructor. So a lot of things going on over here. So let me remove this, and of course you will see it's gone. So it only appears when you extend another class. So when you say extend another class, that means borrowing some of the fields and properties from those class and use them here. So that's called extending. All right, and it says that go ahead and you should create a constructor to call super constructor. If you do that, it's gonna work like this, and that's fine. Okay, now actually we don't want to do it like this. We can do it like this, which is I like. And then here you could do super, and then you have to call something. But of course, what do you pass over here? That's very important. Okay, now what do we pass over here, and how do we know that what you are going to pass? Because you see there is an error over here. It says that one positional argument expected, but 0 found. But now over here you see that state notifier itself needs a type. If you hover over on this, on the error, it already said. But now because it doesn't know what you are sending over here, that's why it says dynamic. But this is something that we are not going to use because this is extremely error prone. Just put here dynamic. All right. Even I'm not sure that it would work if you put dynamic over here. Most probably it's not gonna work dynamic or anything, or over here actually it's a dynamic and nothing. So it's not really going to work. Oh, it does. Looks like error is gone over here at least. Okay, good. But this is something that we are definitely not going to do. But with this you get a simple idea that okay, looks like we need to mention a type. Why we need to mention a type over here? That's the very first thing. Well, state notifier makes your class observable. And what class we are talking about? We are talking about this class. This class, the whole class pretty much would be observable. Now, how does it make it observable? Well, this class should be working with some data. And where is this data coming from? You need to mention that, which I mean state. So it needs the state class, and we already built the state class over here. So this is sign-in state class, okay? So when you extend state notifier, you need to give it a state class so that this class, this child class, can use this data so that this class also becomes reactive, or it can use the data. Well, this class wouldn't be reactive in a sense. Actually, this data would be reactive, but this one would be manipulating, using those data to help us whatever we want to do. Okay, so the first thing we learned over here is that, well, you need a type over here, but this is the worst way of saying the type itself dynamic, because it's extremely error prone. But anyway, if you put it here, the error is gone. So that's what I'm trying to say. But now we don't want to have it like this. We want to say sign-in state. Sign-in state. All right, okay. Now if you put sign-in state over here, we immediately get error. And why? Earlier we didn't have this error, because here we are saying, okay, state notifier deals with a class, that class name is this, but here we are passing state, we are passing string. That's the problem. So these two types, they should match. Whatever you put over here, you should pass that kind of state over here as well. So it is more like the earlier we have seen, like whatever the state you return, they should match like this. Okay, so build type, they should be also matching whatever the build type is being returned, this and this, they have to match. Okay, so the similar idea is over here. We see that. Okay, so of course we don't see the return, but this is not, it's not going to accept this. So over here we have to pass sign-in state, sign-in state, and it should work. And you can also put const over here most probably. Okay, right. So if you have a class and that class has a parent class, which means that your class extends another class, and then once you create a constructor of that class for your own class, and you should be generally calling the constructor of this parent class, and by saying super and passing something inside, this is called calling the constructor and passing data. So that's what it happens. But in general, even if you say have it like this, you'll still have an error. Why? Because your parent class has a constructor and that needs data. How can we confirm that? We can come over here. You see, so this is an abstract class. Of course, in general, you'd extend an abstract class. You cannot just go ahead and extend another random class. When you extend, the class has to be abstract class. Abstract class means that it'll just give you some blueprint, but the body or the implementation of it, it depends on the child class. So in our case, this is the child class. So it's gonna implement whatever inside is there necessary, but this is the blueprint. Okay, so like the rules and regulations, but how you execute this, it's up to this sign-in notifier class. Anyway, now over here, if you see, open it up. Okay, first here we say it takes a type. It could be anything. Okay, anything, any type, any primitive type, any custom object type. And then here you see there is a constructor, and you have to call the constructor and pass data. And what do you pass over here? You see over here you are passing state. Now what is the state? State, let me see. So over here, this T is the state type. So you see that whatever you are passing over here, that object becomes also the state. Okay, and that's exactly what has happened over here. Whatever we are passing over here, that becomes our state. Remember earlier I said the data in this class, the fields in this class, they will have data, and those data would be reactive. Okay,
those data is the data that becomes our state, because we are going to save them, retrieve them, use them across our app. So hopefully it makes sense. So this is very important idea, and this is the reason actually I'm using this way of defining our state class this time, because this class, extend, super, and constructor, this thing's core idea of programming. If you use object, or if you learn object-oriented programming with Java, PHP, Dart, Golang, this is the core idea, or any language like that. Okay, so they all pretty much use object-oriented programming style. But the earlier way, when we did that, I felt like it doesn't expose much of it. Yeah, it does look like a little bit of it. And we also see the build method. This is also over here because of object-oriented programming style, which I'll talk later in future tutorials. Of course, in this course, I'll be talking. So remember, the purpose of this course you guys are taking, it's not to just build a UI and how to learn the programming concept and some better practices, which is useful. Once again, you want to learn programming concept rather than learning a framework, because good framework, all the good framework, they pretty much follow the same pattern. Trust me, once you learn this thing, you go ahead and learn React Native, and the way you'd be coding is the same idea, and you'd learn it much faster. But anyway, so here, so because this state notifier has a constructor, and then we have to call that constructor. To call that, we use super. And then whether you need to pass this thing or not, whatever we are passing over here, it totally depends on the constructor of this class over here. Okay, if it has an object, you have to pass that one. If it doesn't take anything, you don't have to take anything. All right, or you don't have to pass anything. So that's how it works. Hopefully it would be a very useful idea throughout your programming career, and which is very useful. Now here still it goes more than that, just a lot more than that. Why? Because sometimes you will see that even though you have a class where you extend things like this, and you might have your own constructor, but you are not calling something like super, and that works. But in our case, it doesn't work. Why? Now we need a very good example. So let's go back to our Dart pad. Now this is our Dart pad over here. So I'm going to go ahead and create a class over here. First I'll say main function, just like this, and then over here we're gonna say something like this: class animals, and then here, yeah, that's it. And then I'm going to do something like this over here, and the class dog, just like this. And then here I'm going to extend this animal class. So here it's say extends animals. All right, and then okay, well, what is it happening over here? It looks like nothing is happening, but of course, if we want, for example, we can go ahead and create a variable and dog, and then we say dogs. All right, and let's hit enter, and nothing's gonna happen. Okay, so that's the first thing. And over here we do see that we were not calling any kind of constructor, and of course, and at least we don't have any error. Looks like I need to connect with my VPN because I'm in China. Sorry about that. And now let's go ahead and run it. And yes, nothing is there. So it looks like a little bit different than what we are learning over here. Okay, well, one class is extending another class, and we have to have this constructor. If you don't have this constructor, it's gonna say go ahead and call your super constructor, and then first you call your own constructor, and it still has error over here. And why is this happening? The reason is because like this. So in our case, this is the super class, and this is the child class. Child class is extending the super class, or the parent class. This is also called parent class. But the thing is that this class doesn't exactly have a constructor. It does have, but that constructor is implicit, which means that even if you don't
write it there, it would assign a constructor like this. Okay, it would just assign a constructor like that. That's it. Okay, and now if you go ahead and run it, you'll still say, of course, no changes at all. So it looks like you write it and you don't write it, it's the same thing. But the idea is, if you don't write it, it assigns, Dart compiler will assign a constructor automatically. All right, now how do I really know that this constructor is being called or not? Here's the thing. You can have your body over here and you can print here animals class. Okay, now let's go ahead and run it and we'll see something interesting happens. Looks like we don't need this. Okay, so let's go ahead and run it and we'll see over here it says that animals class. Okay, so interestingly, even though my class over here dogs doesn't have any constructor, looks like, and then it's still calling this one. And why it happens, just now, remember, just now I said that if you have a class and that class doesn't have any constructor, I mean, if you don't assign constructor like this, it'll still assign a constructor automatically. So there is a constructor, even in dogs class there is a constructor. Okay, now let's run it and we'll see that, of course, this time the same as before, nothing changes. So the constructor is still there even if you write it or not. And if you want, you can also assign a body over here. Now here we can say dogs class. All right, now let's go ahead and run it, and here interesting things will happen. Sorry for the error. Now let's go ahead and run it, and here we'll see that, okay, well, my network issue, sorry about that. Okay, here we go. So here first we see that animals class and dogs class. So what's happening here? So if you have a parent class and that is extended by another class, the first thing is that you don't assign any constructor, they assign the constructor automatically. If you don't assign, Dart will assign automatically. And how can we prove that? So you can go ahead and write something like a print statement in your constructor body, and then you see that, oh yes, they're there because you just put it there. Here you see that we are not calling animals class constructor, but it is called automatically, but which is very different from here. Well, here I do have the same thing. I have this constructor of this class, but I still get an error. Why? So we have to know that. All right, so once again, first thing we learned that if you have a parent class and then it is extended by another child class, the constructor, if you don't assign any constructor are assigned automatically. And the second thing we also learned there, the way they call. So first, superclass constructor gets called, and then the child class constructor or baby class constructor gets called. Now the another thing which I was addressing here, that what to and how to solve this issue or learn this issue, that what is this. Now let's come over here. The reason is why it doesn't work here and it works here. The reason is because over here in our case, the state notifier, you see state notifier itself, the constructor takes a parameter, and here in our case you'll see that animal class constructor doesn't take anything. So the idea is, if your superclass constructor doesn't take any parameter and subclass or the child class wants to use it, you can use this superclass constructor without calling it. We are using it without calling it. For example, when you go ahead and call the superclass constructor, what is a superclass? Animals class. So go ahead and call the superclass constructor. How do you call it? Super. Okay, and that's it. And even if you call like this, you will see that there is no error. So, but why in our case, in this case, the one that we have this error? Once again, the reason is because in our case, superclass constructor doesn't have any parameters. Say for example, you have a variable over here, string bark, all right, and then, well, over here you assign this in the constructor. Let's go ahead and do that, this dot bark. Now you'll see that we are getting error. So the idea is, if your superclass constructor has a parameter, then when you call the superclass constructor from child class, you have to pass a parameter too. So what parameter it takes? It takes a string. So over here you can pass a random parameter like loud or whatever it is. Okay, it doesn't really matter. And then you see no problem at all. So this is the idea that we learned. So if your class, superclass constructor has parameter, and when you call that from your child class, then you have to pass the parameter, otherwise you will get error, and you will get error everywhere. So for example, if you have it like this and you see that, okay, here you're trying to call and you get error. Why? Because you have a parameter over here that you need to assign. You're not passing, that's why you get error. If you just simply call like this, you still get error. The only way to get rid of error is this one. Okay, so pass a string and then you run it and it works. So this is the basic relationship between child class, superclass, and the constructor. Okay, so after this you should be very clear, like when you are calling a superclass constructor or not, and at the same time why you need to pass parameter. So two learnings in general: if your superclass constructor doesn't take any parameter, you don't really need to call anything. Okay, all right, and it would work. But if your superclass constructor has parameter, you have to call the superclass constructor, and at the same time you need to pass parameter inside the super. Okay, now after this we have solid understanding. So let's go back to our app over here, the one that we are trying to do now. Okay, let's go back to our original state. This is the state. Now over here, of course, earlier we see that we can just simply pass a string or whatever, but here it looks like we're passing the same class. But of course, if you come over here and try to pass the same class, animals, and you will get error. Definitely you will get error. You see there is an error, but looks like over here we don't have this error. Why? Now it totally depends on the superclass constructor, what it takes. It takes something called this.state, and we just learned that this.state, this state refers to the class itself, the one that you are passing. So that's why in this case it's working. So the same class we are passing. Okay, all right, so that's why it works. So it totally depends on the superclass constructor, whatever it takes. When you call that super from your child class, they have to match, otherwise you will get error. Okay, and this is the reason that I wanted to use this approach, because if I didn't do that, a lot of you might not have known this idea, and which is core to object-oriented programming. Trust me, I've been programming for 10 years. I know that this is something that you want to learn, because this is something you'd be able to use even from now on 50 years later, because most probably object-oriented programming would be there. Okay, so these are the core ideas that you should master and understand, and then design your class. Everything else is kind of unnecessary. So to me, the new way of doing like this, new way of generating it, I feel like it took a lot of idea away, which is good, and it also has a trade-off. In future we'll take a look, what is this thing? Okay, there are a lot more things to talk about it, but anyway. Okay, cool. Now if it is so, now we can go ahead and find our register notifier, which is this one, and most probably we can copy some of these ideas from here. Okay, so let's go ahead and copy these things, and what we could do now over here, we can put some of them and remove most of them. Okay, like it doesn't take username, it only takes email address, so other two things we don't need to do. Cool. So okay, so that's how you go ahead and design a class that should be connecting with your UI to transfer data, and that data would be saved in this class. Well, I wouldn't say saved in this class, in this model. This is more like a model, because remember, when you create state notifier, what it is trying to do, it's trying to give you a shared memory in the app, so that our app, certain app, can access it anywhere from the app. Okay, so with this, it's like giving you a shared state. Now this shared state should use data. Where is this data coming from? This data should be coming from our UI. Now this, how does the UI interact over here? Using this sign in notifier. Okay, and then once the data comes from from the UI to here, we pass the data to shared state using this method, okay? And what kind of data should be held in our shared state? This kind of data, okay, where we will have an email and password. So hopefully your understanding about it should be very clear by this time, okay? Once again, we'll have a UI will pass data to us because we're going to do a form registration, and then that data would come to this class using these two methods, and then we take those data and pass to our shared state. And what is the data, the type of data we are passing? We already said, okay, these are the only two type of data we want, okay? So that's why it's going to work. Okay, so before we go ahead and start to use this, and a few more things to talk about this state notifier class. Just now we understood the relationship, and now we'll see what it is exactly. Well, it says that an observable class that stores single immutable state. So this class actually stores state. So if you want, you can even actually make a note over here. Okay, state, well, I'm gonna write it here, state notifier saves state. Okay, all right. And the state type, I mean, what kind of data should be in the state is defined by this one, the one that you pass over here. Okay, that's the first thing. And over here, well, it did say that, well, there are many things that you could do. Here it says that by using immutable state, it becomes a lot simpler to compare two states, previous state and new state. Now, I know this could be a little bit difficult or hard to understand. We'll cover that later, and a lot of things like that. Okay. Now, previously we have seen that this class itself is immutable. Why? Because we have this const and final fields. Okay, so constructor and final fields make a class immutable. So this is exactly we are passing over here. So we are passing an immutable state. Beautiful. And what else we are doing over here? Now, this is some basic example over here. And here it did say that, well, assigning state to a new value will automatically notify the listeners and update the UI. Remember, we have this ref.watch, special ref.watch actually listens to the changes. So each time we have a new state, somehow you assign a new state, and then the listeners ref.watch would automatically get notified and it would update the UI. So that's what it's trying to say. Of course, this is pretty much looks like previous one, the one that we have used like state provider and the new way of maintaining state using the build method in Riverpod. We have seen that one. So it has pretty much the same one. All right. Okay. And at the same time, it says then the object can be either listened like with state notifier builder or state notifier provider. So of course, here we created a class. That class saves states, but we need to listen to that. And so there are two steps. Okay. One of the steps we already know, which is called ref.watch. But even before that, there is another step that we need to do. We need to actually create a mechanism so that we can expose this class, this state notifier eventually. This class somehow also means this one because this class borrows properties from there. This is the parent class. So either way, we are exposing this or this to our UI, and we need to create a mechanism. So over here, we're going to create a variable and we're going to call it final type. And here we'll have sign in notifier provider. Okay, this one. And here we're going to call state notifier provider. So because this time we are creating manually. Earlier, when we are using this type, register notifier, where we had this build method defines the state itself, but the provider is actually returned from here. So first, this is the provider name and this is the actual provider. Okay, so we use this name to expose the provider that holds our notifier class and state class. But this time, since we are not using this code generation tool, we are doing it manually. So eventually the idea is same. Even if you see it over here, it creates for you automatically, but over here we are creating our own provider.
So this state notifier needs a provider to expose this or its state to the UI. So for this reason, we over here are using state notifier provider. And to be able to use that, there is one more thing that you need to do. Inside this, you need to pass ref, which is very important to work with this. Over here, just simply go ahead and return our sign in notifier. That's it. Okay. All right. So now we can use ref.watch to read, okay, to know what's inside this provider, as well as if there are any changes, automatically we would be notified. Okay, cool. Now, well, okay, this one, the one that you see over here, we are writing like this. So we have this curly braces, and then we are returning. And if you have a situation like this, actually you can just return in one statement using this fat arrow, or arrow actually, and we can call sign in notifier. Okay, that's it. So this is more concise and clean. So once again, so this sign in notifier, it is holding our state, and we want to expose this state to our UI. To do that, we created a provider, which we have done it before using our tool. The provider name is this one. So on our UI, we are going to use this one to access it. Okay, beautiful. And what else? Let me see if we have anything else over here to know. Let's see. Looks like no, we are good to go. But there is also an example of this state notifier provider itself. Okay, anyway, so cool. Now let's come over here, because there are so much ideas that we can cover, but it's just the time problem and limitation. It can go on for hours after hours. So you should also do your own research on your free time. That's how you learn. Anyway, so this is our UI right now. Sign in.dart over here. Okay, so what's happening? Well, we need to expose well, we already have this notifier, right? So we need to be able to use it. So all the ways to use that, we can directly go ahead and actually use this like this. Okay, so here we can create a variable final and state sign in provider like this, and here we could do ref.watch, okay, and then sign in notifier provider actually. Okay, cool. But of course, the first thing is that over here this ref is not available. Now to do that, first we need to convert it to a stateful class. Sorry, let's do it like this. So let's select it, and option on Mac, option enter. Most probably on Windows it should be Alt enter. Convert this, and then over here all I need to do, just need to write here consumer. Okay, so that's it. And after that I need to make it consumer state and consumer state as well, and the arrow should be gone. Let's see, most probably we also need to import Flutter Riverpod. Okay, cool. So the ref object is available. So one reason that why we converted it to consumer stateful widget, the reason is because we want to have ref.watch, which is coming from Riverpod, this one and this one, right? And there is another reason, because just like register class, remember we had to expose our ref to our controller, because controller would be dealing with our business logic. This is not what you want to do over here. Now how can we do that? So we need to create a controller and then create an object of the controller and pass this ref in the constructor of that class. Okay, so well, for this reason I think just like this over here, we're gonna create a new class over here, and we're gonna call it sign in controller ref.dart like this. Okay, let's go ahead and add it over here, and then we're going to create a class, and class name would be sign in controller. All right, so here we'll have a field, and we're going to call it build context, and then we'll have a constructor over here, sign in controller, and we'd say required. This is something that we must need, so we don't want to make it optional. Context, that should work, but of course if you don't want to write it like this, you can also write it like this. This is okay, it should work anyway. All right, so this is a very concise term than that one. Okay, so the other way, you need to assign a name. This way you can't assign a name, you just pass the context directly to it. Okay, but here, since we are in Riverpod, we don't want to pass context exactly like this, so we're gonna pass widget ref. Okay, this one. So let's go ahead and import it, and then we don't want to call it context, we're gonna call it ref, because context is more called in block, not really in Riverpod. Okay, but I think context makes more sense. Anyway, so now let's come over here and see. I hope you understand the difference having this brackets and not having this curly brackets. Okay, because I said that you could also do it like this, so the way we did early, like this dot ref like this. Okay, but of course in that case you need to put required. And while if you do like this, you need to pass using a name, so this becomes named optional parameter. Okay, named optional parameter, you will pass ref name and pass a ref, but this way this is just a positional parameter. Okay, you have to pass according to the position. All right, another reason, say for example, if you have a string and say name it type, and then over here you also have to pass this the type, and when you call, you definitely have to first pass this ref object and then the type object. Okay, if you change and call, then you will get error, it's not going to work. That's why they are called positional named parameter or positional parameter actually. All right, so we are not going to have this one. All right, so now let's come over here, and one of the things that we could do over here is init state. Let's go ahead and call init state, this one. All right, cool. And so since we learned it early, over here we can create something like this, late and sign in controller and controller. Okay, cool. And over here implementation detail controller, so here we're gonna pass sign in controller, and here we simply pass a ref. Okay, now you'll see that this is quite different than our sign up controller in a sense, because the first thing, okay, let me find this class over here. So here you saw that we are passing by name, because as I said that there was named optional parameter, but in this case we are not passing because this is positional parameter. As long as you maintain the order, it works. Order how you pass this. All right, okay, cool. So when we pass this one, it becomes interesting. Why? Now we'll be able to pass our state, and once we click on this button, because the controller is available, we'll be able to pass our state to our controller, and over there, since we can access the state, we'll be able to do a lot of data processing. Now let's come over here and okay, we don't need this, we just keep this one. Okay, so over here we're going to create a method void handle sign in, and over here we'll have something like this. One of the very first thing that we did last time, and we also want to do this time, state, sorry, not state, it should be string email, and we're gonna call it ref dot what is it that we are doing? So here we do ref dot read, or I think well, read it is fine over here because we just want to get it once. Okay, and then here state sign in notifier provider, this one. All right, and it looks like we need to import it. Okay, cool. And definitely I have a wrong type over here. This is not something what you want. So var state object. Okay, all right. Okay, cool. That is gone. And then inside this here, you could have like this string email. This is state dot over here. What do you want to access? Let's see. Can we access something? State dot email. Okay, the reason that why it doesn't work over here and doesn't recognize, what's the reason? And the reason is because we have a mistake in our sign in notifier. Let's see this one. So one of the things, if you hover over on this, it takes things. It takes actually, let's see, state notifier provider. Okay, it's not here. Looks like we don't see it there from here. There's an example. Okay, there should be something that we are missing. Let's come over here and see how it works. Right, this is the thing. So here you do see that over here state notifier provider also takes a type. One is the notifier itself, and there is over here state. These are the two things it takes over here. So one is notifier and there is a state class. A T is actually refers to a state class, if you see somewhere down here, because we have seen it early from the documentation. I don't see it clearly, but yeah, it has to be a state class, and this is something that we are missing. Well, looks like it's not here, but this is the reason that why it's not working over here. We get error, and it makes sense because it's saying, okay, well, in your state I don't see anything like email. That's what it is trying to say. Here you said, okay, my state model is sign-in state. Okay, that's what we are trying to say, that state model and sign-in state will have email and password. But now here it says, well, even if this state notifier provider, it doesn't have anything called email or password. And this is the reason actually we need to mention the type over here. So the first thing we do, sign in notifier and sign in state. Okay, and beautiful. And let's see what else. Are we having more issues? So here, of course, not this one. Here we have sign in state, this one. All right, now the error is gone, and let me reorganize. Sorry, so I forgot to assign the type, and that's why it was not recognizing. Well, this part is actually more like a block. If you work with block, in the block you have to do the same thing. You have to say the block class, as well as, which is more like events, and then the state itself. Okay, so this one you could also understand it more like an event class if you ever worked with block. Okay, because block needs events and then state class as well. Okay, so the idea is pretty much similar. Anyway, so now if we come over here and you see the arrow is gone, beautiful, and this is something we wanted, string password. So state.password. So yes, these things are available, and right away we can do one thing over here. We can just simply go ahead and print like this, my email address is email. Okay, and then here print my password is pass. All right, beautiful. So now what I'm going to do over here, I'm going to do most probably this one, hot restart. All right, and I'm going to check it over here, and we'll see that if it works or not. Even before it has to work, I'm going to have to actually close this, and then I'm gonna come over here and then we need to attach a handler to it. So what is this? This is the login button, right? So login button is this one. Looks like we just passed a string so far. So we need to pass a function to it. And what is the function? Well, function should be inside, let me see, is the app button actually inside this. Okay, so I'll have this comma, and then I'll have func, and then over here we are going to pass something called controller.handle sign-in, the second one. Okay, so we're gonna pass this one to this app button, and then so let's go and check our app button over here, and it would get executed over here on tap. Okay, all right, and if it works, then actually we can process the data, save the data, and then go to a new page, hopefully. All right, so let's go ahead and try this one. Okay, so for now we're gonna just type in any random email address. Okay, it doesn't matter, and it looks like we are already having issues. Null checker used on a null value. Okay, app text field. Okay, app text field. App text field. Okay, let me restart everything and see what's happening over here. Okay, right. Now let's come over here. a.com. All right, so we have this null checker issue that we need to take care.
So remember, just now I said that all of this information together, we need to create an object, because we need to pass this thing to Firestore. Before we pass, first we need to convert it to object and then to JSON object. But currently they're all string, so this is not something we want. You should not be passing around a string. Now, if you have a bunch of information and all this information together, they can create an object. But for this reason, you need a class. We already have a class. Our class name is login request entity, as you can see. Okay, and it has a few fields and the constructor. And as I said, that we also need to convert our object to JSON. So that's why we also have a method over here called a toJSON method. Okay, this method actually returns JSON. As you can see, JSON is more like map, which I think we have seen before. Map is string and another data type in general. So first one refers to the key and the second one refers to the value. So this would be this keys, and dynamic refers to this object's type. So you see these are all string, so that's why we say this is string. And this could be anything, int, string, custom object. So that's why we say dynamic. Of course, if you want, you can make all of them the same. It would work the same, but that would be a little error prone. Say you want everything to be int, then you can write here int, or you want everything to be like string, you can put here string anyway. And another thing in this constructor, or the fields, actually we see that these are all optional. Over here we said, okay, it means they could be nullable, and that's why we have this curly braces. We know that if we have curly braces, things become optional. Okay, so we may pass some of them, we may not pass some of them, but we can still create a new object. Okay, all right, so this is what we are going to do. So first we'll call this class login request entity, and the object name is login request entity, and then we can go ahead and create this class. Okay, now sorry, we created an object. Now this is a little different than earlier class we have seen. Our earlier classes, like for example, let me show you. Okay, sign up controller we don't need, sign in state, right? Here you do see that the similar thing, almost similar. We have a class name, we have fields, we have a constructor, but when we are creating object, actually when we are doing that, after creating object, we are not able to change. I'm sure you remember. So let's come over here. Let me give you an example. Let's say I have this void main method over here, which is core to Dart. Now here we could create an object, sign in state. Just call it state, doesn't matter, and sign in state. All right, okay, you can create an object like this, and after that over here, state.email, say that is string and a.a.com. So here you get error, right? Remember why you get error? Because this object is immutable. You cannot change this object. You cannot add anything, edit anything, because there is a final and constant together make it immutable. Or if you take another pattern, sign in, my state, sign in, and here say you pass email, so email say a@a.com. It doesn't matter, just I'm giving an example, and then password 1234. So we create an object and say we try to do state.email, my state.email. and say this time you want to change a password, and then you can't actually, you'll get an error. Let me keep it here because I'm going to come back to this. But over here we created an object, and then if you do login request entity, and then here you do avatar, and then here you assign photo URL, and it works. Of course, this avatar, the first it exists over here. This is the field. Avatar means photo or things like that. So whatever the value we had over here from Google we gotten, we assign it here, right? That's what we are doing. Now, the important part that I'm trying to say, you see over here, you can't assign, and you can assign over here. Why? It's something that you really need to remember. One second, this class is immutable class. Once you create object with this, you can't change that. You can create as many objects as you want, but each object is new. Nothing could be changed. Why I say this one again and again, this is very one of the core part of Dart programming, or kind of any other language as well. But Dart immutability is everywhere. So that's why you need to know. All right. Okay, now this one over here, well, we don't need to make it immutable. Okay, it doesn't really matter, but if you want, you can go ahead and do that. So it's the same thing. I mean, I don't see the need for that. But over here, because we are dealing with state, and at different time I might have different data, so I'm afraid they would be corrupted, so I make them immutable. But here it doesn't matter, you just log in once. But if you want, you can make it immutable, right? You can just put const final, and over here you put const, and that's it. Okay, all right. Anyway, so now let's go ahead and do that. Let's continue. So login request entity dot name. So over here we'll have display name, login request entity, email. Over here we'll have email, and login request entity. Let's see, the other one dot open ID. Well, for now we'll set it manually 1, and the login request entity, okay, that's the wrong one, sorry, type is 1. There should be ID. Well, ID, this one. Okay, so once we have this, we are ready. So now this object contains all of this, so it's like just like a box. This box has all of this, and you can get avatar from it. All you need to do, if you want to get avatar information from this box, then you need to do dot avatar, and you'll get it, print it, or pass it to anyone. So why it's convenient, because now this object contains everything. So if you need, you can pass around this one, is it will contain everything, instead of passing all of this differently, which we could do, but we don't want to do because this is not good. All right, okay, cool. Now over here we are going to pass this object, and here we're going to call create a new method, and we're going to call it async post all data, and then here we'll have login request entity. Why? Because we are going to call this class from here, not class, actual method, and we're going to pass login request entity. That's all. All right. Anyway, so let me put it here. Okay, toast info here. So login error in the string, login error. Oops, that should be toast info, right? Okay, cool. So this is what we have. So we need to continue and finish this thing. Finish what? Well, let's go ahead and finish this one first, and then we'll go back to that. So this is where actually we can also well, we should continue to work. And something that I want to introduce here, or maybe we could actually work on that later, it doesn't really matter. Okay, all right. Now here we're going to do things like this. Remember earlier we have this ref.read, and then we had this loader, I think, what was it, global loader, app loader provider, this one, notifier. So we want to start loading, and here we're gonna say change. I think we had a method, I think that was set something like that. Okay, so here we set to true. All right, so we see whether we can log in or not. All right, okay, so we start it, and once we are done, we do read app loader dot notifier, and then we set it to false, which means request is done. Whatever it is we are trying to do, that's been done. Okay, so that's what we are trying to say, that we are done with this. Okay, so why would be done with this? Well, the first thing, as soon as you hit here, which means that actually you logged in, because if you use this one, we are already passing our email and password, and if we get the correct response is actually over here, which means that we exist in Firebase. So that means actually we already logged in. Up to here, that means, okay, you exist in Firebase. So that's the only thing Google will give us, and related information. But how to use this information, we could go ahead and actually, it's up to us that how we go ahead and use that. Okay, because we up to here we get correct response, and that's all Google give us. So over here we do want to do something interesting. Okay, that's one part. And let me see whether we also want to put try catch clause over here, because after all we'd be talking with Google. Okay, so here ref.read, and we'll have this app loader dot notifier, and then set to true. Okay, we do that, and try catch. So we are here. Let me see. Most probably it should be here, the ref.read, and then uploader dot notifier, and set to false. If necessary, most probably we'll also need to put it here. We'll see how it works. Okay, all right. And let's open up our terminal over here. We'll see what we see. Okay, now for now I'm going to comment that out, as we already have one here, and we'll check that how things go. One thing he can do, just a simple print message, user logged in. Okay, all right, now let's do hot reload. Okay, and let's hit enter. Okay, we didn't get anything. User not found. Nothing. Okay, let me hot reload from the beginning. Most probably the conditional problem, but anyway, let's check it together. Just put a random email. Okay, right. So it looks like it's not being triggered at all. So over here, I'm going to say print 0. I don't want to print where I get stuck. Okay, all right. Print 1. So it's just a basic debugging, because I don't know what's causing this issue. I kind of guess, but let's do it together. Okay, so over here, print, I think that's 4. All right, and let's put another here. It should be print, say 5. All right, and this one. Okay, cool, let's hit it. Okay, so what do we see? We are only able to hit 0 and 1. Okay, 0 and 4. So here we are. Okay, that it is. And we were, most probably we're also inside this, but we are not able to see that. Let me confirm. Well, I can guess actually what happened. Let's debug it. So 0 0 0 4, which means it hit this, but not this. So something went wrong from here, and then it directly went to this one over here. Okay, all right, that's fine. But now what about our sign-in page? Didn't show us anything, because I think the way we set it up, we were actually supposed to see this. So I'm going to cut this. Well, even before I cut, let me get an object final loader ref.watch uploader. So this will give us the boolean, and then I'm not sure this is the right way. Let's go ahead and do it. So here, loader false. If it is false, which means that the current page during loading, we can show center, and let me see, sign up. Sign up page over here. We had this one. So let's come over here. So I'm going to put it, most probably we can create a global widget for that. Well, we'll see that later. Okay, let's save it. And let's go ahead and do this. Okay, now we are able to see this. Okay, and then it returned us. That's fine, but yeah, there's one problem. Now with this, actually it loses all the data over here. So that's one problem, that okay, it should be saving the data, but it looks like when we are here, it loses all the data. Okay, so that's the problem, which actually we could take care later, that why it loses the data. But one of the ways to check it right away is like this. Say, for example, print sign in the email. Okay, just print 1, and here put a.a.com. We already see that there. and password, any password. All right. Okay, now let's hit login. Okay, right. Well, we actually have it in our state.
Okay, so we do see that it's saved over here, so which means that it is saved actually in the state. So even though I do like this and go to new page, or after refreshing we see it and it's gone, but it's always there, right? It's in the state, so this is good. So which means that we would still be able to retrieve it and show it here. And how to do that? Well, there could be many different solutions to it. So one of the solutions I'm going to use is called text editing controller. Okay, so we need to come over here, and so at the top over here we're going to declare text editing controller. So let's go ahead and do that, and this would help us to show the data over here from the state. Okay, that's the principle, and this is why we are having it. So text editing controller, and here we'll say email controller equal text editing controller, this one, and we need another one, text editing controller password controller equal text editing controller. All right, so two of this. Okay, so now over here what's gonna happen, so when we hit this login button, actually we can save this value in the text editing controller and read this text editing controller in our UI. Okay, so that's how it should work. So as soon as we hit this button, email controller and password controller would get that value. So how to work with this? So here we'll have email controller dot text, and then here we could do email, whatever is there, we save it there. Let me clean it like this, and then password controller dot text over here will have password. Okay, that's one way to do this thing. All right, now we need to find a way in our sign-in controller to read this thing, but it's not just reading, it's also assigning. So first we need to come over here, app text field, and here we can assign text editing controller. We can say it could be nullable. All right, okay, so that's fine. And then whatever is there, this controller, we should also assign inside this text field. So here there's a controller field and controller. Okay, so they have to be all connected. Now since my text field over here, app text field, takes controller, or it can take controller, so now up here we can pass a certain controller. So here the object name is controller, and we're going to access our text controller using this one. So here we could simply access email controller. Okay, so we are passing the controller. All right, so if we can pass the controller, whatever is there for the text itself would be here available. Okay, so we can actually go ahead and try it right away. So let's go ahead and check it. Okay, all right, now you see it's already there. Okay, so let's do it. But now here it is, you can try this, login. You see it's there, but the password is gone because the password, we didn't attach a controller to it. Okay, so the way it works over here, this page UI can always access the controller, this one, sign in controller. Since it can access, it can get the latest value for the email controller, and latest value is well, it got two ways. One is once you hit it and after it's built. Okay, so next, so when you hit it, what happens over here, when you hit this login button, the sign-in controller over here, handle sign-in, gets this value, it assigns. Okay, so that's one-time building. And then when this is login is done over here, this circular progress button, when it's done, the whole page gets revealed. Okay, And of course, at that time, our sign in page comes over here. Well, it does see, okay, well, there is a controller attached to it. And if there is a controller attached to this text field, it will also see if there is any value or not. Well, the value is already saved first time when you hit this. Okay, so it's always there. All right, so that's how you use the preserved state using text controller. Otherwise, if user type in the wrong information, it's all gone, and this is not good user experience. Okay, you want to keep whatever is there user has typed in. I think it is good. All right, okay, cool. And then over here, we could do the same for our password controller. So all we need to do over here, we need to pass the controller and controller dot password controller, right? Okay, now let's do hot reload. Okay, right, because the earlier password value is already there. Okay, all right, here. Okay, you can remove that, or you can do a new one just like this and try to do login. Okay, so it's always there. All right, and of course, so far so good. And let's see. Okay, so we don't need this one anymore, but you can also try to print that. Okay, print sign in provider dot password. So let's print both of them and observe how it changes. All right, okay, now here, say I want to remove that. That's fine. So we see our password and everything, and this time it's empty, nothing is there. You can change your password. All right, you can change your email address and it's there, and then login, it's gone, and we come back and we see exactly the same thing. All right, so you can also remove that. You can try to log in, come back, and exactly the same thing. And you can also actually type in more of this information if you want. All right, so that's how you go ahead and work with this changes over here. Now let me go ahead and restart everything, and now let's come over here. Of course, after restarting, we don't have any state, and that's the normal behavior because we are not caching, we are just saving in local temporary memory. a.com. Let's try it one more time and see if we have any strange behavior or not. No, it is there, gone. Okay, and then if you want, you can type in again a.b.com. all right, so this is expected behavior right now, and it's working. Okay, cool. And now if this is working over here, so the sign up controller or this one was doing pretty good, and we now know that while over here this is the place it touches. Why? Because you see we are giving wrong information to the user. Okay, we are giving wrong information to the user, so we need to tell user, okay, your information is wrong. Okay, whatever information you're trying to give us, that's the wrong one. So let's edit our information. Now over here we can also introduce something like this on Firebase auth exceptions, this one, and then here we'll have catch again and and inside this we'll have like this. Looks like we need a conditional brackets, actually, not statement. Let's reorganize our code so that we look good. We are here, here. It should be good, but I'm not sure why it's becoming cranky down there though. So just what I could do right away, let me remove this. I'm not sure why it was like this. Okay, looks like there is a typo because we do see that here. Exeter method getter setter operation incomplete code. So something is wrong there, so I'm going to put it back, sorry. Okay, now how to work with this? So let's avoid error, and over here we'll look at sign up controller,
And what I could do actually, okay, I can completely copy this section from here so that it's less error prone. Let's come over here. So select this block and remove this. All right, and looks like we need to have it. All right, so here we can say code user not found, user not found. All right, user doesn't exist, user not found, or user doesn't exist, like that. Okay, and there is the other one you could do over here is wrong password. So user exists but the password is wrong. Your password is wrong. Your password is wrong. And it looks like we don't need this. Okay, all right, so everything else stays the same. Let's do hot reload. Now let's see if we have any custom message. Okay, so here we are inside, let's see, 00. That's fine. And only thing, we go back later on, we do hit this, but looks like we don't hit 1. Okay, that's the other problem. And let's check code E. So are there anything else that we are not doing? User not found, and that's okay. And wrong password, that's okay too. I'm not sure what's going on. Let me do hot restart. Okay, right. And let me type in a.com and the password 1 2 3 4 5 6. Let's hit it, and looks like the similar type of error. Okay, so when we try it over here, it looks like that we don't really, we are not able to send anything to the Google server, and it always prints something from here at the top over here and bottom, which we have seen before. But why? Now in my case I'm getting this error. In your case maybe you are not getting this error. Either way, so I'm going to show you something that is very useful actually for debugging. So we feel like whenever we try this, actually none of this condition is met. Okay, now let's come over here, and I'm going to do hot reload, and then I'm going to hit this, and here I do see that this code where it says internal error. Well, it's hard to know what's going on over here. Well, there could be tons of reasons. And okay, so that's what we get from login. But how about register section? Now for register section we can do the same, but make sure first over here you have something like this code. All right, so let's go ahead and print the code as well and see that how it works here. Hot reload, and then over here I'm gonna say Dylan Ahmed, and so Dylan, this is my other email address that I'm going to use. And then over here actually we could go ahead and check it just like this. Okay, here we get internal error. Okay, so most probably you guys don't have this error. I have this error. There could be reasons. Okay, and I kind of know that why this is happening because I have worked tons of times. So the reason most probably is mismatching with my configuration file. So because with this we confirm that both of this sign up and sign in, none of them is working. So one of the configuration file is over here.
Now here we can take a detailed look at how things work. And one of the ways very quickly check few things, for example, your app ID, project ID, whether you have the right JSON file or not. So here project ID, we do say 6E6063, this one. Now let's go to our Firebase. Now if you come over here, Firebase, and here we do see that project ID is different. Okay, this is 1BD32, which is very different than this one. So, which means that I have the wrong info.plist file. Okay, all right. There are other sections you can also see. Most probably you will see they are not matching. So that's why actually I'm getting this error. Okay, it could be one of the reasons that why we have this internal error. So whatever the package is here or information which is inside this is not matching over here. That also means that this info.plist file is the wrong file. So we're going to download it again. Well, if you don't have any problem, if you're able to log in, when I say if you're able to log in, I mean that at least you are able to print this. If you are able to print this line from sign up, it means you're good to go. And if you are not able to print this, then most probably your problem is similar. And of course, you're going to put more log to see where the problem is happening. Anyway, I'm going to click on this and download again. And I'm going to open it up over here. And it looks like there is another file called the same name, so I'm going to rename it. Now looks like, okay, there is another file, they have exactly the same name, so that's why it's not working, because over here the name should not have anything like that. Okay, so I'm going to first put in my document so that I can actually change the name, because in my downloads folder I do have this one almost the same name, but I cannot change it because I can't find the other one. Anyway, so first I'm going to this one. Okay, let me see. We also have one here, right? But that's the other one, so we don't need to worry about that. We are actually focusing on this one. So let's remove this. Okay, all right, say yes. And now we need to open our project in X module. Okay, if you are on iOS, we'll also take a look for Android as well. Okay, so I guess it's opening up a little bit slow. Okay, right. Okay, well, it's already opened over here. And we are inside this runner. And over here, I'm not sure what is this though. But this is something most probably we can delete. We don't need this. All right, fine. And then I'm going to actually drag and drop this one inside this folder, and I'll say okay. Right now I'm going to open up our studio over here, and most probably the file is imported. Yes, this one. Now here I might see the project itself is like project ID, which is this one, is matching this, or the information at the top. Okay, now if so, then I'm going to do the same for this one. I'm going to download it. This is for Android, and then most probably the same problem, and because there is another file with the same name, so that's why it has a tag over here. So I'm going to drag and drop my documents folder so that I can easily change it. The idea is all you need to be able to change it. Okay, all right, now let's come over here, and this time all we need to do, we need to come to this section over here inside this app and JSON. Even before you do that, let's see just an idea that whether we have the same project ID or not. Oh, over here with this one, looks like we have the same project ID, and which is the correct one. Okay, well, that's cool. Now I'm not going to change it for Android first. I'm just going to do it for iOS, and we'll see how it works, and then we'll go to Android and test it. So I'm going to put a random email address over here, and then we'll see how it goes. Okay, and we still do see that over here we have this internal error. So I'm going to stop and rebuild everything. Okay, so after restarting it, now it's working, and here we see that it says user not found because this email address is not valid. Cool. Now we can also check it using our real email address, which we have logged in before. So here we say it says a wrong password. This is beautiful. Now, so that means that this part is actually working, which also means that we can remove this code. Well, this code is good for debugging. You have to know that. All right, so I'm going to remove this one as well. And then over here, this one. And after that, we are going to go ahead and try on our Android simulator. So I'm going to run that. And at the same time, we could also do some other cleanup. So this time we are going to work on our Android system. Make sure that everything and every situation it works fine. All right, and make sure that you also have this return statement after this credential. If the user is null, you want to return. If this is not verified, you also want to return. Because previously I didn't have this too. All right, so I think this section over here, yeah, we are pretty much done in this section with this. So this is on our Android side. Beautiful. So it's working as we expected. So our Android app is over here. It started, and then let's go ahead and do the checking from here as well. So here we do a@a.com, and then here we do 1 2 3 4. Any password is okay because we are just testing. And do login, and user not found. That's what we see, and beautiful. And of course over here, well, when we go back, we go to register section and we come back, and we also see the previous state is saved over here as well. This is beautiful. It's something that we wanted. Now let's go ahead and hit login, and your password is wrong. Okay, so it means that it's working across everywhere. Beautiful. Okay, well, now if it is working, so which means actually we kind of logged in by this time, because if you just put is write information. For example, we know that my password was 123456, and then I think here we'll hit this line, right? I think I removed that, so let me put it back. User logged in. Okay, all right, and let me do a hot restart. Okay, right, and after this, let me go ahead and hit it, and here you see user logged in. So that is something that we are able to print. Let me check it over here. So here we see user logged in. Beautiful. Okay, cool. So it is so far so good, and it's working. Okay, by being said that, now we can actually go ahead and work on this and continue further. Now remember, earlier we had these two sections, this one, the loader section. Now we want to put them back and see how it behaves, and do hot reload at the top, and over here, let's see, loading, and your password is wrong. So it means that our loading is working and our information over here at the top is also working at the same time, and that's beautiful. Okay, and well, and we also don't have any issues over here. Now even after that, well, right after that over here we had the other issues. Okay, anyway, I'm going to remove this first. Now this is not an issue, so what do you want to do with this? Actually, from here it would get a little bit complicated, and we got a lot of things to do from here. Well, we need to talk to server. We need to talk to server. And what is that? For saving data. And then we also have to have local storage, and then pop back or redirect to new page. So a lot of things are going to happen over here. Now the server itself would take us a lot of time. Local storage wouldn't take us a lot of time, and of course the redirecting would be simple, a piece of cake for us to do. Now since talking to server might take us a lot of time, and I'm going to skip this for now. We're gonna come back to it later, but for now we're gonna work on local storage. But I'm going to have a brief talk about what is talking to server. See, while we are using Google email login to log in, that's okay, but we also want to save this information in our own server. So this is where it comes. Because our app has, well, you have to pay, you have to buy, you have to search the courses, a lot of things happen. So we need to save our user information in our server as well. So that's why it's very important. So Google over here, this login is just helping us for authentication, but after that, once we return from Google, we also have to have our own authentication system for the users. We will not be talking to the Google all the time. Eventually, we would be using our own way of talking to the server. And we have to save our user information in our server so that we have complete control. And at the same time, so that we are able to use this information for further authentication and a lot of different stuff. So that's why we need to save this. Okay, well, we understand it, and we need to set up the server, but that's a lengthy process, long process, which we'll do later, not now. There are other things to do, we can do and have fun. So what about local storage? Well, we also have to save information in our phone about the user, like who is this user, his ID and related stuff, like his profile information and things like that. So that's why we need local storage, okay? Now to be able to do that, actually we need to install a plugin. Okay, so we're gonna do it using like this: Flutter pub add shared preferences. So this plugin helps you to store data locally. It helps you to store simple data and everything like in string format, which is very different than SQLite. It stores data in key value pair, and it's very simple to use. So that's why actually we are going to use it. All right, so looks like our plugin has installed, and if it is installed, actually we need to go ahead and have this plugin and access in a different file. So over here inside this common folder, we are going to create a new directory, and here we'll call it services. And over here we're going to create a file, and we're going to call it storage.dart. So this would help us to keep track and as well as help us to store user data. Now over here we're just going to go ahead and create a class over here, and we're going to call it storage service. All right, this one. And over here we'll have late final and shared preferences, and here we're going to call it pref. Now the shared preferences itself is coming from the package itself, and it's already auto imported. Make sure that if you have it, it's auto imported. So of course this is an instance that we created, but I mean it's a variable of this type, but it doesn't have any value, so we need to initialize it. Okay, and we want to create a method, and we're going to call it init, and this init method will call from somewhere else to make it available globally. Okay, and over here we'll have pref, and here we do await and shared preferences dot get instance. All right, this one, and let's go ahead and import it. All right, so now it's better, and then here we do return this. All right. Okay, and yeah, pretty much like this, and a few things going on right away. First one is, what is this get instance? Well, get instance gets us the instance of the shared preferences. And what is the instance over here? Actually, instance should be, let's see, well, let me see if they have any concrete type for this or not. Well, it looks like they don't have, so far I see over here. Okay, now, well, if it's not here, and that's fine, it doesn't matter, because we have already done a little bit of work to understand what is this instance. Remember how we see this instance over here, this one. So it's an object of Firebase auth, and here it's the same, but they have a different name or different way of calling it. They're calling it rather than look like a method of it. Okay, so it becomes actually more like a singleton class, but now we haven't talked about singleton yet, which we'll do later more, but I think we are not ready yet, because it contains a lot of data understanding and how things work. Okay, anyway, so you have to remember, when we call this one, it gives you an instance of this, and we take that instance and assign it to it, so that this is not null, because right now actually if you try to access this one directly, it is null. But if you return it from here like this pref is not going to be null. Anyway, so there is a lot more description over here. So loads and parses the shared preference for this app from the desk, because this is reading from this. It should not be awaited in high. It should not be awaited in high performance sensitive blocks. Anyway, so it gets data from a shared server. From local storage, and it stores data in local storage as well. Okay. Now over here, once we initialize this thing over here. After doing that, we are returning this. Actually, this refers to the class itself. Since we are saying we are returning this class, which means an instance of this class over here, we also need to mention it. Now, how do we do that? Here we do future and storage service. That's one. So first we are returning this class itself. So we have this. Now, because here we have await and async, it's better we put future, which also means that awaiting, okay, or waiting, because it may take a little bit of time to get everything done over here. First, you get the instance of this and then return this one. Now, since it also needs to initialize storage in our local memory, So it may take a bit of time. So that's why here the future should be there. Otherwise, you may get strange behavior. Okay. All right. So this is what's going to happen over here. So soon we're going to initialize this class globally, and then we'll call this, to initialize it, actually we'll call init method, because init method will return the object of this class. Okay, so that's one way to work with this. Well, if someone wants, they can also create a special constructor and pass this on and go ahead and use it. That's gonna also work, but this is the other way to work with this. All right, so let's continue. And now over here, we're gonna create another method over here, and we're gonna call it set string. Now, a lot of things that I'm doing right here might not make a lot of sense, but I'll explain them later. String value. All right. Now over here, we're gonna do return and pref dot set string, this one. Okay, now setting over here, it could take a bit of time. So here we also need to do await and async. Now since this is await and async, we also need to do future, and this is bool. Now why this is bool? Because this one only returns bool over here, as you can see. So this function itself returns bool. So that's why here we are also returning bool. Okay. Now this set string function is coming from this one, which is inside shared preferences. Remember, by this time we already initialized it. So in this object, this one has other method or properties, and we can access all of them. And that's what we did over here. All right, so after having this, actually we are ready to initialize this. And how are we going to initialize this? Well, to initialize this, actually we'll create a file. Actually, this is file, we're gonna call it global.dart, and over here inside this we'll initialize it globally. And the class itself will call it global, that's all. And inside this here we'll have static late and storage service, this one. Now we declare is as static because we don't need to create any instance of this class. So we'll just call this object and call the related methods or properties. Okay, so that's what we want to do, and it'd be very easy for us. All right, anyway, so now here we need to create a method. That method would actually help us to initialize stuff. And here we're gonna call it static future type init. Now the reason is why it's a future, that's because a lot of stuff will go on inside this, that's why. Now here we'll have storage and await. When it's a lot of stuff, I mean, you see it'll have await, and that's what we have. In general, if you have await and async, you most probably want to have future before it, otherwise it will get weird errors or weird things. Anyway, so now here we'll have here, how do we going to initialize it? So since this one's declared as static, so here I'm going to have this one storage service dot init, and since we have await here, we're gonna put await there as well. Okay, all right, so now this is static, and over here, so this is, well, this doesn't look like, of course this doesn't look like static, but it also just returns one instance of this class. Let's come over here. Okay, so we declared it as a static, and this one returns us an instance, so that would be static as well. So once we assign to it. All right, and now let's come over here and let's open up main.dart, and we have part of the things that's going on over here. So actually we can just go ahead and remove that, cut this off, and then we're gonna call it over here. I think that's better. And let's go ahead and import it, and let's also import a Firebase. And since last time we have corrected our options, I think this should work as well. All right, now in our main.dart over here, so we need to call global.init. So now let's go ahead and import it. So all the initializations would go there. So now let's go ahead and try to restart it. Okay, it has restarted, and then let's see if we can log in right now. And then over here we are going to log in. All right, and okay, user has logged in, so which means that we can log in. I can close this, all of this actually. Sign up controller we don't need, main we also don't need, storage we need, and we need to keep this one over here. We also don't need this. All right, so here sign in, and this is the sign in controller that we also need to keep. So yeah, it says that user has logged in, right? Okay, cool. So here few are the things that we are going to do, right? So what's the other first thing that we are going to do over here? So the other first thing is actually, since we can log in, but somehow we need to remember the user has already logged in, and there are few benefits about it. One of the benefits, you see, every time you restart it, you will have this onboarding screen, right? You don't want to see it every time you restart your app, but right now, so far, every time we restart our app, we see that onboarding screen. So we'll get rid of that one. So if we can remember we have logged in once, we can get rid of that one. And this may sound like magical, but it is not. We'll work way through it. And this is where things will get started right away. So here I'm gonna have this try catch clause, and over here I'll have catch e. All right, and to print it a string. All right. Now here it says something like this. So let's go back to kdebug mode. Now this is where we are trying to remember the user. Okay, to remember user info, right? Now we can actually do it easily. Global dot storage. Well, even before we can access storage, we need to import this one. All right, storage service, and now here we have a function which is called set string. We need to set a key over here, and for that key we need to set a value. Now where is this key coming from? Key, well, shared storage, when it stores information, it needs a key, as you can see, and a value. So we need to pass that. Now key could be any string, and value could be anything related to that key. So it remembers in the memory using this key value pair. Next time you want to retrieve this value, you just pass the key and it will give you the value. So that's how it works. Okay, so as you understand, key is like there is a lock and there is a key. If you give the key, you can open it. If you open it, you get the value. So that's how it works. Now, of course, for now, you can put any random string and random value. But of course, this is not what we want eventually. We want more organized way. So all the keys actually you can set up somewhere in your application. So over here we have utils, and inside this I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to call it constants.dart. So pretty much the thing they don't change, we're gonna declare it over there. Okay, so that's why we have this file. Now this file, well, we could declare a static class. Yes, we could do that. Class const. We can just call it app constants. Okay, just like this. And inside this, one of the first thing we do, const server API URL, and over here we'll have, well, IP address. We'll have another const, and we're gonna call it static, because this would be a class that will have static members, so you can just go ahead and use this class name and access it. Static string, and here we're gonna call it storage user profile key. So the actual key is over here, user profile. Okay, that's how it's gonna work. All right, and const string, most probably you also need a string over here, otherwise it's not gonna work. Let's see. Only static fields can be declared. Const static string, is this something that it wants? Okay, static const. All right, let's remove that. Good, this is better. I can also do this one, same. Good. So now it's not only static but also const, which is very good actually. Good for memory optimization and less error prone. Now here storage user token key. Now a lot of this thing is not going to make sense to you guys now. It would do slowly. I think I'll go ahead with like this, user token. These things, user profile key and user token key, a lot of this are very vague, not clear. These are the information this too would be coming from server, and we'll encode it to string and then save it in our local storage. That's the first thing. In general, you want to save user token in your local storage. User token comes from server. Actually, what is user token? Most of the time it's a unique ID, but it will have long string. It's a long string, like any number, XYZ, whatever you want, something like that. Okay, so this represents a user which is unique. All right, so this would be coming from our server, and user profile will actually remember user name, user password, user key, user token, user avatar, email address, a lot of things. Okay, so we need this because very soon we're going to work with server, and once we do that, this information would be returned to us from server, and then we would be able to save them over here. But why we have this one over here? Well, because we want to simulate that we already logged in, and we want to simulate that this data is coming from server, because later we have to do it anyway. Another thing, writing like this, the advantage is in future you can just change any of this key you want to this value. You don't have to change this, you just change here, because we're gonna change this thing throughout our app a lot of places. But somehow if you want to change, then you can just change here. But if you make them hard-coded here, you have to find each of them in every places and change manually, and which is error prone and not good. So now here I can call app consts, all right, dot, well, storage, second one is a profile key. Now, well, it could, no, it would be some random information, okay? We don't have this because we don't have server yet. And global dot storage service dot set string up const dot storage. All right, so we want token, this one, and for now just to save it as 1 2 3 4 5 6, but soon we're going to change it once we work with the server. Well, and why we have this one? This is another question, that why we are doing it here right now. The reason is because once we are approved from Google server, well, I don't like this, so let's say kdebug mode. Okay, right. So once we are approved, because last time I told you, once we are inside this, which means that we are good from Google server, which means they said yes, your email exists, your email address exists, and you exist, right? So this is coming from Google, and we confirm everything is okay, and then we want to send some information back to server from here, like your username, password, your avatar, related information, because we don't have a lot of access to Google, but we have a total access to our server, so we can use them anytime later. Once we do that, then we come over here, and once we are here, then actually we can go back to somewhere else, because that means logging is done, and we also remember user information. So what will happen? One more time. You talk to the Google server, and Google server say yes, you're good to go, no problem. Then we save some information to our own server, and at the same time we also save information in our app local storage. And from here, actually you want to go to a different page because you already logged in, right? You want to go somewhere else. So in fact, we can simulate it like the place where we want to go. We can simply go ahead and simulate it, and we're gonna do it right away. All right, now to be able to do that, first here we're gonna create a navigator object, and here we're gonna call it navigator dot off, and then ref dot context, which we need. So this is something that we want to save. All right, and then over here navigator dot push named and remove until. Now here we want to say a certain route name, but of course we don't have this route name yet, so that's the problem. So for now we are not going to use this, but once we are done with this kind of route and things like that, we'll do that. So here we do navigator dot off dot navigator dot push. For now, just let's go ahead and push a route. I think push which one we actually could do. That takes a string like routes. Okay, now here inside this we can pass material page, and inside this we're gonna pass I think it takes context, ref dot context. All right, and after that over here you can actually pass a container. All right, so this is what is going to happen, and I think I do have a typo, so let me fix this. I forgot how does the push work. So builder, so you have to pass build context and context. So this is the thing that we want to pass to our, so push navigator dot push and then material page route, and then builder, navigator.push, material page route, and builder. Okay, right. And here it needs build context, build context, just like this. Okay, all right. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. Let's restart it. Okay, now let's come over here, and then let's log in. info@devstack.com, and 1 2 3 4 5 6. Let's do it. Yes, logging is done, and we are over here. We are in a new page. And in fact, over here you can also simulate scaffold and ebber, and then you can also have body, and then you can have a container. That's it. You can do hot reload. Okay, looks like we just started one more time. Let's go ahead and do that, and let's try to log in at devstack.com. Here 1 2 3 4 5 6. Yeah, so yes, here we are actually, and which is pretty good. So what we did just over here, we just simulated once you log in how and where we will go. Okay, of course this is just for test purpose. Soon we are going to change this. We don't want to keep things like this. We want to define a new route, a new page, and we want to go there. But this would serve our purpose, that what we want. Okay, yeah, this would serve our purpose. So with this we have a better understanding how everything worked so far.
Okay, so well, this one we can also define somewhere else, this pages, right? So inside this, first we can have directory, and we can call it, we'll call it application or dashboard. Actually, I think application. And inside this I'm going to create a file, and here I'm going to call it as application.dart. all right, so we have this one, and here we're going to create a stateful class over here, and let's go ahead and create it as a stateful. We're gonna call it application. Right, let's go ahead and import the necessary dependencies. Right, okay, now how to access this class? Now, to be able to access this class from our sign-in controller, like here, so one thing we could do right here, you can actually remove this as application. Okay, right, and let's put a const. Of course, if you do hot reload or hot restart, it would work the same, but only in this case actually we are going to have this one. But you still see that we still have to see our onboarding screen every time we restart. And actually this is where we are going to work. This is where we are going to work, and this is where we are approaching. This is not the way we want to go. Okay, right, because this is not maintainable in long term. We want to have a route name and things like that. Okay, so I'm going to comment this out over here. So I think I've done it wrong. That should be all of it. So comment this out. All right, now here we can do navigator dot push named. For now, let's go ahead with push named, and then here we could do like this. Say we have a route name. Okay, push name, what does it take? Push named takes a string. Alright, looks like it just takes a string, an argument. So here we'll have application, and that's all. Okay, and now we need to go to our main.dart because this is a route, so we need to register it. So here, but this is something is also not maintainable for a long time. So we are going to change everything soon, step by step. Actually, we are heading towards that. So here we'll have application. Yeah. Now let's restart it, and it would work the same. And once again, we have the same problem. And here we have to log in again and again and again. And in 20 to 30 minutes time, we take care of this thing. All right. Okay, well, it works. And the application itself doesn't have any scaffold, so that's why we see the black screen. So you understand that, but it's not the problem. But anyway, let's go ahead and remove this. So here we can do scaffold, app bar, here build app bar. Now we already have a global app bar, I think, or app bar, build app bar, this one. Okay, so we can use this one. You can also say homepage. I think it takes text over here, or title. I think it was title. Right. So that's what we see there. Homepage. So this would be more like our homepage. Let's go ahead and save that. Okay. All right. So now we removed this one to over here. All right. And there's another way to go ahead and do this. Actually, using this way, the first one. Now we'll see that this and this works the same. They both take route name, application. All right. And let's comment this out. Let's see what happens. All right. And if it didn't work like this, okay, now let's restart it again. Okay, info@thebesttech.com. And let's see. Okay, right. And you see with this back button is gone. Okay, so this is a bit of improvement. So push named and remove until. So what it does, once you hit sign in, it will remove all the stacks of navigation from the navigation stack, all the routes from the navigation stack, until it finds this one. So what it does, once again, because navigation routes are put like on the top of each other, and then from current place it looks for this one, and when it reaches to that one, it would remove all the previous routes. Okay, or you can understand it, well, it's like this. So these are all here. Okay, until it reaches this, it will remove all the previous routes. Okay, that's one way to understand. Or the other way to understand is whatever was earlier there, it will remove that, and the earlier one and the earlier one. So that's why we don't have any back button. So name, push named and remove until, it will remove everything until it reaches this one. Okay, or until it reaches this one. So these are gone. So in that sense, actually, these are the previous routes, and it has removed the previous routes. Okay, and this is what we want, because first, once you fill in the form, like sign in form, you don't want to see the back button, go back. I mean, most people will not go back, but showing a back button here is a strange thing. I mean, you already logged in. Why there is go back button? You can show the back button if there are errors, or where if users, they need to go back and really want to do something. But in general, when you log in, you don't want to show the login page. And this is why we are using these things. Okay, all right. So it's a bit of improvement. Okay, all right. So you have to understand, with this, it removes all the earlier routes. If you have tons of other routes that we have never used, this is not gonna remove that. I mean, this function will not remove those routes. Okay, you have to remember that one. It only removes the routes that we have used so far. So these are the routes that we have used so far. Okay, it will not remove if you have other routes here. Okay, because if it removes the other routes, your app wouldn't work. Okay, so this is the other thing you have to know. All right, now back to the next one. So there is this problem. This will grow a lot, huge. So first thing, we don't want to keep these things here. Okay, so we want to move this thing somewhere else. Okay, and we also want to create a mechanism. And first, well, definitely you can go ahead and just define this somewhere else as a map and return the map and assign it, and that would work as well, because this is a map, right? So you can just create a variable of map. Even we can cut this out, and here's a var routes map, and you just have this one. Okay, and if you do that routes map, it would still work. Let's go ahead and restart it. All right, you see, it's always there. I mean, yeah, they work still. Okay, you're right. And info.debstack. All right, login. Okay, great. So our routes are gone. Okay, so it works the same. So this is one way to optimize it. In a sense, you can separate it in a separate file. Okay, all right. But now there are many layers of optimization we could do. First, you see, these are the things that we are using. And wherever, say for example, if we want to go to sign in page, previously we have seen we write sign in. If we want to go to application page, we write application. So we are writing it here and here in two places, right? For sign in, we did the same. So this is something we also don't want to do. We want to do it like this. Okay, so we need to separate this, because as your app grows bigger, these are the things should be separated. Otherwise, once you want to change in one place, you have to change everywhere. Okay, for example, I don't want this to go to application page. I want it to go to register page. So I have to change the register from here or here as well as here. So too many places to change. So we don't want to do it like this. So we once again have to separate these things in a separate file. So this is better. Okay, all right. So this is the thing that we want to do. Now over here, inside this utils, actually I'm going to create a file, and here okay, not inside this, so this should be a dedicated directory all about routes. So we've just created a directory and it's named routes, and then over here we can actually do it like this: app routes names .dart. So first you want to change this name, okay, and here we can call it app routes names, just like this, but of course we want to make it as a class. So here I think static const like this, and for the static const string, so here we'll have welcome, and this is the first route. So get the idea: static const string. We'll have, what is the other route? So sign in. So here we'll have sign in, and here we'll call it sign in route. So you understand, this is more maintainable. In future, all we need to, if we want to somehow change this sign in route's name, so we just change it here and it stays the same. Okay, and it'll take effect everywhere. That's the idea. Okay, right. Static const string, and here register. So this would be a little bit more organized. Const string, and application, and application. All right, so now this thing we have separated. This is good, but now, well, so the other thing we could do right away, we can call this app routes name class, and since this field is static, we can actually use the class name and put the related routes name here. That'll work as well. Okay, all right, but we want to do much better than this. Well, we'll create a class to encapsulate this thing. So this class would be actually create an object. In the object itself, we'll have this sign in and this page name together. All right, and there is a reason to do that. Now here we do see that we have this routes, that we can put our routes here, and assigning it works, but actually we want to do a lot of checking on the routes. And what routes checking we are talking about? Well, you see, I said every time we restart our app, we see this onboarding screen, login screen. So these are the two things that we don't want to see. So we need to check the routes names and do a conditional check on that. With the current situation, there isn't much better way to do this. Even if someone can do a lot of brute forcing thing, create an extra method over here and then check on that and then call that method, but this becomes very complex, and this is something that we don't want to do. Okay, all right, so there is a better way. Once again, because I don't want to, next time if I restart, if I already logged in, if I restart this app, so next time I don't want to see this onboarding and login screen again, nor this register one. Okay, I don't want to see any of this. So this is where something called onGenerate routes callback comes into play, because using that function you can detect which routes you are in. I mean, you can detect all the routes, and based on that you can also check whether this route has been visited or not, and then you decide which routes to show, which routes not to show. So this is more like a middleware. I wouldn't say direct middleware, but it's kind of like a middleware. Middleware helps you actually to direct a user to a specific page. The middleware, the name sounds fancy, but all it does is check. It does a conditional check, and then it tells you that go here, go there. That's it. Okay, so this is a classic middleware thing that happens a lot of time in web programming and even in mobile app programming, but to a lot of you it might be a new concept, and actually it comes over here. So as my app routes, as my app boots in, as you see here, on generate route. Okay, so this one, so this is more like middleware, and it takes a callback function, and in that function we can do this conditional check. You can also read it over here. The route generator callback used when app is navigated to a named route. So this is also telling you, if you are using named route, you can also use this on generate, and we are using named route. Remember, this way of writing and then navigating using string is called named route. So we are using named route. That's good. And if this returns none when building the routes to handle the specified initial route, then all routes are discarded, and it means that if it can't find anything, it uses a default route. See initial route, and it also said normal app operation, the on generate route callback will be applied to route names pushed by the application, and so should never return null. It is telling you in general app should not return null, because if you use pushed route, actually if you use pushed route, then or push named, then or named route, actually I would say named route, then on generate route, this one, the callback, which means the function, it will have a function, and that would be applied to the route names. So which means that it is trying to tell you from here, it might be difficult to understand, but this is the explanation, and it actually work the way I'm explaining. First thing it says, it should be, you can use this if you use named route, and second it's saying that if your routes are not there, at least it would try to use a default route using this slash. And second, if you have other routes, other named routes, then on generate callback will be applied. What does that mean? So it means if you see pushed by the application, different routes names, if they're pushed by the application, what it means? It means that, like for example, when you use this one or this one, then here this on generate, it takes a callback function, and that callback function would get called. So that's how it works. So we have to have a function over here. Okay, we have to have a callback function. Okay, so a random callback function, random func or function. Okay, of course this function doesn't exist, so that's why it throws an error over here, and there are a lot of other issues as well. Okay, because the return type also has to match, because here if you do see that it takes a function that's the return type is route. Okay, so the function itself has to return route, but my random function doesn't return it, so that's why it creates an error. That's fine. All right, anyway, so you get the idea. So say for example, if I have a callback function, and then if I clicked here or somewhere in our application using named route, or I'm triggering named route, then this would get called, and that's how onGenerate works. Okay, and that's how you can separate your routes, not writing really liking this, writing like this, as well as you can also do a lot of conditional check inside the function, because this is a function. The function itself wants you to return a route, and this is where the magic happens, because it says, okay, return a route. Before returning a route, you could do conditional check and then return a certain route. When I say return a certain route, it is actually, it would be returning like this, or even this. Inside onGenerate function, even this works as well, or this. Okay, anything is fine. So that's it. So our next step should be go ahead and create a onGenerate route callback function.
All right, so this is where we left off last time, and now we are going to actually create this function. Now, where to create this function? Now, as usual, because we already have a file over here, I remember we have created a common routes, and inside routes over here, actually, we're gonna actually define our routes. So here we're going to create a new file, and we're gonna call it routes.dart. Okay, right. And now let me come over here, because my simulator is not running, so I can ask it to go ahead and run while we wait for it. Okay, right. Now over here we can first go ahead and create a class, because I'm going to wrap everything inside a class, which is sometimes better for encapsulation and accessing. All right, now a lot of time widgets I don't like to create a class, because that looks like, because you see so far we have a lot of widgets and none of them I created any class, because this looks like a lot of extra code to write a class. So it's just a method which you can call directly. But here we'll not have widgets or anything like that, and we don't need to pass anything to anyone. So I'm going to go ahead with the class, because if you create a class, a lot of time you have to have the constructor. All right, now inside this over here, I'm going to create a static method. So the static would return us a list, and inside this list will have dynamic type. For now I'm going to put dynamic, but soon I'm going to change that. And the method name is routes, and that's it. So inside this, it's going to return us a list. Okay, all right, so let's return a list. And okay, so this is the basic structure. So what I'm trying to say over here, there's a class and I have a static method, which is convenient for me because this method doesn't really care about creating objects or anything like that. So I'm just gonna call it once, and that's all. I also don't need to pass anything to it, so that's why I'm gonna make it static. And it is static type. The modifier itself is gonna return us a list. Instead this will have type, but I'm going to change this type very soon. Don't worry. First I'll start with dynamic, and then over here the method name itself is route. Now over here we are returning a list, nothing else. Of course, if you want, you can have something inside the body even before you return, but we don't need that. Okay, we are not doing anything, so all we want just to return a list. That's all we want. Okay, all right, so that's the first thing, but well, it doesn't really answer our questions. What was our question? Our question was that we are going to go ahead and create a callback function for our onGenerate routes, right? So this is where we do that. Now here we're going to do static and material page route, this one, and then inside this you can go ahead and call generate route settings like this, and route
settings and settings like that. Now in general, so the callback we are going to create, it should have access to this one, and this route settings can actually detect what kind of this object, the settings object itself would be able to detect that what are we clicking on, what kind of route we are clicking on. Okay, so this is what it would be able to detect. So that's a very important thing we have to know. So yeah, so that's why we need to pass this one to it. And inside this, what is a return type? And as you see over here, that our return type is material page route. Okay, now since the return type itself is material page route, then I have to return material page route. Okay, anyway, so now here we are. Well, it also says let's import, go ahead and import that. And then over here we want to, well, it wants you to return something that has material page route. Now if you do remember, in sign-in class over here, actually we were returning material page route. So navigator.push actually, well, not only it pushes things, but it also passes this kind of object. Okay, what is it? Material page route. So this is actually given to routes, and this is what exactly we would be doing over here. Now for now over here, well, if you want, actually you can go ahead and return something like this. Okay, so let's go ahead and return material page route, this one. Let's go ahead and return, and inside this it takes a builder. Now we don't need to pass any context over here, and after that over here, so this is important, that what you return. Okay, and let's see whether our app is running or not. The app is supposed to run, and where is this app? Oh, the app is over here. I thought we are going to run on iOS, but that's fine. No hard feeling for Android as well. Okay, anyway, so it is here, so I don't want to worry about that. So now let's looks like we have some issues over here, and we'll take care of that. And so far, right now I don't know what is that. Anyway, I don't want to care about that one either. And I'll just simply go ahead and return a scaffold and body and a container, most probably, because with the scaffold it looks good. All right, so this is up to our scaffold, and then over here settings. All right, and well, it might not really prove that what I'm trying to do, but don't worry, very soon it'll prove actually what I'm trying to do. Let me restart my stuff over here. Okay, all right, now let's remove this routes because it's still active here. Now let's put it back, and then over here we just well, we can call like this, generate route settings, generate okay, I think we need to call it using app pages dot generate route settings, this one. Okay, and I don't think that we need to pass anything with this. And do we have any other problem over here? Okay, why not just use it like this? Okay, all right, so this is a function assignment that we did over here, and let's see. Okay, right, now our routes are off, and we are just assigning this callback to it, and this callback returns material page route, and this one also returns material page route. Okay, all right, and then let me go back like this. Okay, and here provide settings, and here is also settings. Now the error is gone. The reason is because you see on generate route, the function, it passes something. So it passes route settings as a parameter. So we need to pass that one. But just now, first we didn't pass anything. It was empty. That's why it didn't work. But why it works like this over here as well. So if you don't mention anything, it would pass automatically. It's the same thing. All right. If you don't mention anything, it's gonna pass automatically. And this idea, most probably we have seen it before over here like this in the example, that if you don't pass, if you need to pass anything, but if you don't have brackets, it'll still find a way to pass automatically. Anyway, so now let's come over here. My routes are off, so right now we'll just be relying on this one. Now let's go ahead and restart things. Okay, so this is an empty screen, so definitely over here I'm here. I'm just gonna put it for now, and looks like I have an issue. Print and restart, and definitely we'll see it says it should say I'm here. Yes, I'm here. Okay, and over here, let's see what it says. So I'm going to do like this. My route name is settings.name. All right, now let's go ahead. Okay, so it is applying this route as a default route, which is with a slash. So even if you don't have anything there, so it's still gonna apply slash to it. And one thing we learned over here, that okay, settings has properties, and one of the properties is name. Name actually tells you well, I think you can also grab arguments if you pass arguments, because in general routes, a lot of routes, they carry arguments anyway. So name tells you that whatever the routes that have been actually being clicked, okay, so it can detect automatically. Now what if we put it back, and let's see how it goes. Let's go ahead and put it back. Okay, all right, so what happens this time? And let's see. Okay, well, we don't have any log here because, well, the route itself has already something over here, this slash over here, and which is coming from this routes map variable. But this time you see our log has not been printed, my route name. And why not? The reason is here. If you click on this, there is an example. Say if this returns null, then building the routes to handle the specified initial route, then all the routes are discarded and it is used as default. So just now when you didn't do that, it assigned a auto route, I mean a default one, which comes with the slash thing. Okay, but once you have routes, well, it doesn't really get triggered, at least for the first time. Okay, yeah, so that's what we actually understood. So now this is our first route. Okay, no problem. Up to now we do see that, okay, so nothing really happens inside from this. Now let's go ahead and click on this. So here you see that, well, it took us to the second route. Now we still don't see any of this. Okay, so now this is
kind of a problem that why we don't see any of this. Like, so here looks like that this guy is not really getting called. So the idea is once you use this, you can't use this. You have to only use one type, either this one or this one. But of course, with this one, we do have our own problems. This looks like, I mean, we see that we are not really assigning anything to it, and so that's why the default route itself is, and of course this is material page over here. The scaffold itself we are assigning. Now of course if someone wants to do a different thing, they could do it like this. Welcome. This one. All right, now let's go ahead and check on it. So okay, well this time of course the route name is still the same, only the difference is it's the welcome route, the name. I mean it is being assigned default, it doesn't really matter. Now let's click on this. Okay, now here's one interesting thing. You see it detected that I clicked on sign in route and how it was able to do that. Now if you see, let's come over here. Welcome, I think not welcome notifier. What is this? Okay, so let's gonna go to this one, and let's see the onboarding page, most probably the last one. Okay, so the last one, the next button. Okay, so index is more than 3. Actually we go to sign in page, right? So that's what we have done over here. So the idea is, well, over here it can detect the routes, and that's what it print. When you click on something, it can detect. So, and this is what something we want, that we should be able to detect where we click. Now of course this is also possible to detect because we are using push named, which means named route. Because these are named route, this over here route settings, this settings automatically gets triggered and it can detect. Now why it comes back to this? Because well, even though we detected, but we are returning welcome page again, so that's why it shows you welcome page again and again. Now if you, I think you can go back and click on this again. Let's try it and let's hit it. So sign in and welcome again, because you're just returning something pretty much fixed over here. So two things we learn. First, that we can detect. I wouldn't say that's the first thing. That's not the first thing we learn. First thing, okay, we really don't need this. We don't need this actually. So you can go ahead and simply remove that. So we'll rely on this one. And second, we learn that this can detect routes clicking. Based on that, the third thing we can do, actually we can work on redirect. Since I can detect the route name, now I can compare that where I'm clicked and what to do next. So that's why I said that last time it works more like a middleware. Okay, this is why it works more like a middleware. All right, so in next section we'll see how to do a lot of conditional check and redirect our pages to redirect our app to different screens. And then we'll also see how to remember first time whether we logged in or not. And then this will also come into play. Okay, so whatever I have said early might not make a lot of sense. Now let's do a conditional check over here. So with this, we'd actually feel like that the condition works. So here I could do and chat like that. Say if settings dot name equal, say here like this, sign in. So actually we can check it directly. So here we do this, else we return welcome. Okay, else it would fall back to this condition, and then here we have to do return material page route and builder. Let's keep it empty inside. You don't really need to pass context in this case. Sign in. Okay, sign in. That's all. and after that you need to pass settings and settings to it. All right, and it looks like we need to import it. Let's go ahead and do that. All right, okay, let's go ahead and restart our app, and interestingly this time we'll see that actually we are navigating them correctly. Okay, so now if I click over here, well, I do have a typo, so even if I click, it's not gonna work correctly. Okay, all right, this time it would work correctly. Okay, now here you see we go to this sign-in route. Okay, yeah, that's how it works. But even if after that, if you want, for example, you can take them to register route. You can go anywhere you want based on this conditional check. What is the name was there though? Most probably sign up. Yes, well, this one. Okay, let's go ahead with this. All right, now let's do how to restart, and let's come back and click on this. Yeah, so that's how the conditional check works. Okay, so I'm going to retreat back, so most probably we are not going to do things like this way. All right, well, even before we go ahead and do like this, now we need to take out this route. So as I said, that this would contain all of our routes, and would be checking based on this method whatever it returns. Now here we are going to declare a new class inside this, and here we can say route entity. Well, you can name it anything you want, and it will have two things. One is string path, and the other one is widget. And widget, we can call it page or anything you want. Now this is a class. This class wants you to have a constructor, so that's why it's getting error route entity. All right, now here you can pass this dot path, this dot page. Okay, and it should be working fine. All right, so each time we call this class, we need to pass both of them. Now since this is ready, now we can come inside this, and inside this over here we can build our list over here. So return, here we could do page route entity, actually route entity like this. So all we need to do, we need to path page, we need to pass path and page. Now with this approach, well, we can pass our path and page. Let me change it to this one. I feel like which is more readable, because I get to see the name that I'm passing over there. Okay, so that's why I like it. And now let's see it over here as well. Now it wants you to have required, or either you initialize them or give them a default value. So I'll just say required, which is better. Now with this here for path itself, now we can pass our path. And what is our path for the first one? Now the first one we want to pass app routes. I think app routes names dot welcome. Okay, so this is the first one I want to pass. And for the page itself over here, well, we can just simply go ahead and pass welcome. All right, and that's it. And you see the error is gone. All right, so that's the first one. So here I'm creating an object, okay, and this would return us a list. And how it works, we're gonna take it look very quickly. Once again, it might not make a lot of sense, and here we could do sign in and sign in. Now with this, by saying that, actually we are also not using any third-party packages for our routing. In fact, if you know how Flutter works, you don't really need third-party packages, because I would say avoid packages as much as possible, because depending on packages could be scary, because if sometimes they stop updating, then you are actually doomed. And also that's because it creates a load on your app itself. Okay, so I would suggest, if possible, now routing itself doesn't need a lot of packages actually, but a lot of people go and use a lot of other third-party packages to work with that, but I would suggest you really don't need that. Okay, in fact, some of the time I feel like if you use third-party packages, you really don't know how Flutter works. Okay, and but in fact the workload is same, but what you don't learn is that you don't know how Flutter works. Okay, now here we actually know. Imagine if we used any other kind of third-party packages for routing, we'll not be using these things, which is native to Flutter, and we would not be knowing these things at all. Right now we know, and along the way also know that how class works and things works. Okay, yes. All right, so yes, so that's how it works. And all right, so since this is ready over here, now here we could actually get the list, because right now we know this is a method and this method returns us a list, and we can simply go ahead and grab it inside this. Now I'm going to keep this as a log, and let me do kdebug, which looks good actually. That's why I want to have it like this. It looks this one, and instead of this, clicked route is all right. Okay, now inside this over here, what do you want to do? Here you want to check first thing. Okay, because we know the settings itself, settings.name is the first thing, and we make sure that it's not null. Okay, which means that something is being clicked. Okay, and if it is not null over here, create a variable and call it results, and then here you have this routes method, remember, that we declared at the top. And over here, since this returns a list, over here we can use the where function, because Flutter or Dart list has where function. It looks like it would loop through it automatically, and then we're gonna actually catch each of them in each loop. So it's more like a for loop, but it comes with this element that gives you. So we get that one, and each of the element. All right, so element here, element dot. Now each of this element refers to one of the objects actually from here. One of the objects. Okay, you have to know that one. And then here we know that there is this path variable, and it looks like I can't access this element dot. Well, what are we doing wrong? Let's see. Now we should be able to access this path equal settings dot name. Yeah, eventually it recognized, because sometimes it might take a bit of time to recognize. Yes, so this is a list, right? So once again, this returns as a list, and using where function, it's more like we'll loop through it, and in the list we're actually saving an object, so it'll take that object, and object could be accessed using dot operator, right? So object's property could be accessed using dot operator, and that's what we have done over here. And if we have done so, now here we want to check like whatever, because you remember this route settings, or the settings object, this one, this contains the information wherever you click a route in your app. Okay, as long as there is a route, as long as you click it through push named or push route named, this object settings or this class settings name is always get triggered, and it contains the information which we have confirmed. Okay, now what we're trying to do over here, we're trying to check, okay, whatever you have grabbed over here, whether that one matches one of this. Okay, so that's what we are trying to confirm. If it matches, then it will return us true over here. Okay, so that's what it does, the where function. it would not only return as true. Okay, sorry, it doesn't return true. It returns the matches one. Okay, whatever that matches, it returns that one. Okay, it's not true false. Sorry about that. Okay, all right. So that's the first thing we have to know, and then we can check like this: result dot the first one. Okay, because here if you see, it may return a lot of the things. Okay, and then we are taking the first one, but in our case we know there will be only one. But since this returns like where over here, once again, the way it works, it may return a lot, and if you want to get the first one, you have to use first. But in our case, we have only one, so it may feel like, okay, just use result, because you know it will only return one, but that's not how it works. So you have to get the first one first, and then here, okay, the path, P-A-T-H, if the path matches something. So here is a path app routes names dot, we do have this welcome, right? If this matches as the welcome one, and then what do you want to do? You want to check whether the user is logged in or not. So let's see how it works. Now this part may seem a little cumbersome or complex. Okay, on welcome route. Okay, let's go ahead and check this. Okay, let's restore everything. Well, we already see that we are on welcome route. Let's check it. Okay, and to have a better understanding, actually, I'm going to launch this iOS simulator, because Android prints a lot of logs, which I actually don't like, and it's not good for debugging. Now let's do one interesting thing. Even though here we say our welcome route, we are on welcome route, well, even before we clicked it, it can detect. Now let's do an interesting thing over here. Well, here let's do feature.delayed and the duration, because you get to understand something here, that things what happens. And then over here, let's put it like this, and that's all. So we know that this one would get called 3 seconds later. Okay, so that's what's gonna happen over here. So let's go ahead and try it. So here we see that, well, it started and it already printed this one, and 3 seconds later this got printed. Let's make it 5 seconds. That's right. Okay, we printed. All right. Okay, cool. And then this one. So what happens whenever the app boots up? Well, it can immediately detect this one. Immediately detect this one. And let me see if we can move this one inside this or not. Okay, hopefully. No, it doesn't allow you, because there has to be something returned. It feels like the 3 seconds later it doesn't. Well, I guess so, but anyway, so the idea I'm trying to say, whenever your app boots up, even before you do other conditional check, even before it goes inside this, it can detect initial route. So the routes, initial route, and this kind of thing, because initial route is always default, whether you define route or not, it's always, there is always one initial route. Okay, so that's the one thing that you have to know, and that's we just proved. Okay, So initial route always prints first, and a few seconds later it goes there and it still detects, okay, the initial route has been there. Okay, so that's a point I'm trying to make. And why it's important. It's important to remember and know whether we actually clicked something or not. Okay, or whether to remember that we clicked on our app or not, or this app has been booted before or not. Okay, so that's why one thing, that welcome or onboarding screen is always the initial route. It's always, because it's always get detected first. This tells us whenever your app boots up, even before you see anything on the screen, we'd be able to know whether we are on this onboarding screen or not. Okay, so that's the beautiful thing. So now, since we understand this logic, I mean, you have to remember, every time you boot up your app first time or install it, initial screen, which is the slash route, always gets detected even before you see the screen or your UI. Okay, so since we know this one, then we could do more stuff. Now this is the time we go ahead and remember. Okay, so yeah, now it's our first, this one, it's always matches actually, welcome route. And then over here, actually we want to add conditional check over here. And what is this check? Here to check if device open or not, if we used this app first time or not. So we need to work on this. Now where's this would be coming from? Now this would be coming from here, right here. Okay, so if our index is more than 3, okay, let me remove this, we don't need this anymore. If our index is more than 3, so this is the time we should make a clue to our app. So here we should make a clue that, okay, we opened it. So very first time when you come over here, and once we are on the last one over here, we need to make a clue that, hey, you already opened it, and we need to remember it. How do you remember? So over here you need to remember stored information in set storage. So let's open up our storage service, this one, and inside this, here we are going to create new function. And what is this function? Okay, well, now here we just want to create bool. So here we say set bool, boolean, and string key, string value, and over here we're going to return await pref dot set bool, this one, and we are passing key and value. All right, and let's have it as async. And it looks like we have an issue here. Well, okay, you can't really pass string to it because we said it's bool, so we have to pass bool to it. Like if you have string, then you have to pass a string to it. All right, and here we still need to have future bool. Okay, right, and it should work. So with this, we'd be able to set something. Set from where? Set from here. So bear with me because I know it may sound a little complicated. That what are we doing? All right. Well, then if this is done, now let's come over here and set it. And how do you set it? It has to be from here, right? So here first global, and let's go ahead and import it. And then storage service, and then over here, what do you need to do? Call set bool. This is the one that we have created. And what is our key? Now our key should be something here as a string, and then it is true or false, right? So you can set it true. But do we have this key? It looks like we don't have. So let's come over here and create one static const string. Here storage device open first key. And what do you say? Well, first time, just like this. It doesn't really matter. Storage device open first key. All right, so once this is ready, now we can come over here. So here we can just say app const and then device storage first open. Yes, so that's how you remember. So with this remembering, so remember if we are first time or not. Okay, so with this you'd be able to know, okay, so this is something that happened first time and we set it to true. Okay, beautiful. Now if we did so, well, we don't need this. Let's close this, and welcome itself we also don't need. Okay, right. Now here actually we can go ahead and check that whether we have actually opened it first time or not. Now, well, over here we are setting it, but we also need to get it back, right? So for this reason, actually over here we need to create another function. Okay, now this function name would be very specific. It would just return us bool and get device open first, or first open, get device first open, this one. And all we need to do with this, we just call this one. This function is very specific, and here we do like this: return pref dot get bool, this one. All you need to do, pass the key. And where is the key coming from? App consts, this one, and then storage device open. Right, so it will return us something. Oh, definitely it will return us bool, but what if you never really set any value? So here we have to do a conditional check. If it was never set, which means it would be null. If it is null, actually we return false. That's it. I mean, remember, very first time you opened it, you install your app, okay, and over here, I mean, you may not even come up to this place, okay, even before you try to go and set. So it could be possibly null. So if this is null, then we still need to return something. Remember, this one would only set once you click on this time. Okay, let me tell you that what I'm trying to say and how it should make sense. So remember here, now let's come over here and check it. Why we did the conditional check, it might not make a lot of sense. So let me put it here, an example. So since we already set it over here, we can get it back, and we'll do it actually inside this here. Or actually we can even do it here. I think here, let's do it. Here, bool device first time here, and global dot, you always need to have it storage service, and get device open first, and print device open first. All right, and let's see how it goes. And it looks like we have an issue. Let's check what is causing this. Material page. Okay, so this error, the one that we see over here, this is one of the classic error where it says that late initialization error, storage service has not been initialized. And if we go over here, it points to this one over here, because over here you see that we have onGenerate route, right? And onGenerate route tries to go ahead and use this one, global storage service. And of course, if you hunt it down over here, actually there is more detail over here. Okay, so where it says that yes, you have specific problem, actually it's pointing to this one. I mean, if you're exactly following along with me. Now, it's just saying that, well, storage service has not been initialized. And well, up until now, this global file, well, this thing's storage service is in our global file, right? I mean, here it gets initialized. But up until now, we didn't have any error because we were not initializing the storage service. I mean, we are not really initializing it early and using it, anything like that. But since we are doing it now, we have to make sure that it gets initialized ahead. So this reason I'm going to put here await. Okay, so let's make it await over here, await. All right, so let's make it await over here. So with this, it will make sure that everything is being initialized first, and then we run our app. Okay, so remember, inside our global.init, we have this we just Flutter binding, which covers a lot of initialization and waiting. So if there are third-party dependencies as well as something that app needs to use during runtime, then with this, it makes sure that everything is being initialized, and then we run our app. So now let's go ahead and try to run it now, and we'll see that the error is gone and it's beautiful. All right, so here we say click route is the slash, right? So over here, click the route, okay? And over here, you see that, okay, the result, if you print it over here, it says it's not, well, true or false. It doesn't really matter, but now which means that when we are here, even if we are here, I mean, when we are here, even if we did nothing, this one gets executed, and then we say it here, right? We can also print it first time. Okay, so device, I think we already did that. So this is the one that's getting printed. Let me remove this. So there only one conditional print statement. So let me run it again. Okay, so here we see this is being printed, and then device first open is false. So as I said earlier, that over here we are doing this settings, right? Set bool. Okay, so this settings only works when we go to our third tab over here and click. Until then, this one, we're inside this is always a false. And because this is false, so that's why over here we are using this a question mark. If it has value, use that one, otherwise use a false. Okay, if you don't do that, you'll get an error actually. And even I think you can't really go ahead and compile it, because this editor is smart enough to know that, well, first time you go and run it, definitely doesn't have any value, and here you are returning something that it says, well, it says that you are returning bool. But if you see, hover over on this, it's a make the return type nullable. Okay, so now with this, yes, you'll not get any crash, otherwise you will get crash. Okay, and let's see, even with this we already get some compiling error, as you can see over here. So we also have to make it like this. All right, now let's go ahead and run it. Okay, now here you see that we return null. Okay, because you see this one is trying to call this get bool, but we never set it. But null is something that you don't want to return, so you can, that's why you can check with this double question mark. So if it is null, then we want to return false, which is more readable. Okay, All right, so now let's change it back. So you understand the logic, and you also understand, so when we boot up our app, this will get called anyway. And the value for the certain section, this one, only gets set when we click on the last one, okay? All right. Now we can actually go ahead and set it right now. All right, so let's do it. So when I would be clicking on this, this would get set. And it looks like we have an issue over here. Well, bad state, no element found. Okay, there's another issue. Let's go ahead and check it. Okay, so over here it says that first path is not found. So now this one is causing this issue.
Well, it says bad state. Now why we have this bad state? Here, if you see it carefully, it would say something. Most probably I have this and you don't have, but I can actually guess it kind of why this happened. Well, gesture detector, app pages, generate routes. Over here it is referring to first path. So the problem is, well, most probably it can't match this. Okay, so it is trying to look for a path which we have mentioned but doesn't exist. So that's why here it says that a bad state. Where else? Let me tell you that, how to tell you the error. Okay, one thing we do see, it says no element, and it refers to here. Okay, it's saying that, well, I'm looking for something that you said there is, but there isn't. So that's the problem. Okay, and what is it? All right, there are different ways to look for it, most probably. And here, yes, one thing we did over here that, well, we actually checked this thing, settings, right? Settings.name, which means that whatever we are clicking, we were actually trying to get that. Yes, whatever we are clicking, we are trying to get that one. And over here, well, we also say, okay, well, if the name is not null, settings.name is not null, and then this name and the element path should match. That's one thing. But how about we do something like this? Let's go ahead and cut this. What I'm trying to do, it would make more sense. Let's see. So here we do results is not empty. All right, result is not empty. Then we go ahead and execute this. All right, now let's do it over here. Now let's restart our app. Most probably you don't have this error, the one that I had. Okay, and this time we don't have. That's interesting, but this is something new that we can learn, even though you might not have this error, but I have. So what happened over here? Well, settings.name, well, it could find where I clicked, and it also took the name from there. Remember, inside this over here, so inside this navigator.push name, there is this string, and that string actually we were able to grab it over here. So even though if you put something, you can put any random name, it doesn't really matter. Okay, even you can put here random, then it would make more sense what I'm trying to say. Okay, let's click on this. You see, so the idea is whatever you put inside this push named or push, this settings object can grab that one. Now the problem earlier, the problem happened over here. What is the problem? Well, settings.name is not matching any of this. And if this is not matching any of this, and the result over here, it is empty. Okay, so that's why we are checking over here. But earlier we didn't check. And over here, well, because nothing exists in this result variable earlier, so that's why we have seen it says bad state no element, because it's completely empty. Okay, so it was not matching.
That's why. Because over here, earlier, what is this problem? Earlier, if you see, come over here, check it. This is my route name, but that's the wrong one, and I made a mistake. So what is our actual route name? Our actual route name is sign in. This is our route name. So that's why we had this error, because it couldn't find anything called the one that we had early. All right, so that's why it was causing this issue. But now, of course, if you go back and run, and then, well, if you don't, even if right now, if you don't have this conditional check, the app will not crash. Let's go ahead and check it. Okay, all right, let's do it. But now, once I click on this, definitely the other thing will happen. It will remember that app was actually opened. All right, in fact, it already remembered in earlier section, because already we clicked it on it, right? We already clicked on it, we know that. So because earlier this first executed, then this executed, but we had an error. So by the time we got this error, it already remembered that app was app was opened. Okay, and how could you confirm? You can print a log over here if you want. All right, you can print a log. Print appconst storage device open first key. You'll see that it returns true. Let's do that. Okay, so well, in fact, we can also put it somewhere else. You don't have to put it here. You can put it here as well. So when it would be clicking on this one, it will say yes, it is true. Okay, right. Let's click on this. Yeah, first time. Okay. Oh, we can't do it like this. We have to do it a little bit different way. So we have to print this one, but I think we're already printing it over here. You say it's printing true, but we could do it in different place. So let's copy this. Let's copy this and come over here inside this widgets and print this one. All right, so it would print from here. Even you can put a log over here from tab. Okay, and here we can put it like this, device first open. Let's do it now. Click on this. Yeah, from tab. So it returned here true, which means that earlier it is already there. Okay, but now we can remove this app. Let's remove it and reinstall everything. But of course, with this, it would take a bit of time. So let's go ahead and reinstall, and we'll see that this returns false. Okay, right. Now, if you click on this, you see it's false, because whenever you go to the third one, now it'll say true. Okay, all right. So here is already said true. Now this true is coming from here, right? So we understand that now how the whole logic works. So by this time, here we are, and app already remembers, okay, yes, you already boot up. All right, so let's remove this, and then we can close this one. We don't need this anymore. So rest of the thing will happen here. But anyway, so what we could do earlier, we had this conditional check. I think it's better to check it, because somehow if you write the route name wrong, your app will crash, and this is something that you don't want. So here you could say is not empty. It means it found something, and then you put this one. All right. Anyway, so now we already know that it is true. And so what is happening here? Another thing we learned, that every time you install or restart your app, this gets called, right? As you see, so it always gets called, and everything gets executed, including over here, all the conditions, right? So here's the perfect place. So we know that app runs first time or install first time, this would get executed. And then if you are able to hit it the third tab, which means the third time, it would also return true. So we are doing like this device first time. Okay, so what you did, you ran it, you installed it, you ran it, and then you clicked on the third time. App can detect that. So next time when you come over here, because it already has the memory that you already clicked over there, so it can redirect you to somewhere else. Okay, and this is something that we can simulate right away. So let's copy this one for fun, and let's come over here. Now this time, instead of this welcome, let's do sign in. Okay, and the magic will happen right away. Now you restart your app, you'll see it'll directly take you to sign in page. You restart again. Okay, so hopefully it makes sense. And if it didn't, it could be a little bit convoluted. Let me remove the app first. Okay, and over here I can put it like this. Okay, print app ran first time, and you can have it as well. And let me put it around kdebug mode, which is cool actually. Now let's run it, and we have to wait a little bit of time, and we'll see that okay, it'll find it here. Oh, it is not empty. Then it'll check this, even though first time would be in welcome, but now this would be wrong, which means this would be false, so this would not get executed. And then it'll print this one, and we'll see the natural flow. And then you restart, it would fall back to this condition over here. And let's wait for it. Okay, yeah, here you see that it says app ran first time. So what will happen? You click, and click. All right, well, here we are actually returning this welcome, but this is something you should not be returning. Okay, here understand another logic that how it works. So if we open it first time, and if the route is welcome route, and if it is open first time, then we go ahead and sign in page, right? That's what we are doing. But what if this is not? What if this condition doesn't match? Well, we don't have any fallback route over here. That's the problem. So earlier, this is the reason why it was going back to welcome route again and again after clicking. And if it didn't make sense to you, let me show you what's going to happen. So I'm clicking over here. Well, of course, it says the app ran first time, and we can already see that right over here. Then I click over here. While I click over here, now what's going to happen whenever I click on this, you see this button which gets triggered from here. So first it'll remember, and then it'll trigger this route. Now if this triggers this route, what's going to happen? This condition is false, right? Then it should fall to this one, and then we should have a fallback route, but we don't have. So what will happen? Well, it can't find anything, so it comes over here and returns from this line, but it should be returning from here, which means that we don't want to execute this. Let me do it. So if I click on this, because this condition is not true, if I click on this, remember, this route gets triggered. So we come back to welcome page again. So that's why over here, so we could do like this. Well, someone might say, go ahead and just return this. So return sign in one more time. It should work, but it should only work for sign-in route. But I actually want to make it more dynamic. We don't want to return sign-in over here. So then what do you want to return? We want to return something like this: result dot first dot page. This is the one that we want to return. Remember, once again, so it could find something. It can find something from here, and well, there will be only one match. Whatever the match is there, for that match we return this page. Now what is this page? Well, this page is this one, and this page is a widget. And what is this widget? We know that this widget is over here is this one, or one of them, right? So these are returning the pages. Okay, cool. So this would be more dynamic and it would return the correct one. So now let's go ahead and run it. You'll see that it works. Well, because app already remembers that what it is. So let me remove it and then delete it and then reinstall it again. So it's gonna reinstall. Now by this time there is another thing that we can take care as the app is booting. So let's come over here. You see that the type is dynamic, right? And in fact you don't want to return dynamic type, which is bad. So over here, what do you want to return? Now over here we are returning a list of route entities, so you can just simply go ahead and return route entity. That's it, because this time we know the type is a route entity. This returns a list of object, and each object is route entity type. And now of course if you hover over on this, you will see that it knows that we're returning a route entity. Okay, the page type is a route entity. All right, okay, cool. So the app is ready. Let's go ahead and run it, and click on this. Beautiful. Okay, right, and now restart. It's still this one. So right now every logic is correct. Okay, all right, and then over here we can log in, info@thebesttech.com, and whatever your correct login credential, go ahead and log in with that, and we go to home page, right? And now what is our next thing to solve? So this would be this one, because we already logged in. Now we shouldn't be showing this one again if you already logged in. Okay, so our next step should be remembering this sign in. Now how to remember? To remember it, we're gonna take the same approach as we did with get device first open, this one. And this time we're gonna create function again. We're gonna call it bool, and is logged in this one. And we're gonna return pref.get bool. But now there's this problem. We can't get bool for this, but we have to return bool. Why? Let me just put it true for now. Let me show you. Because when you come to sign in controller over here, you see that we have used user token string, and which is very different than this device open first key, because this one was saved as a bool directly, as you can see over here, but in sign-in controller we saved it as string over here. So we need to return bool, but we saved string. So here is this how we're going to do. So here we're gonna still get pref, and here we'll say get string, and we're gonna pass the key. What is our key? App consts dot user profile key, this one. Now this one, if this already exists, then we'll return true. Okay, all right. If already here, actually it shouldn't be like this. If it is well, if it has value, if it is not null, then we're going to return true. Otherwise we're going to return false. And that's how actually we are converting this string to kind of bool, which means that actually
If it was set, then of course it's not null. That means user has already logged in. But if it was not set, it would be false, right? So that's how it's going to work. Hopefully it makes sense, because over here for widgets we set it here, but until we set, actually this value should be null, and that's what we are checking over here. All right, okay, cool. Now let's come over here in our, where is it, this routes over here. So here we need to do another check. First let's get the variable, or we can just get as a bool is logged in global.storage service dot is logged in. Okay, if is logged in, if is logged in true, then here we are going to return actually sign in route. So we can copy this one. No, actually if it is true, which means user has already logged in, then we're going to return actually application route, which would be our dashboard, our home page. Else you return this one. Okay, otherwise you ask, okay, go and log in, sign in. Okay, this is where we are doing. All right, and well, so what's happening over here, if this condition is true, well, the first thing, well, there are some, well, okay, let's start from here. So if there is nothing at all, okay, which means that settings found something but that doesn't match anything, which means it is null, then we'll say you still should stay in onboarding screen. That's what we're doing over here, right? And then, well, we check inside this. Now we check this one. So if it is not null, then actually we don't do anything. Eventually it would still return us this welcome page. And over here then we check whether it was opened or not. Okay, if it was never opened, then we'll say, okay, wherever you are, stay there and show me that page. But if it was opened, then we come over here and check. If it was open but user didn't sign in, then we say go ahead and sign in. If it was opened and user signed in, then you should go to the application page. All right, okay, so that's how it's gonna work. Now let's restart our page or app. Now here we go to home page. Do you understand the logic? Because we are already signed in, so that's why we come over here. So this is so far so good, and it should be working fine. Now we can simulate the whole process one more time. So I'm going to remove this and delete this app, and then okay, let's start from the beginning. Okay, so well, we just run our app and run it again, and hopefully we'll see the same onboarding screen, which means this time the logic is working. Now let's come over here and here. Okay, and now let's see whether the logic works or not. Okay, so it always lets us to go to the sign in page. Okay, so now even if you come over here and do stuff, if you restart, it tells you to go to sign in page, because now it already remembers that you were already installed it and you have already seen the onboarding screen once. So the only thing you could do right now is go to this sign in page. Now we're going to log in from here, and we'll see that after logging in over here, it takes us to home page. Now let's go ahead and restart. So we are always on home page because app can remember that you already signed in. All right,
so now our job is to go to our page, the page that we have, which is application page. Let me log in because I logged out, so I'm gonna log in now. All right, good. So nothing is here, Now this was previously over here inside this application page, and we have the things that we needed. Now I'm going to open it up, and I don't think we need any of this for now, so let's go ahead and close all of them. All right, so this is what we have over here, and let me go ahead and start with a stateless class over here. So we're gonna do stateless st, and then we're gonna call it application. All right, okay, right. Now over here, a few things. We do have a container, and well, let's apply colors to it. Colors dot white. We'll have safe area, so we can apply white color, and child safe area, and then here we'll have child scaffold, and then here body. All right, so for now body just a container, and at the same time here we'll also have bottom navigation bar. Okay, so there are a few places that actually we need to work. So our first part actually we want to do, that is our bottom navigation bar. Now we started with the container, and we'll give it width and height. So let's return a container, and here we'll have width. So width 375.w, height, okay, 58.h. Let's go ahead and import it. All right, okay, cool. And over here we also want to apply decoration, so let's go ahead and do that. And here we do box decoration, and color we do app colors dot primary element, this color. All right, and after that over here we might have box shadow. Now I think we have app box shadow. This is the one that we can apply. And what else we needed? Box decoration is assigned. Okay, so let me go ahead and check this. I forgot how we wrote this one. All right, so it directly applies actually a box shadow. So this is something most probably we can't use it because over here we don't have any border radius. And let me see what is the border radius section is doing over here. I need something called border radius. Do you have border? Yes, we do have, actually we have, but once again the border radius, this kind of border radius, actually I'm not going to use this. So I'm going to copy this and put it here with radius. The only thing I want to change over here is this one. This is where I don't want this kind of border radius, so here we do border radius, this one, and then only. So we just want to use the radius to some specific sides. Okay, so that's why we need this. Now over here we do top left, and radius dot circular 20.h, and over here we'll have top right radius dot circular over here 20.h. This is what the only difference between the two. So over here I'm going to copy this, and let's put it here. In fact, not here. In fact, we can put it all here. All right, now the error should be gone. Let's put it there. And here application state is not a subtype of function result. What are we doing? Let me see. Oh, there's a lot of error there, looks like. Okay, so let me do a hot restart. Right. Okay, cool. But I mean, it worked. But this is, of course, something that we don't want. Now that's why we can pass parameters inside this, right? Okay. And one of the color that we want, okay, it has already primary element color, so we don't need to worry about it. Let's come over here, and what are the things that is being applied over here? Okay, whatever the border box border, and this one, what else? Upset primary color. Let me check on this. Maybe just color, no, not this one. They seem to be good to me, actually. Not much of a problem in just reusing. Okay, yeah, the way to go ahead, let's keep as it is. Let's not change anything. We'll change it along the way. There must be a place where we can change this color, and we'd do that. No problem about that one. Now inside this, over here, we could do like this. Here we'll have a child, and this child will actually contain our bottom navigation bar. This one. This is the one that gonna contain everything. One of the first thing, elevation is 0. It looks like there are some properties that you must have, otherwise it'll throw error like this. And it looks like we need to restart our device. Okay, I think it's not about restarting. It wants you to have some minimum children inside this thing, otherwise it's gonna throw error. So that's the problem. So the first thing we could solve is this one over here. Now inside this, I'm going to have a widget, actually folder name widgets. All right, and then here I can create widgets.dart. Well, let's go ahead and add it. Okay, fine. Now let's ignore this over here at the top. I'm going to create a variable, and I'm going to call it bottom tabs. And over here, we're going to have bottom navigation bar. And inside this, we'll have our items. Now, what is an item? Actually, item itself, we can do, well, actually, let me remove this. Bottom navigation bar item. This one, actually, this is the something that bottom navigation bar item. This is something that we want. And also, let me remove this one inside. Actually, we are going to return a list. The list type is going to return is this one. Now it makes more sense. All right, so we're going to return a list of bottom navigation bar items. Okay, all right, now it should make more sense. Now inside this, you should have icon, and for icon, actually it does take containers, so we can assign container to it, right? And container itself, say width 15.w, height 15.w. Now this would be the icon size. Child over here, image. Now I think app image, we do have this one, app image. Let me go ahead and check it whether we can reuse this one or not, because not everything is reusable. No, the way I want over here, this is not reusable. So I'm going to copy this one and I'm gonna put it here. Okay, app image with color. Okay, and everything else could stay the same. The only thing that I want to assign to it a new color. So let's go ahead and do that. Over here we'll have color, and app colors. Let's see, primary element. Okay, this is the color that we want to assign. All right, now let's come over here with color. Now the error should be gone, and let me go ahead and work on this. All right, now this is the most basic one. Okay, all right, and what else? Let's go ahead and copy this one. At least you have to have 2 of this, and then the arrow should be gone over here. So the item itself, over here we could do bottom tabs. This one dot, no, just bottom tabs is fine. Let's save it, and it looks like we need to restart, and the arrow should be gone. Looks like we still persist the error. Let me see. Okay, what else? Okay, so it does want, I'm going to explain this then very soon, because I just want to get rid of this error first, and then we'll come back to this one. So there are other properties that we need to set, and it says that item label. Okay, so in each of them, they might have a property inside each bottom navigation bar item. So here we'll have item, oops, let me see, label. Actually it's called label, and simply here you can assign home, this one. And for now over here I'm going to do the same. Label, say what can we say over here? Say search. Now let's hot restart. Not sure it's gonna work, and it didn't take effect, so most probably we need to restart. Yes, now it's working. All right, so there are a lot of changes that happen, and let me go ahead and explain to you. So the thing is that in our case, actually we want bottom navigation bar, right? So that's why, of course, we have bottom navigation bar property which belongs to scaffold, but this is nothing compulsory. Even if you don't have, it's still gonna work. Okay, I mean, let's save it. The page is still gonna work, but we put bottom navigation bar item because we want to show our bar over here, navigation bar. Now itself takes a widget. Okay, you see the property, always hover over on the property and you'd know what it takes, what it doesn't take. And over here it also says that this question mark, which means that you may pass, you may not pass, but it will not cause any error. So if you do it like this, you still don't have any error, and it's still gonna work. Okay, that's how it works. One more time, bottom navigation bar item over here, this widget says that the question mark says that you may pass this, you may not pass this. Regardless, the app would always work. Anyway, so over here we can pass widget, right? So that's what we are doing. And now, because it takes a widget, so I can return any widget. Now, bottom navigation bar item, this one, bottom navigation bar, itself a widget. It take the property name is this one, and it can also be something called bottom navigation bar. Okay. Now inside this, of course, if you want, you can directly assign this one to here, because we want some styling and better control. That's why we have it. Okay, but you can always skip this what is it, this container if you want, but it's good for styling. So that's why we're assigning styling. Once again, because it takes a widget, it doesn't really care actually whatever you want to return from here or not. It takes a widget, so you need to return a widget as long as some other properties match up. Okay, all right. Now, why it works? Because you'll see that if we have it like this, and this works too. But of course, in this case, it's not a bottom navigation bar, it's something different. But it always works with a different look. Hopefully it makes sense. Now inside this, because we want to tab, and we want to have tabs. So that's why we use this bottom navigation bar, but it takes a list of bottom navigation bar item. So the idea is bottom navigation bar takes bottom navigation bar items. So that's why we created a list, and inside we are returning bottom navigation bar item. Okay, so yeah, that's how it works. So hopefully it makes sense. And because we also want to assign color, do this and that, so that's why over here we are actually have also this one with image like this. Okay, without this, I mean, this is without color. It doesn't have any specific color, I guess. But with this, we not only assign a default photo, but we also assign a default color, and that's why you see that it most probably didn't take effect yet, but actually we can assign it. So let me go ahead and do that. Now, since we inside this asset image, it takes color. So what is the color that we want to assign? Whatever color is coming from here. Let's go ahead and do hot restart. Yeah, but looks like the color is same. It doesn't have much change, and it's fine. We don't care about it for now. We'll see that later. So hopefully it makes sense. And just now we had this error over here. That's because this length, this items, because items is a list, right? It must be at least 2 or more, otherwise you will get error. So that's why it was causing this error over here. Okay, so hopefully it makes sense that how it works. All right, okay, now of course you can have more of them, and there would be more things that they would show up. All right, now from here actually we can go ahead and do a bit of styling. Well, now this bottom navigation, well, we'll work first on the first one more, and then we'll just copy. Now here we do have asset image, right? So actually here I want to set, let me see, image, yeah, image path, this one. So here assets icons home.png, this one. That's the first thing. All right, and I think it takes the default one is same as this. So no, that's the user. Let me do hot restart. Let me see it takes effect or not. Looks like it did not. So in that case, I'm just going to, yeah, now it works. As you see, it changed. All right, and then we also want to change the color. So here we can pass a color property, app colors dot, even though there is a default color, but I don't want to apply that one. I want to apply this one. So let's go ahead and change it, and let's go ahead and do this. Okay, now this is the color that we want. All right, so that's the first part of this thing. Now there are more things to go. Over here we'll have something called active icon. Okay, now this also takes a container. Now I'm going to go ahead and copy this. I can make them reusable, but if you make them reusable, you still have to pass a lot of things. So that could be a problem. Or okay, let me just go ahead and make them reusable so that I don't have to copy them. So widget over here, bottom container. Okay, so what are the things that you want to pass to this one? Okay, let me go ahead and copy this first, and then over here just return this one. All right, and inside this, what is the thing that you want to do? So double width 15, double height 15, and string image path equal, well, I still want to put a default one. So assets icons home dot png, and the color itself. So color app colors dot primary. Actually, you can assign any color. Now it looks like a lot of things, so let me reorganize the code. All right. Okay, so now over here, I'm just going to call this one. Let's go ahead and do that. Call this, and bottom container, and it should work. Okay, well, no changes because it's the same thing. Or we can also restart it and we'll see that it works. Okay, right. Now with this one, this time only thing we need to do, change, I think, well, let me go ahead and work with this. So I'll have whatever it is. So it should be this one. So let me go ahead and copy this, put it here. This time I just want to assign a different color. So here, app colors dot primary element. All right. So this is the active icon color, the one that is active. Let's go ahead and restart it. Looks like not much changes, and that's fine. Okay, so we have icon and active icon, and what else? Each bottom navigation also takes a background color. So let's go ahead and assign background color. So background color is app colors dot primary background, this one. All right, and let's restart one more time. And well, that's fine. So most probably everything is aligning with us, and that's okay. So now this one, I think what I did over here, something was wrong. I shouldn't be doing this. It should be here. Sorry about that. Okay, now it should work, I believe. So this is the inactive one. This is the active one right now. So that's why you see they changed. All right. So that's the first one. And now simply we can just go ahead and copy this and put it here. And instead of this, here we can say search. All right. But here now, this is the default image that we are using. But for the second one, the default image is not home. For the second one, actually, default image is something different. So we also need to pass that one. The default image should be like this: assets, icons, and search2.png. And this is the same for the second part as well. All right, and let's go ahead and restart and see how it goes. Okay, this is but looks like let me go ahead and check with this image path. That's the home, right? Because we over here we have hard coded. We don't want any hard coded things. So whatever you pass from there. All right, now let's go ahead and work on this. Okie dokie. All right, and I know that I have a typo over here, and that should be PNG as well. Yes, and now try. Yes, so yeah, so things are changing, and which is looking great. So that's how you go ahead and create this reusable. Now I know this looks a little bit complicated because a lot of things are happening here. First, this one. Now this one is the assignment of this variable. Now instead of bottom navigation bar, we are actually reusing this icon, active icon, and we are also assigning a different color to them. And it looks like it says that we can replace this with sized box. And now, of course, inside this, it's also calling image assets over here, and so it is taking effect right now. All right, so we need to go ahead and copy more of these things. Let me see where it is. Widgets over here. So let's go ahead and copy another 2 times, and let's restart. So we'll see that we have more of this. Okay, all right, and okay, looks like
so we see that we have 5 of this and the names are gone. Now the reason is, after, say for example, more than 3, if you have more than 3 items, and if you remove that, you'll see that they will come back. So at certain position, at certain length, actually, I mean number of items, it should be there, and if it's more than that, then it's just gone. Okay, looks like after 4 it doesn't work. So after 3 it works. So in general, that's because your name could be anything, and some names could be long. That's why, to protect it, the names are gone over there. And most probably there should be also a way to set it up, but we are also not interested in doing that because in our original design we didn't have any of the names. All right, so that's fine. And now let's go ahead and set up other things. Well, there are a lot of things to do. Now here you do see that this of course, when we it doesn't tab, they don't work. So let's set up the property over here. So type and bottom type dot fixed. All right, now let's go ahead and restart it. So now it's better and they all showed up. Okay, most probably now, because when you do type dot fixed, you see this is the thing happens. Well, now they can actually move. If you hover over here long time, you'll see they move. Well, this is something that may not be obvious right now, so I'm going to put it back later actually to show you that what I'm talking about. Okay, all right, so let's go ahead and do other things. Okay, so here one of the very important thing is working on this on tap event. Okay, so there is called on tap event, and on tap event actually should be taking a function, and it's a callback function like we have worked before, and change the index, because right now we are only by default, like the first one is active and others are not active. So we want to activate them. And how do we do that? Well, of course, this is a matter of changing the index, but how do we change the index? In general, it also takes something called current index. Okay, so let's go ahead and check that current index. Now, of course, we can set it to 0, which will show us no change at all. Now, let's go ahead and show this. Say randomly you change the index. Now, most probably you'll see that over here it changed. So now we need to change this index dynamically, and that's the problem, and how we could do it dynamically. Okay, the part over here, for example, okay, let's go ahead and print. All right, and print value. All right, and let's restart. And let me come over here and let's click on this. So value is 0, which means the first index. Value is 1, the second index, and we are here, the third index and fourth index. All right, now the problem is, even though when we tap on them we can catch the value, the first problem is how to make it dynamic. Now one can suggest that, okay, well, you can go ahead and declare a variable like here, int var int index equals 0.
Now over here, as you have this value, actually first you do index value. All right, and then over here you can go ahead and use index. Now let's go ahead and restart our app and we'll see how it goes. All right, so currently index value is 0, which is also the current index. How would I tap on this one? You see, even though I tapped over here, but it is not our like default one. Okay, sorry, I mean it's not changing back, so the UI is not changing, so that's the problem. And let's try it one more time like this. So it went up. Now you can click on the first one. We were able to get the value of the first index, which is 0, but it looks like it just doesn't take any effect. So that's the problem. Now, because we are inside a stateless widget over here, we cannot also use set state to trigger this. Now here I could do one thing. I can convert it to stateful widget, and then over here, this one, actually I can put inside set state, and let's go ahead and do it. Now you change it. Well, looks like we still have some issues that where it doesn't change the index value. Okay, we were supposed to change. It looks like it still doesn't work. Now let's take a look. Okay, so it's like that. It's pretty fixed over there. Now of course this one, because it's all, even if we are building it like this, the problem is even though you changed it, but it triggers building. That's the problem. So we can take it out and put it here. Now this time it would work. Let's click on this. Yes, now you see it's working. Now the solution is either to make it, I mean you can keep it stateless. If you click on them, they will not work even though you can change the index. The other solution is you have to make your class stateful. Now, of course, this is something that we don't want, but it serves us a better purpose for now. Now, because you see every time you change, it becomes animated. Okay, because it's animated, so that's why the names are gone. Because when you do animation, you're moving. The problem is when you're moving, it could disturb the layout if there is a long name below them. Okay, because this is going up and down, so a lot of changes. So that's why it is gone, the name. But when you make it fixed type, all right, the names would be back. Because this time you are not moving anything. You see, yes, the selection is working. They still have a little bit of animation, but it's working. Okay, so that's how this type works. Okay, hopefully you understand. Now this thing, actually we don't want to do it using this okay, I'll just keep it as it is for now, because I want to do it step by step so that it makes more sense. Definitely we're gonna change it from stateless widget to something else. Now here, show selected labels, this one, the second one false, which means that the one that's selected don't show the name. All right, okay, now this is selected, the name is gone. This is selected, this name is gone. All right, so here we can set everything manually. Unselected labels, unselected show, okay, unselected label. I think, do we have that one? Unselected labels, I think unselected labels, show oh, it's both show actually. All right, so let's go ahead and restart. Okay, so these are all gone, and this is what we actually wanted. Fine. Okay, so this section is working so far so good, but we're gonna change it. Definitely we are not going to work it like this. Okay, and over here we want to do selected selected item color. So we could change it over here, app colors dot primary element, the second one, and then unselected item color. This would be primary app colors dot primary fourth element text. Well, let's restore everything. Okay, all right, so yeah, this is what we wanted, but looks like this one selected color is it a little different. So we need, most probably we are missing something over here, unselected item color and selected item color. Well, definitely we do see that they are different, but now the color is not changing, but actually we should be having a different color. Now let me check on this, that whether they're causing this issue over here or not. Yes, we do have this color over here where active icon color. Okay, right. I think this color should also change over here. It should be this one. Let me restore this. Okay, so now here we do see that it's the same color, and most probably we are setting it somewhere wrong. Let me check this one, the bottom container over here. Okay, but basically I see that you see the active color and background color, they're the same one. So this is, I think this could be a problem here as well, that they're having the same color. So we need to change somewhere else. So let me change this one actually. Primary fourth element text, this one. Now let's come over here. And yes, it changed. Now that's book, and also make sure you know that our index is 3, so that's why it goes there. Now it's working fine. All right, good. But the other problem is we don't want to use this thing to maintain our state, but this is something that you'll learn, that you can definitely maintain state using stateful widget. But in our case, since we are using Riverpod, we want to do everything using Riverpod. Now inside this over here, I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call it notifier. Okay, and then over here I'm going to say application nav notifier dart. So here we are going to create a Dart class to maintain this thing, and then after that we'll convert our stateless this stateful class to something that is supported by Riverpod. Okay, so over here I will have Riverpod annotation, Riverpod, and this is something that we should be taking from here. Let me get it from, okay, I think that was not here. Most probably it was in sign up, is it? Yes. So I'm going to get the path from there, and okay, now let's go ahead and create the class. So class application nav index class. So over here we're going to extend it, extends application nav index. All right, and then here we'll have override, and then we'll have build method, and inside this we want to return int type. So for now just return 0, and that's it. Now of course we have error, so over here I'm going to run this one.
Sorry, I was pushing this in my, looks like my command is lost. Not this one yet. Okay. Let me see, can I find that one? Okay, this one. Let's go ahead and run it. All right, looks like it's not generating. All right, so here it should be part, not import, part. And then on the terminal, it should be running, building, and we should be good, I guess. Yes, right, eventually we got it working. Right, so with this we'd be able to maintain our state over here for this one. Okay, now since we are going to use a stateless class, so first I'm going to copy this one. I'm going to copy this. Make sure you copy just this section. Then I'm going to remove all of it. I'm going to do stateless and application, right. I'm going to replace the build method, the one that we have copied early. Now over here, we can just simply go ahead and do consumer widget, this one. And over here, it wants you to pass widget ref and ref. Okay, right. And of course, there are a few issues. First thing, this one is not supported, right? Okay, and what is this index? Now, this index is also not being recognized over here. Now, we need to work on that. So let me first go ahead and remove that. But first, we need to find a way to catch this value and set it in the state, right? So over here, we need to do void change index and then int val. So here state equal val. So with this, we'd be able to change the index whenever we call it. So here we could do ref.read, and here application index provider dot notifier dot over here change index. Okay, so whatever the value is, that we're going to simply pass that one, and it would help us to change the value. Okay, all right, so this is changing the value, and we can also confirm that here we could actually go ahead and print state. All right, so let's come over here and hot restart, and it looks like it didn't work the way we wanted. Let's restart from the scratch and let's see if we have an issue or not. Okay, right, so it's by default now index is 0, so we also say 0. Okay, so it looks like yes, we can pinpoint the index. Right, beautiful. So after that, over here, okay, so we need to change the index. How we do that? In general, if you change your state or the state type or anything, we in general use ref.read to do that. Now, if you want to read it back, then we need to do watch. So over here, I could do like this: int index equal ref dot watch, and then app index provider, this one. With the changes we made, and after that, if you want to read it back, in general, you should always use ref.watch. So with this, you would get the latest change. Ref.read, sorry, ref.read you use for making changes, and then you read it back. Okay, now over here, just simply go ahead and read the index over here, and at the same time, make sure everything is fine actually. Now let's go ahead and restart, and we'll see that it's been working. Beautiful. Which means that our tab and our navigation bar is working as we expected. Beautiful.
Wow, so this is wonderful, and let's continue. So since we are working on these 4 tabs over here, there's 4 tabs, and now of course I think we need to change the names as well, so let's go ahead and do that. So we're gonna come over here in our widgets, and I think it should be, let me see, play circle 1, I guess. Let me reload, and okay, it should be also over here as well, unless there are mistakes in the naming. Yes, it changed, and this could be, let me check, it should be message circle, and over here the same, message circle. And what do we see? That, well, the names are not important, but let's change anyway, otherwise we'd be confused. And then over here would be message. All right, and the last one, this one, and it would be profile 2, and profile 2, and over here it's the same, play profile. All right, so let's restart, and this should be working fine. Okay, instead of profile, I think it's a person, actually, person and person 2. Okay, now let's go ahead and restart. Okay, cool. So each of the items are different, and this is awesome. Now we're gonna come back to this one, not this one, our widgets over here. So we do also learned over here how to make complex reusable system. That's what we did. One of the thing that I want to do over here is this one. This bottom container, I want to make it private because it just belongs to this widget. Nowhere else it should go. So, and no one else should it be using. So that's why it should be only private to this file. Okay, cool. And over here, actually, we need to create another new method, and that method should be returning the screens related to each page. So here it would be widget, and then it would be app screens. Okay, just like this, and that's it. And inside this, we're gonna have this index, and we'll have a list. Okay, So that list would return us the items that we want, one of the items that we want to return. So first go ahead and define a list over here. So list would be it'd be widget type, and here we're gonna say screens. Now I'm using underscore, that also means it's a private variable which belongs to this method over here. All right, and here we want to return, okay, this is a list and we want to return one of the items from the list. So we could just simply go ahead and return 0. Well, that means the first item. Now here I could do center child, and then over here, here's the thing, I think we have app image, right? App image assets, this one, and then here assets, icons, and home.png, right? Home.png, right, like this. And also we have an issue. Let's see, what is this issue? Oh, so it wants you to image path, this one. Okay, cool. Now I'm going to copy this. All right, now of course it looks like we need this commas, otherwise we'll get error. Okay, so now here, what do you want to do? Here you want to have this one like this. So the second one is search to, I guess. The third one is a play circle, and it should be, I think, CLE. And then over here we'll have what is it? Message circle, and I think it's person 2. All right, now let's go ahead and restart. Okay, nothing happens yet. Well, this is a screen that we have defined over here. A method, and that method returns us an item from the list. So this is a list. We know that this braces in Dart means a list, and from the list you just return one of the item, the first item, and then we want to use it over here. So here we can just say app screens. All right, okay, now let's go ahead and restart. Okay, we see this is over here. Now what I'm going to do over here, I think we can also do width and height. Not with this, it should be inside over here. Width, say 250, height 250. So I'm going to copy this from here, and I'm gonna put each of them here. Oops, it still should be inside this because it's inside app image widget. So let's go ahead and do that and do it. All right, so let's go ahead and work on this. We restarted, so it's got bigger, right? And this is something that I like, I guess. Okay, right. Now the problem is, okay, our tabs are changing, right? But the screens, they don't change. But of course the screen over here, we also don't need this, so it's fixed, right? So you can go ahead and do 2, so it would return this one. It would return this one, right? Okay, all right, so we need to change it dynamically as we tab on them, right? Okay, and how we do that? And actually it's easy, since we already have this application index provider. Actually, we can go ahead and come over here and let's return it here, because this should return us an index. And okay, we have an issue. The problem is that it doesn't give us this ref object, right? So this is another problem. So it does look like that we can go ahead and use it and return, right? But no. So we can still do it from here. So let's come over here, and then here we're gonna do index. Okay, whatever index is there, you're gonna just simply go ahead and use that. And over here we're gonna say index int, and okay, I'm gonna put it like this: int index 0. Even if you don't pass anything, there's still gonna be something that's here accessible. Why? Because this is safe. Index 0, index actually. So this is a named parameter. So even if this fails somehow, so which means that actually most probably you're not passing anything, or things go wrong, it would still work. But of course this time it would be the only difference, it would always point to the first one, right? But now if you pass it over here, index whatever is there, then yeah, now let's go ahead and click on this. You see it changes dynamically. Awesome. Okay, so which means that so far so good, and everything is working as we expected. Okay, all right. Okay, so we should be focusing on this home page, and then actually show items over here. All right. But before that, actually, I want to do a little bit of work on this image path, because it looks like this way of doing is error prone, okay? Because typing like this. So I want to make this part of the path is const, okay? So that you don't have to copy the same path again and again. Okay, and in future, if you somehow decide to change this, it would be much better and maintainable, because this app is growing larger now, and we are using it in many different places, and would also be using in many different places. So what I'm trying to say that, yes, we need to make this much better in terms of maintainable. That's what we want to do.
Okay, so now we are going to refactor this code. I actually would be doing a little bit more refactoring, and well, for this reason over here, I'm going to create a new file over here, and I'm going to call it image res.dart. So here we'll have image resources, and this time even we'll take a better approach to do it, because as we said that we'll be learning a lot about Dart in this course. So the first thing over here, we're going to create a class, and we're going to call it image res, which means resources. And over here, one of the stricter things that we could do in Dart is creating a constructor. And now when you create the constructor, you could do like this. So with this, it means that nobody would be able to create a constructor of this class, which means it has a private constructor. Private constructor means like you write the class name, then you do dot underscore and this parenthesis. Okay, so with this it becomes a private class. With private class, it means nobody would be able to create a new instance of this class, and this is safe for many aspects, but of course this is not always suitable for most cases. Well, in this case, this is quite suitable, because Over here, we're going to put all of our image resources and a path. And because this class doesn't really need to be instantiated, I mean, creating an object, it's not important over here, because we'll have all the static objects over here as image path. Okay, all right. Now here are a few things that we need to check over here. Like if you come and see image, all the images, they have a base URL, which is this one, right? So over here we're going to create a object, static const image base, like that. Okay, and then this would be something that's saved over here. Great. Now static const, it would be string type actually. Okay, all right. Now then from here, actually what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy all of this. Let me go ahead and copy this, and I'm going to put it here so that I can copy the path name and I know what's happening. All right. Now if you want to be even more strict here, you can also put an underscore over here, which means that this variable is a private, which means that nobody else outside of this class would be able to access it. And we don't want this image variable, this one should be accessed outside of this class. We don't need that. Okay, what I mean by that, in general, a lot of time previously we have seen that we could do it like this. So here we could do, say for example, image res, this one, and then we can access a variable. But this time, this one we won't be able to access it because we have underscore. Now remove the underscore and you try it, you come and try it over here, and you'll see that we can access image. Well, okay, to access it, actually we need to go inside this function. You cannot just access it anywhere you want. So here void main, and here you could do image res, all right, dot image base. Okay, so you see we can access it, right? But if you have it as an underscore, which becomes a private variable, and with this you won't be able to access it over here, and there will be an error, and even this doesn't exist. I mean, in this case this just doesn't exist. Why? Because even if you do dot, you can't access anything. And that's the beauty of having this as underscore over here, and there is a valid reason why I put underscore. Now let's go ahead and do that. Here I would do static const string and home, and over here I'm going to do it like this, image base. So this is my base URL, and then after that home.png, and this is how I'm going to access it. So you see, in future, if you change your image folder, you just change it here. You don't need to change everywhere, tons of different places, which is really not good. Okay, so this is a better programming approach. So with this, your image not only becomes dynamic, and because here we are inside this image res class, this is also safe because we don't allow to create constructor, and this is the base URL, which means that you can change it as you want, but over here it won't change. All right, okay. Or in future you just want to change this image to something else, you just change it here in one file, not everywhere. Okay, so hopefully it makes sense, which I'm trying to tell you, in future this is much more maintainable. Okay, so let's go ahead and do the same for other variables over here. Now this is search icon, so I'm going to call it search, and then over here image base, and here I'll have search2, search2.png. I mean, I'm loving it because it's really maintainable in every aspect. Okay, so here I can say play. Now here we're gonna do like this, image base underscore image base, and then over here I'm gonna say play circle.png. all right, and static const string, and over here we'll have message. Now with this you also get to define your variables names the way you want, and which is more readable. Okay, so image circle.png. And also if there are errors, so name error, you can go ahead and find this file, and because everything is here, right? Const string well, profile photo, I would say. So here we'll have image base and person2.png. Beautiful. So now all we need to do, we need to come over here and we can get rid of this one. We don't need this anymore. So here all I need to do, image res dot, here I could do home, right? You see this becomes more readable and better. Image I think, what was it about? Search, image res dot search. Image res dot play, I think, and then image res dot message and image res dot profile photo. I think it's not profile photo, it's profile. It's not even a photo, it's an icon actually. All right, okay, cool. It's beautiful. Let's go ahead and restart everything. And here, okay, things are still working. Now over here we can also replace it with our home image, image res dot home. Beautiful. And I mean, we have to change everywhere, so it's a search button, image. Well, at the same time, if we took this action from the beginning, it would have saved us a lot more time. Okay, but anyway, so you get the idea. So I'm going to take this and put it here, and it's a circle. Well, it's a search. Is it the circle button? I think what button was it? So we have home. The first one is okay, search. Let me see, I do have a type over here. So with this one, oh yes, the first one is home, right? So this is our home button, this is a search button, and this should be our play button. So here we could say play. All right, and the same over here, looks like we have an error at the top, so let me go ahead and fix that. All right. Okay, now if you're completely new to Dart or Flutter program, this may look scary that a lot of things are actually happening. That's true, but this is the best approach to go ahead. Message, and then over here is also the same. So message. All right, cool. Now I know over here inside all of this we have this one as default one. Okay, all right, so we can also find a default image. Okay, right now we are putting user as default for everything, but let me go ahead and restructure it with a default image.
Now for this one, first we need to declare a default image. Now I'm going to declare default image at the top. So static const string default image base and default PNG. Looks like we have as a class member. Okay, so you can't really have like that default because it throws error because it is conflicting with one of the keywords or modifier in Dart. So you can do it like this, okay? Default image, so that it doesn't conflict with others. Now, well, I just updated this image in this icons. Previously it was not there, so you may get it from resources section in lecture 1, or you can also get it from this lecture. Download this picture if you want and drag and drop over here. And if you do that, you have to make sure you stop your app and restart. Otherwise, a lot of time image insertion doesn't work all the time. All right, so we have to know this one. Right, now we're gonna be here, button widgets. Is it here though? Let me see where. There are many places that we need to change, so we're gonna do it one by one. So here I'm going to change it. I'm gonna say image res dot default image. Right, looks like we need to import it. Okay, right. So now for each of the cases, actually you can use this default one, or you can also define in each different situations. You can have your different kind of different image, okay, different default image. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, right, and let's see that whether it works or not. Okay, now here we are inside this widget, and inside this widget, well, we are passing, for each of them we are passing images, right? But each of them now has a default image. So my question is, what if you don't pass default? And let's go ahead and check. Of course, over here we'll not have any error, but we're gonna see we have, yes, as you can see, it works. The first one, we didn't give any image, so it's using the default one. All right, default image, the image that we just have used, this one. So I just did a test, so it works. Beautiful. So put it back. Now over here, this is fine, and for app button, we don't need any of this. Now there are a few places that we need to change, like sign up page, right? So over here we have this user. Now let's see whether our user image is defined or not. User.png, looks like no, so we can also define that one. So here we could say static const string user image base user.png. Okay, so I think we also have like, okay, that's the user lock and two of this. Okay, so we can also go ahead and use the lock one. Okay, so this thing I should have done long ago so that it becomes reusable. String lock image base locked.png. All right, okay, now let's come to our sign up page. and let's change it over here as well. Okay, so here we could say image res dot user, and we need to import it. Okay, and then here image res dot lock. Okay, fine. So that was about the sign up page. Let's see. I think I have a typo. It shouldn't be there. I mean, it shouldn't be lock. It should be user image. The first two are actually users. Second and third one, they're all about lock and lock. I think this is also true for the sign-in page. All right. Okay, right. Let's go ahead and import it. And this should be as well. Oh, cool. Let's restart our app one more time. Yes, beautiful. Okay, so this part refactoring has been done, and so far so good. Now you can get the code for this whole section also from the link below. You can also get the code. You can also get the icon from the resources section. And after that, we'd be refactoring our folder, because what we are doing is not maintainable for long term. So now we need to refactor a bit of the code, not the code, just a folder, and that's easy. yeah, next step should be actually creating repo folder. By the way, before we move ahead, so let me go ahead and remove this because we don't need this anymore, because we are not relying on any kind of third-party packages to work on this. We are working on our own. All right, so keep it clean as much as possible. That's better. That's a good practice. Anyway, so now over here, if we come to our sign-in page, we need to create a folder. Well, some people say repo, some people say repository. So we're gonna keep it simple. We're just gonna call it repo. Now repo is the folder actually that talks to, first that will have files, and those files will actually talk to the external world like data source. So this is where the repo comes in. Now I could call it sign in repo. Some people might just call it repo, but if we have too many files, then it's gonna create conflict with other folders in a file. So over here, I'm going to create a class and I'm gonna call it sign in repo. In general, inside repo, most of the time you will have static methods, that's all. So this is, here we are following actually MVC pattern. Let me see, where did I create this? Oh, sorry, this should be here. No wonder it looks weird, but anyway, now it should be fine. Okay, all right. So now it's fine. So here we are doing MVC, M for view. Well, we don't have a V for view, and the C is for controller, M is for view. We don't have that. So we'll create model later, which when we do that, we'll know what it is. So in general, view talks to the controller, and controller uses a repo or the file inside that to talk to the outside world. So that's how it works. The view is not here yet. We'll do that view. When we do that, we'll know what it is. Sorry, I'm talking about model. Model is not here yet. When the model is arrived, we'll see how it works. Okay, so you want to put the repos. Now, what is actually repo and how it works? Over here, let's open up this one. So in general, the API call, like kind of things like that, these are called actually repos. So these are the things that you want to put it in a separate file. So first I'm going to copy this one over here, and then I'm going to come over here and I can call it like this. I'm going to call it Firebase sign up. Here we do sign in, actually not sign up. Now whatever we had, we're going to put it here. And then we are going to return. So we're going to return credential. All right. Now here, a few things that could cause issues. The first one is this async and this email and password. So you need to pass them. So string email, string password. Okay. Now the error is gone. But at the top, we also need to import Firebase auth. Okay. Now the error is gone. Now, since we are returning, we should also have it as a future, because whenever you return async, not async actually, whenever you have await and return the variable that comes with await, if you want to return that, in general, you want to return it using future, which means asynchronous call, and that's what we want to do. Over here, what you want to return? Now over here, you want to return something called user credential, which is actually coming from Firebase. Why you are returning user credential? You see, Firebase auth and Firebase sign with email, actually this returns over here user credential. So that's why we are returning this object over here. Okay, future, which means that, well, it'll do a lot of asynchronous operation, and once the operation is done, we are going to return user credential, this object. So we are returning an object here. Now all you need to do, remove this. You don't need to put it here, but you can declare a variable and still call it credential. It doesn't matter. And then over here you want to do sign in repo, this one. And since this is a class over here, make sure you import it. Looks like it's already auto imported. And then here we're gonna call it looks like not auto imported. Let me put it like this. And okay, I don't know what's going on there. Let's see, sign in repo. Oh, okay, I know. The problem is you may also declare them as static, okay? Otherwise you're not able to access them using the class name. Now you will see that we are able to access it. Firebase sign in, and we need to pass this email and password. That's what we did. Now it's causing problems over here. It looks like it's not recognized. And the reason is because you have to await. Now Android Studio is smart enough to recognize that, okay, so this is returning something future, and if it returns future, this object, it has other available properties, and those properties would be only available to you once you do await, and all the object has been dissected. Anyway, so that's how a repo works over here. So now it's more cleaner. So over here the logic goes here. Now regarding signing, and if we have more methods that talks with the server, we'll put all of them here. So this way it's more separated, and which is beautiful actually. So that's what you want to do. All right, okay, cool. Now that's the first part. And so we have a repo folder for sign-in, and then over here you can also create another folder, and you're gonna call it repo again, and inside this you're gonna have something, another one, and here we're gonna call it sign in. Is a sign up, right? Sign up repo.dart. All right, okay. So over here, let's go ahead and create a class again and sign up. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to pretty much copy everything from here and put it here. And we need to have this one, Firebase sign up instead of sign in. Okay, cool. And this time, if you open up your controller, this one, and let me close this. I don't think we need this. We also don't need this. Now over here, sign up controller, create user with email and password, the same thing. So I'm going to copy this name and over here put it like this, and that's all. And what else? Let's see, what does it return? It also returns, looks like, user credential. So nothing else should be changed from here. So when you call this one, all you need to do, you need to just pass email and password. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So actually I can remove up to here, and then sign up repo, this one. Make sure you go ahead and import it. Looks like it's imported. And then over here you could do like this, and it should work. Okay, so now with this, everything should be working fine. All right, okay, now we have a lot of restructure in our app. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove this, remove the app itself, and then I'm going to reinstall everything, so we make sure that everything is going as we expected. All right, now after restructuring, if your app doesn't work, that's fine. You can always download it from the resources section, because each section comes with their own dedicated code, so you can always download it. Anyway, so let's wait for it and see how things go. All right, so it looks like our app has booted, and I'm going to restart it again, and we'll make sure that things are fine over here. Now I'm going to restart it again because there's a lot of restructure it went through. Okay, so it looks like everything is fine. and then over here, now let's go ahead and restart it again, and we are supposed to see login page, which it remembers, and cool, we are come over here, we come over here and restart it again. So we start with sign in page. Well, this is cool. So now I'm not going to sign up again, I'm just going to sign in using my credentials, the one that we had before, and then I'm going to log in, and we are logging in, and then we are in this home page, which is awesome, beautiful. So everything is working fine. And after this, actually we have a pretty standard structure of our project, that how it should go, and it looks actually much better. Everything is more organized. When you open it up, and you will see that yeah, it is more organized, and I feel organized as well. Okay, all right, cool. All right, so since we are doing some good practices, and we'll continue to do that, and as our app grows, actually we'll be doing more and more refactoring, step-by-step process, so that we know actually why we do that and what's the bad practice. Because a lot of time you may start from good practice from the beginning, then you don't know what is bad practice. Okay, so as we are working more on this course, we'd see the good practices. Now let's go ahead and work on even more good practice. Now one of the things that we are doing over here, okay, let me enlarge this, is this one. We are passing this ref object. Okay, now in general, this is not recommended to pass a ref object to a controller like this. It comes with a bit of dangerous thing. One of the things that is dangerous most probably could be that it's late, because you are going to initialize it later, and which could cause it to be null. The object is not there or initialized. This could be a reason. Now, if you really need to pass it like this, so it's better you do it like this. There are two ways to get around this problem. So one of the ways to call this okay, sorry, I think just one of the ways to call this is to go ahead and call future.delayed. Okay, and then here you could put duration and seconds 0, and with this it will make sure that you have your object, the dependencies are initialized first, and then you go ahead and do that. Now you can also put a second one, or even like milliseconds, like 300 milliseconds, that it still work. So this is one way to go, but of course this way you pretty much make sure, I mean 100% make sure that ref is not going to be null. Okay, all right, so this is one way to do that. So using this init state method. Okay, now there is another way to do that, which is actually, I like it very much, and this is what I do with block, which is called change dependencies. So as your dependencies changes, things get initialized, reinitialized, or rebuild, this function actually gets called. Now this is another better way to do that. Okay, you could still do like this, or you can remove this. Okay, all right. And now if we go ahead and run our app, we'll see, of course, it works fine. Nothing is wrong there. Okay, and it'll definitely work. But since we are in Riverpod doesn't recommend you to pass your ref object like this. Okay, with block, if you want, you can pass the context like this, but since we are in Riverpod, it doesn't want you to pass the widget ref. Now there is a reason. One of the reasons I told you that it got reinitialized, it got initialized most probably later, because that's what we see it from our source code. Okay, so there could be tons of reasons that why this happens, but the documentation just said that you should not be doing it like that, but it didn't really tell you why. It just reason. Now over here it is late. This is one reason. Another reason could be that actually widget ref, this widget ref thing, if you see over here, now we do have this consumer state, and from here actually we get widget ref, and we pass it to our functions or somewhere else, right? Now in general, widget ref, this object is actually attached to a certain widget. Okay, like a container. So this is a widget, so it is attached to that one. Now since it's attached to certain widgets, that's why you shouldn't be passing it around, because you might use it in wrong widgets, because each widget ref is attached to certain widget. Now over here we don't see that. Now if we open up our application.dart, over here we do see that widget ref. So over here we do see that actually it's connected with this application widget directly. So this is another reason that where it says that you shouldn't be passing it around. You should be only using it inside this build method or inside the widget itself, and that's fine. Now in our case, well, we still need to access this ref object so that we can use the context, because over here, if you come down over here, you see that we are doing this rerouting. I mean, we are going to a new page or screen, and for that one we are actually accessing this navigator object. And if we have this navigator object, and then actually we can call this push named or this functions for routing, right? So here, how to overcome this problem? Now, okay, the first thing is that, well, since they don't recommend to use this ref object being initialized like this at the top, so first we're gonna get rid of this. Okay, so with this, first definitely go ahead and remove this. So we'll get rid of that, and we also don't need this. Of course, with this we'll have error. Now we see that our function handle sign in depends on this ref object. Well, even though Riverpod official documents didn't agree passing it like in a constructor like this, but it does say that you can go ahead and pass it within a function. So handle sign in is a function. So over here we're gonna pass it as an argument and we'll grab it. Okay, now in this case the error is gone, but over here we still have problem with this ref object. Now ref doesn't have this context, so that's the problem. So we can't use it like this, but we still need to do this routing. And how do we get and overcome with this problem? Well, to do that, in our main.dart file over here at the top, we can create a navigator state object with a key assigned. Now this one would keep track our context globally, and then you can assign inside this nav key, the one that we created, inside this material app. So with this, you don't have to grab the context on purpose, okay, or intentionally. So you don't need to worry about that your context is not there. So first go ahead and make sure that you have a global key of navigator state type, and then you just pass it inside material app as a property. And once you do that one, we don't need this anymore. All right, we can get rid of this. Now over here we can access the nav key. What is our nav key? The one that we initialized at the top. Okay, now over here we could go ahead and call nav key. All right, okay, and over here we get current state, and then based on current state we call the related functions, and we are good to go. Now with this, so we also don't need to pass the context around. All right, so that's solved the problem. And over here our controller doesn't have any of these issues right now. Now let's come over here, and here we do see that we have issues. Now first we can completely get rid of this one, so we don't need well, I would say get rid of this is better. And then did change dependencies, we also don't need to pass the ref object. As you can see over here that we don't need to pass anything. Okay, all right, so with this our error should be gone, and we also fall back to some good practices. Looks like we have an issue down there. Okay, let's go ahead and solve it. Okay, over here we need to pass the ref object. Okay, So now this ref is available because we are inside this consumer state widget, which we can always get it. Okay. Now, since they said we can pass it inside a function, so that's why over here handle sign is a function. So yes, we are passing to this one and it uses it. So with this, why it's a good practice in this sense, because by the time you pass this ref object to this function, this ref object is available. It's already available, which means widget ref. So it will not create crash or null error, anything like that. Okay, because now what ref you're passing, you're being very specific. So this widget ref actually would belong to this widget over here, this sign-in widget or class. Okay, so that's why this becomes part of the good practice. Okay, now of course we could go ahead and restart everything and we'll see that our app is fine. And even if you want, you can restart everything from the scratch, in a sense that let's go ahead and remove our app and we're going to reinstall everything. So let's go ahead and remove that. Make sure that we are doing it correctly from the beginning, and so that we don't have any issues at all. Okay, so let's go ahead and wait for it. All right, looks like our app has started, and let's go ahead and do some test. And okay, we don't have any issues. We can go back like this. Okay, all right, okay, fine. And if you do restart again, we'll see it here. Now you can work with this register state, and we can do a dummy practice over here. And I'm going to do this. Now why I'm doing this practice, because make sure that my context is right, because when you do state management, you have to make sure your context is right, otherwise you'll get errors. So in our case, of course, our context is this ref object. So make sure that yes, it's fine. It says the name is too short, and so everything else is working fine. And here it might say your email is registered, and that was my email, and we know that. So we can go back and come over here, and then over here we do info.debestack.com, and then here we do 1 2 3. Okay, now let's go ahead, and it would say that your password is wrong, and as we see, our state is being preserved and everything else is fine. So which means that so far so good, and we don't have any issues, and we also followed the best practice. Okay, so this is more about optimizing and following the correct way of doing this thing. All right, thank you.